play Legacy too.
Right, yeah. I actually had a similar experience because I also learned how to play Magic, and I think that after Limited, I played like a good amount of F&M Limited tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
My first constructed event was Legacy because of the scene here, and that's definitely an odd like transition. And I know that Dylan was definitely part of that scene when I got into it. He's been around longer. I actually have a story I can share about my first Legacy experience, and it does involve Dylan. We have some time here, so I'll share it.
Do it.
So I came into the store, Atomic Empire, and I'd been kind of getting familiar with the Magic players at that point. I'd played some of the FNMs. I'd played Limited. There's a very friendly community here in
that's
the
me.
Triangle for Legacy, and I didn't have a deck, so I was like, I'm interested in playing this deck. Maybe they like needed an extra player to fire or something.
Sure.
And Sawyer Lucy was there, and he had actually just recently top 8'd a Grand Prix with
goblins.
With goblins, and he called it Foblins because it was Thalia goblins. And his deck was all foreign cards. So he was like, "Here, Collins, you can borrow my goblins deck." And I was like, "I've never played Legacy before. I don't know what any of this does. So I'll just like play." He's like, "Here, look up all these cards. Remember what they do. Remember the picture, and you'll figure it out. It'll be fine." And and the players are helpful, so they can like help me through the games and stuff. Round 1, I got paired against Dylan, and Dylan. This was at the time Dylan was very experienced with, I think it was Bug Delver.
Bug Delver, yeah.
Yeah, that was like his deck at the time, and I was just playing goblins, and I like played an Aether Vial, and I figure out enough to be able to like take up it and everything, and then I got it on 3, and I activated it, and he was like, "Okay, sure," and I put in a Magus of the Moon, and then I like asked Dylan what it did. And Bug doesn't play any basic lands.
No, they don't.
And he doesn't have any bolts. So Dylan like explained what it did to me and then conceded.
Perfect.
It was beautiful.
That's the friendly
That's
Legacy
great.
scene. Calmly
Yeah.
explaining how they're dead.
Yeah. So this is how this works. All my lands are off, and you win.
And
So
I'm done.
but yeah, so that's a fun story. So anyways, Dylan, longtime Legacy player. Edgar Magash playing Snowco. Edgar loves his 4-color snow piles, so
Can't stop him. He was playing a lot of Rug Delver this week, and then kind of last minute just played Snowco. No one was surprised.
I was like, because I was trying to play a little bit of the format to experience it, make sure I was caught up for doing commentary, and I asked Edgar for his Delver list, and he sent it to me, and I was like, okay, this seems pretty good, but of course, he just can't get away from playing his snow piles.
There's value to be accrued.
Yeah.
Then we have Abe Stein playing Garuda, kind of the new hot Belcher deck in Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
It's all fast mana and clones and Garuda. So you just play Garuda, flip the top 4 and play another one, then keep doing that and kill them with Dragonlord Kolaghan, or they can't deal with your giant board of creatures with their Lightning Bolt and Fatal Push.
It does feel kind of like a Belcher deck, just because your deck is all mana, and then you play Garuda, and then you win, and that's great. But one thing so I played against a Garuda player, and I was actually really surprised by their ability to just play a normal game with Thought-Knot Seers and clones. Because if you just like slam a Thought-Knot Seer every single turn, that's pretty good. And you just need kind of 4 mana for that. So I didn't expect that angle from the Garuda deck. But they like played a Thought-Knot Seer and then Restoration Angel to flicker it and clone it. Very impressive.
That was the day we learned that Restoration Angel is huge in Legacy. It's so big.
Yeah, I had a Delver out, and then my opponent had a 3/4 flyer, and I was like, oh no.
What?
Yeah, I can't bolt this? What am I going to do? So, yeah. A lot of really, really fun stuff happening in Legacy. Sean Hunter is going to be playing Esper Vile. Esper Vile is one of these kind of newer archetypes, but I've been really impressed with it. It's like a soul herder strategy.
Sean actually top 8'd the Legacy Challenge last week, the one that Mike won.
Okay.
So he's pretty accomplished with this deck already, despite it not being around that long.
Yeah.
And I believe he's told me in that tournament he was just kind of practicing Legacy. He hadn't played it in a while. He just routed off a top 8.
Yeah, no worries. Sometimes you get there. All right, so moving on. Honorog is going to be in this tournament. We're going to hope to feature him. We don't have his list updated quite yet, so stay tuned for that one.
Yeah, lists kind of trickle in as we get them. Once the tournament starts, we'll have access to everyone's deck list. Yep. But right now, we're just reporting on who we know who sent us their deck list ahead of time.
Yeah.
A couple Lands players in here.
Yeah, Casey Lancaster is a very, very good Legacy Lands player, Legacy expert. He's the person I always go to for Legacy advice. Excited to watch him play his his deck in Lands. Also, Abby Grinberg is going to be playing Lands. Caroline Kavanagh is back and playing Eldrazi Stompy. Caroline has been doing phenomenally in our tournament series so far. I think that she is pretty close to a lock.
She's almost definitely locked.
Yeah,
a like solid bread and butter finish here would just lock her
for our invitational.
Yes.
Yeah. So pretty excited to see that. And Sandwich as well is back, and he's playing Yorion Death and Taxes.
Yeah, it looked like he was just playing the list that won the challenge that Mike Braverman did.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's the same exact list.
Okay. I mean, if it ain't broke.
It won the challenge, so.
Yeah.
There's something there for sure.
Yeah. Moving on, Piper Powell, another really strong performer in our tournament series. She's going to be playing Food Chain. Pretty excited to see that.
Her play during the Pioneer tournament was just so dominant.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what she can bring to a deck I just don't see that often in Legacy.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see kind of how Food Chain works out. I remember when Deathrite Shaman got banned in Legacy, Food Chain kind of got a hit that it would be tough to recover from. Deathrite Shaman was just so crucial to the Food Chain deck. So I'm going to be interested to see your list and see what direction she's taking it in. And
we have Ryan Donkin, our ad nauseum master from Modern last week.
Running back the combo decks.
Yeah, just playing Omnitel. Just sneaking out some Emrakul's as quick as we can.
I know that Ryan was... I saw a tweet from him earlier where he was like, I started playing more Legacy this week to prepare for the tournament this weekend. And he's really enjoying
Announcement
it. So
received.
I hope that, he can do well in this tournament.
And if he just has he doesn't even need top 8 since he won the Modern one. Mm-hmm. If he just top 16s or goes X3, he's probably going to have enough points to get the Invitational, unless some of these other players on the edge end up passing him. But he's well positioned to just have a good weekend here.
Yeah. Ryan just needs. A decent finish, I would say. Like an X3 finish, I think would be pretty close to locking him up because he was our winner last week. Mm-hmm. So, Robert Stanley is going to be playing Teamer Delver. Robert Stanley is a lot more comfortable in formats like Pioneer and Modern and Standard. I've seen Robert have excellent results in all of those formats, but like I say, he's going to be a little new for him. So we'll see how he does with Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Braverman we mentioned earlier. Braverman won it was a challenge?
It was a challenge. Legacy challenge with Death and Taxes, Yorion. Mm-hmm. He's playing it again. Not the same list as he played last weekend. It looks like he's changed several cards.
Yeah.
But which is kind of typical. Mike just always has something to improve on when he plays those Death and Taxes decks.
Yeah. And we were able to sneak Michael Braverman in there in replace to our double Sean. Double Sean. Yeah, sorry, Sean. You can't be a double feature player for forever.
So. Yeah, you gotta leave some spotlight for other people.
There you go. We also have Yamakiller, really great streamer. Really enjoy watching Yamakiller streams. He's going to be playing 4-color Loam in our tournament.
Cool.
Solid strategy.
You want to check out some deck lists while we're waiting for round 1?
Let's do it.
Let's see. So let me go here.
Here's us again.
Here's us. And here's some deck lists. So this is
nice.
Casey.
Yeah.
Casey's playing lands with the full 4 Uros in the main deck.
And kind of interestingly, no Oko in this list.
Nope.
So kind of just, going all in on the I want to play a lot of lands strategy. And Uro's pretty good with that.
Yeah, Uro's very good with that.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't have an exploration. And
deck is
you don't really want to
$6,126. Jesus
and Uro just fits into that perfectly. You mill it over with Light from the Loam. It lets you play an extra land a turn. It instantly kills your opponent.
That's
it's kind of everything you want.
Yeah. Yeah. So Casey's a landmaster. Really excited to hopefully we can feature him at some point and watch him play. He just always makes the correct play. It's crazy.
I'm sure we're gonna feature him. Evan has been threatening to feature him every single round. So
okay,
I'd be surprised
great.
if we don't get him all around.
Nice. I love it. Yeah. Let's see what else we can see here.
All right. So we've got.
You're gonna want. Yeah. There we go.
Edgar. This is Edgar's snow pile.
So
Yeah.
expensive, man.
Edgar likes to refer to it as
wild.
Edgar soup. But it's Snowco.
It's just got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of everything. Not a lot of exciting stuff. This is just like the go over the top mid range deck of the format. This is the control deck of the format. It's it's not trying too hard to win the game, but there's some Uros in there, and those can close it out, and some Okos as well. Just playing all great cards.
Yeah, that's kind of what Astrolabe lets you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how many colors you play.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many Wastelands your opponent has. You're just gonna get to play your cards.
Yeah. So
can we talk about this from the ashes in the sideboard?
we can. I mean, so we just came over from Casey's lands deck, and now we're looking at from the ashes. So looks like Edgar's prepared for a land
What up,
player.
Slim? What you doing,
Basically
bud?
a one-sided Armageddon, but because you're so insulated against non-basic land hate, it's just kind of one-sided.
Now I'm not sure. So there
Why
are
does this sound
plenty
beautiful?
of legacy decks that
What do
don't
you
play
mean?
basic lands. And for those who don't know, from the ashes says
What
both
do you
players
mean, why does this sound
sacrifice all of their
beautiful?
lands.
Non-basic lands.
Sacrifice all of their non-basic lands, and for each land that they sacrifice, they get to search their library for a basic land and put it into play.
Yeah.
So effectively, with this deck that has a bunch of basic
I
lands,
love every time you walk
it
in
can
here.
act as
You're
a
like,
one-sided
you're-
Armageddon because
Oh, you talking about
your
my
opponent sacrifices all
microphone?
the non-basic lands, they can't get any, and then you still have enough mana to work with.
Are you talking about my mic, Slim?
Really good against land strategies. Also really good against like Eldrazi. They don't really play any basic lands. And even if they have a couple of wastes or whatever,
It's not quite gonna get the
it's
job
it's
done.
not gonna like 2 wastes isn't gonna cast your Reality Smasher.
No.
So that's definitely an interesting choice here.
Which
Here's
sound? That's what I'm
here's
trying
the
to
cool
figure
deck.
out.
The
Yeah, here
Garuda
we go.
deck.
Yeah.
The new hotness.
Yeah, so this
Coming
is
from the
the
video watching.
new flavor of
Hey,
Belcher,
thanks,
I
Jared.
guess.
I appreciate it. You too, bud.
Garuda,
are
really
you
powerful
with the,
alongside
Alluring
the fast
still?
mana in these.
Coming from the
these
video,
soul
I don't know,
lands,
I'm
and
just
then
watching it
Lion's
off
Eye
of,
Diamond is just.
It might be the way that
phenomenal
my
card in this
PC's
strategy.
processing it.
Just because
it's coming,
it's just
straight
Black
off of my
Lotus.
computer.
Yeah,
It's a
Garuda's
Twitch
never in
stream,
your hand, so you don't really need to.
The mic
Floats
is
mana, discard my hand, and cast this card. That's not
the
really
mic is called the
I mean, you
Yeti
probably win a game
Nano.
off of it.
Yeah.
So
Right.
that feels like Black Lotus.
Who
That
needs a hand
75 looks
to,
solid. I used to own a
win?
Learn in paper.
Not this.
I don't know why I didn't even really consider it for the tournament.
So also for Thought Not Seers,
Ready to mess up
that's kind of
brainstorm
like
all day, I feel you.
The lead up
I
to
feel
Garuda
you.
most of the time. You want a Thought Not Seer.
That's what I was trying to tell
their
people. It's like, I'm
counterspells,
not ready
and
to play a blue deck for
Garuda
9
will
rounds
clean it
today.
up.
This is
It's
how
also a
long it's going
chalice
to
deck.
go.
Normally, it doesn't look like this version.
I
Plays
appreciate
any
it, Slim.
chalice.
I'll send you the
I don't
link
see
to the
any.
mic. The mic's
Yeah,
bad.
so-
there's a bunch of
And
defense
I actually
versions
picked
where
mine
they
up at
usually
Walmart.
are.
It's one of the Yeti products that they
Interesting.
carry at
Okay.
Walmart. So
So some Garuda decks have been playing Chalice. It looks like Abe isn't. He's playing. It looks like 4 Defense Grid's main deck.
Okay.
Because he's really relying on Garuda to resolve and win the game.
Yeah,
immediately.
just kind of going all in on the proactive strategy instead of the prison strategy.
But the fact that Chalice exists is usually why you see all these Grim Monoliths in the sideboard,
Yeah,
so that they have access to fast mana that isn't a 0-drop.
right. Because they are loaded up with zeros. 4 Lotus Petal, 4 Chrome Mox. 4
thanks,
Lion's
buddy.
Eye
I
Diamond.
appreciate it.
Um,
Use a
it's
real
really,
one.
not great to see.
Thanks, Lydia. Good luck to you too. Are you still? Or wait, are you playing? Or did you day
Chalice on
2
zero
the
on the
arena
other side
thing?
of the table.
I can't remember if you day 2'd the
Yeah.
arena thing.
What
or
else
not.
we got?
We have. Here's another Yorion version of the kind of Snowco deck.
Yeah.
So Edgar was not playing Yorion, so he was just playing a mere 60 cards.
Okay.
Anderson, we've got a Snowco deck that's playing a lot of cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's Yorion. You gotta have your 80 card deck, and
a single
so this, kind of similar
mage.
to for
A
players who might
Shark
be familiar
Typhoon.
with like the
What
modern
am I
Morion
looking
decks.
at?
Similar concept. We're playing a lot of Astrolabes, and we're also playing the Abundant Growths, just as one mana cantrips that you can flicker with your.
It has higher pricing, so
and then,
I don't blame you.
It's
I don't
similar
blame
to
you.
Snoko
I know
in that you're just
Ali's
playing all
double
good
queuing
cards.
both of them, and I'm just like
some of the card choices are really interesting. It looks like Anders is playing a Shark Typhoon.
I got real
love to
upset
see
yesterday.
that.
Not a card
I played
I
the
see in
Arena
Legacy.
Open in
Very often.
6-3'd.
Shark Typhoon, Narset.
I did it twice.
Some of these
6-3'd
standard cards
and then
are
I
coming to play
5-3'd.
in Legacy.
Admiral Vortex, appreciate it.
Let's see what else we have here.
I did not decide to run the
deck. Looks like she's
the
playing
Nivelist.
Eldrazi Stompy.
I'm sorry.
Not really the huge Eldrazi
I
deck
didn't-
with the
I wasn't
Colossus,
able to
but more of
sneak
the
in a league with
Eldrazi
it to be
Mimic and
comfortable with
Thought-Knot
it.
Series kind of deal.
Right.
But,
so this is the pretty classic.
On Tuesday,
Eldrazi
if you
Stompy
come back, we'll play a
strategy.
Legacy League, and we'll
your
play
your
it
goal
with
is
Niv,
to
okay?
like curve a Chalice of the Void into a Thought-Knot Seer.
I'll go ahead and put
hopefully
that on my
that's,
schedule. Legacy on Tuesday, and we'll play Niv.
plays very explosive creatures. And one of the new
Where's
cards
my
in
book?
this specific strategy is Eldrazi Obligator. So most of the other Eldrazi decks that I've seen have been just colorless, but we're playing red for the Eldrazi Obligators,
get it
and
down in
we're
my stream
kind of playing
book.
green for Once Upon a Time, but mostly you're just trying to cast Once Upon a Time for free.
Yeah, and this is also a Chalice deck. It looks like we've got a round one paired, so we're going to go with that soon once Evan gets us ready for us.
Nice. It looks like we're going to be covering Ian Cormac.
All right,
versus
you better be here. I'm
Carl
gonna keep you
Pratt.
to it.
Humans versus Eldrazi.
I'll even ping you in the
believe we
Discord if I
actually
got to.
have,
All right.
Ian's deck list. Oh, it's right here.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So this is the
Ian's
player we're
playing
featuring this
humans?
round.
Okay.
And he's just playing humans.
I love some human strategies.
There's even a underrated Rivals of Ixalan card in there. Warkite Marauder.
Alright, it says pairings are up, so let's go ahead and find that. We're playing Abe Stein first round. Come on. Alright. Check in. Click to copy. Well, this is going to be a race. Add buddy. More no things. Challenge player. We'll get the music up here in a second. Alright. We just sent that challenge over to him. It's gonna be a good day. Let's see. Oh, that's probably killing you all. Yeah, Abe's real good. I've played against Abe 2 or 3 times now, and he won the die roll. Wow, can you even consider trying that? I want my full focus on the Arena Open. I went 6-3 in my first attempt. Should have went 7-2, then went 7-1 in the second round. Yeah. Alright, so we don't have any dummies in this hand. We're gonna mulligan. We don't have a way to discard our Grizzlebrand. Abe mulligan to 6 as well. Man. I'm gonna mulligan one more time. Yeah, we're just dead. Yeah, we're just dead here. Yeah. Being on the draw sucks. Yep. Yep. Yeah. What sucks is they can hit Grizzlebrand off of my deck. Wait, did he whiff? He whiffed. Yeah, no, Gyruda's favored. They just do what we're trying to do much faster. Alright. So I can reanimate this, my own Gyruda here. Are we gonna get the combo off of his deck? This is great. I love this. Oh, I'm an idiot. In this battlefield, you may exile target non-angel creature you control, and then return that card to the battlefield under your control. So does this come back to my control, or does it go to him? Okay, cool. Grizzlebrand. Oh, that was wonderful. That was everything that I could have ever wanted out of this tournament. I'm done. I can go home. Life is great. Oh, jeez. What do we even want? I think we want the second sire. I know they play defense grid. Let's look at the sideboard real quick. 2 Spyglass, 1 Gyruda, Mindbreak Trap. Oh. Ratchet Bomb. So, I mean, he doesn't really have a whole lot for us. He is playing 4 main deck defense grids. Which doesn't really bother us too much.
If you're over 60 with
Yeah, that was great.
diabetes or kidney disease, you can take steps to reduce your chances of getting COVID-19.
That was great.
If possible, store several weeks of medication.
That was
Avoid people
chef's kiss.
and limit close contact when you go out.
Oh, Exhum's really bad in this matchup.
KY.gov, because we're all part.
We're going to keep, though. This Chancellor is really good.
Hey, it's me, your cousin from Boston. I'm on the radio doing ads for Sam Adams. Now I'll be known as the Sam Adams guy instead of the dude who fell in the quarry. Sam Adams Boston Lager is crisp and refreshing, which is why I bring a six-pack wherever I go, except the movies. Sam Adams from Boston with love. Here's a lead.
Yeah, that was great. That might be one of my favorite favorite clips from my stream in a long time.
That's why State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
Our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm is returning $2 billion to auto policy holders for the period ending May 31st.
And will continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now,
more than ever. Being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tundra. Lotus Petal shirt. Ooh, that was a good draw for us. Hopefully we were just not dead. Four mana here. Grim Monolith. Dang, so they can't cast Gyruda. They brought in Mindbreak Trap. I want to go ahead and get the land out of my deck before it gets milled. Oh, they whiffed again. So this exhumes super awkward, right? How did they win? They don't win. They went through Kolagon, correct? Sire of Insanity. So they went through Kolagon. So if we can combo kill him on our turn, we're fine. Lydia. And we haven't milled our tendrils or our children of Corlois. Having your own Baja Blast would be nice. Dang, they've whiffed so much. Wow, we didn't draw in an Entomb. And we have nothing in their graveyard. Discard. Discard. Entomb. Get our children a Corlois. They have no more creatures left, so Exhume. Get the children. Did we not hit another pedal? Wow, man. Yeah, we have one pedal left in our deck. Okay, well. So we're probably just dead now. 5, 7, 8. So we're just going to get milled out now, which kind of bites. They whiffed again. Wow. Oh, and they milled my tendrils. How do I win? I don't think I can win from here. Yeah, we're dead here. So we no longer have any cards left in deck. So at least we're on the play this game, which is a little bit nicer for us here. In a dream scenario, we get to stick Sire on one. Oh. That one was a little tilting, though. I can't lie. We'll play first. That's why I love these Lotus Box tournaments, though. It's just because you get to play against such good players. Wow. This hand would be great if we had a way to reanimate. I actually think we're going to keep this one. My thought process here is if they make Gyruda on one and whiff, we can animate dead and try to win off of their deck. I almost think it's worth it to Thoughtseize them here. Mind Break Trap, sure. There's 3 mana. There's 6 mana. Talk about rocks. You got rocks for days, chat. So if they whiff on the next one, we have a way to win off of their deck. Oh, they hit a Sire off of my... Oh, that was worst case scenario. Oh, no. We're gods. Okay, how am I supposed to click this here? I think it's this one. Turn them sideways. What, Lydia? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Lydia. What are you talking about? The top deck reanimate with only one lane in play? What are you talking about? Oh, that was like the greatest thing. Oh, all right. Let's bring up the Lotus Box stream again. Oh, that was great.
I believe it also. This doesn't matter. No, it doesn't do that. I was thinking it broke up the soul bond, but it doesn't because it's a flicker effect. So you can just bond it back.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't do that. So.
Oh, that was great.
I still think it's probably what you want to name. I just can't think of other cards you would.
Mm-hmm.
Thought Nuts here requires Ancient Tomb or City of Traders, something like that. Eldrazi don't pull. Which is good, but two of your creatures have flying. Eldrazi Thought Nuts here doesn't actually do anything. Your hand's all lands. So
right.
It just feels worse than Displacer. And then, Displacer's named.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that makes sense given the context of what's going on here.
Oh, looks like they're missing land drops. Oh, this is a bad Mold-4 for Carl.
Yeah. Last time it was a good one. This time, not so much.
Yeah, I think the 4-card hand was just like a bunch of unplayable cards, a Chalice, and 2 lands, and you're just like, okay, I guess.
And, there might be like a couple of Thought-Knot Seers hanging out over there. And
that need a land.
Just like any soul land could have done it with this hand. But it doesn't look like it's panning out that well. Although, we are flooding pretty hard.
Yeah, only got a 5 damage clock here.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's a creature. It's not a great one.
it's a 2/1.
Yeah, it's a body. It's attacking. We're hitting in for 5 here.
It shortens the clock by a turn.
Yeah.
If there are no creatures.
Mm-hmm. Might as well get it in now.
Well, at least I'm up a game in my first match. There you go.
I guess Chalice after a soul land. So
well.
That's kind of it, right?
Yeah, we have that pretty covered.
Plow is locked out, so. Right.
Plow's really locked out.
Yeah, Plow's not getting cast. Mm-hmm. It can't get cast, and if somehow it could.
All right, it would be different. I'm gonna go run and get a cup of coffee real quick, and then I'll be right back. If you got any questions, leave them in chat. Anything you want to say, leave it in chat.
Yeah, we're close. A Chromox.
Okay.
Oh, there's the Thalia doing work.
Yeah, it costs some mana. Chromox. Chromox is so interesting. There's so many colorless cards in this deck.
Yeah. So if you exile a colorless card with Chromox,
it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything?
No. It only taps for color of the card you imprint. And it doesn't work with Displacer either. Mm-hmm. So I assume this is a Plow that's being... I can't see what it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was a Plow, but it looks like it is some unknown...
Some white card.
White card.
I can't quite make it out. Mm-hmm. But I'm just going to assume it wouldn't have done anything. And the Chromox is better to get mana for, assumably the Thought-Knot Seer that's hanging out.
Wow, that's a lot of lands.
Yeah, we were so close to Force of Will.
But it's even if we're 3 lands from now.
Yeah. Two more turns and a Force of Will. Mm-hmm. But I mean, on the next turn they're dead.
Right.
Go down to 5 here, and then.
So, even if there are, creatures cast from this point that clog up the ground, we still have our 3 power flyers that can end it in 2 turns.
And it needs to be 2 creatures, right? Because blocking 1 creature doesn't do it.
Yeah.
It's 7 power. If you block
right.
1 of them, you'd still take 5.
Yeah, I'm going to need multiple things here on the board.
And I don't think there's anything.
Are there any, secret wraths that could be hanging out?
I mean, Cataclysm, but I don't even know if...
What about just Soul and Wrath of God right there?
Ooh, that would be...
Wouldn't that be sick?
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, gotcha.
Also, very unexpected.
Right, I certainly wouldn't have seen it. Yeah.
Ian looked at the deck list. If that's in the deck, it was like,
go.
Wrath of God, what? In your Eldrazi deck?
Nice.
But yeah, that just looks like a clean win from
Yep.
Ian there.
Clean win from Ian.
And it doesn't look like we have a backup yet, so we're looking for that.
Yeah.
That was a really rough match for Carl.
Yeah, not great. Was able to get there through, through the mulligan to 4 on game 2. Things worked out really well. But it turns out double Eldrazi Temple a lot better than
And
double
creatures.
Plains.
Yeah. All you really need is like a couple soul lands and then a couple creatures. That's what happened in game 2.
Right.
And if you just don't have, either of those pieces, it doesn't really work. As we saw with the anemic, some 2/2s attack you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it is what it is. Just get some 2/2s in there. Turn them sideways. Opponent stumbles.
They're dead.
Yeah. That's what the matchup against like Storm decks feels like. It's like your opponent's not doing anything, and you just got a bunch of 2/2s and stuff.
Right, looks like we have a backup. Not sure who it is yet. It looks like Daniel D'Amato versus Edgar.
Okay, this is quite the matchup.
Yeah, a good Storm versus
These
Edgar
are
soup.
Both, very, very strong legacy players. And we just can't get away from Chris Pakula here.
No.
Meddling Mage showing up in force.
It looks like Daniel has a really stocked graveyard, so this game's been happening for a while.
Yeah. A lot going on here. So Force of Negation is being held up by Edgar. Meddling Mage is just resolved. And that's going to be a pretty big issue, I suspect. And it named Veil of Summer.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Veil of Summers.
I like that.
It's just such an incredible defensive tool out of Storm.
Right. And when you're holding on to a Force of Negation, you want it to resolve. So also a couple of Cling to Dusts hanging out on the sideboard or in the graveyard of Edgar.
Yeah.
We don't really have the mana for that right now, but it's a good draw engine.
And Daniel only has 3 cards in hand, which is really low, especially when you want to, kind of have an Infernal Tutor for ad nauseum, and you just don't really have the mana for that. You have to figure it out. It'll be interesting, and then the Force of Negation's there to protect for Edgar.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious what... I really wish we could see Daniel's perspective, but I don't think we can stream from the car.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be able to... I'm predicting Daniel's just going to win this tournament, and we're just never going to be able to...
Oh,
my goodness.
Sylvan Library for Brainstorm? That's pretty good. Or draw the Brainstorm for turn. I'm sure Edgar knew it was there because of Sylvan Library, but we didn't know it was there.
Right. Nice
Pay
trigger
for
on the
life,
stack.
Keep the fetch, yeah.
Draw the 1 card, and then fetch. Pretty nice.
Yeah, Edgar's not one to miss those shuffle. we're not interested in lands.
Yeah. Ooh, another Meddling Mage is really strong here. Not only is it going to make it more difficult for Daniel to get out of it, but it's also just representing lethal next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what we're going to name with this one.
Possibly Thoughtseize or Duress.
Or maybe a combo piece.
Yeah. What is the Empty the Warrens?
Oh, sure.
You can just cast 3 cards and empty the Warrens.
Yeah. It makes sense to name a Storm card here because we're trying to make our counterspell as effective as possible. And if it was just like, spell, empty, that
would be bad.
That would be unfortunate. Can't force all those.
No. It's so hard to force a Storm spell.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like GG's have been called in the chat. Yeah. So Daniel's going to be going down. And Edgar's going to be moving on to 1-0.
Yeah, it looks like this is game 3, I guess, or game 2. Match decider.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, Edgar wins the match.
Edgar's moving on to 1-0. And Daniel's got some catching up to do. So, if we remember the standings, Daniel is in striking distance, but needs a good finish. He needs a top 8
Jared, we beat Abe Stein. He was playing Gyruda in the ending of the third game.
So nice.
He cast Gyruda on.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I'm going to be rooting for him.
He's so good at Legacy.
Reanimated my Sire of Insanity.
He did.
I only had 1 land in play.
Weekend.
Got rid of my hand,
and
then I top deck Reanimate. Reanimated a clone out of his deck.
All right, it looks like we have next up.
And proceeded to win with his deck.
The next feature we can have is going to be Sandwich.
It was great.
Playing
against Mike Braver.
It was really fun.
Wow.
You should go back and watch the VOD.
This is pretty close to the. Wait, how many cards is it?
95 total.
The 95 card
a 90 card mirror.
Yeah, it was so great.
I'm excited that we're getting a glimpse of this one at the very least.
Both players have a Jitte, which is huge in this matchup.
Right.
It looks like Sandwich is really far ahead, actually.
Yeah. just based on all these creatures that
Yeah,
are
each has
on
more
the
things
board.
in play.
Right. And that's often what this matchup comes down to. Is it's you're jockeying for position on the board.
They're pretty close in time too.
Mhm.
I wonder which game this is, because these Death and Taxes games can go on for a long time.
Yes, they can. They're super grindy. The resources trade off, and they're a lot about the equipment.
Yes.
That's the equipment is like one of the places where you can really leverage advantage. Recruiter coming in. It looks like that Flicker Wisp came in Mike's end step.
Oh, okay.
Alright,
So this
Mike's
is
just
at
gonna
least
call it.
game 1 or 2.
So let's see if they've sideboarded already, and it looks like they have. I see some Thalias hanging out in the sideboard
Yeah.
there.
So this looks like they're going to game 3. Ooh, looks like a nice Deutsch ad.
All right.
For Charmin.
Okay, love a good Charmin ad.
So I'll pop us here while we're watching
Yeah.
our good advertisements.
All right, now we get to get best of both worlds. We get to see our faces.
What's good in the sideboard?
Um,
Because there's a Cataclysm, which we see Sandwich did not board
Yeah.
in. Is that something you're just not interested in?
no, I don't think you are. You're playing against
This is great.
Another Aether Vial deck. So typically they're going to be able to rebuild pretty well.
Just keep Aether Vial
You just
land
don't
and
have that
creature.
advantage, right?
There's so many ads.
Yeah, I don't think you want that, but you just want all of your cards for creature matchups. You want your removal spells, and you probably want to take out your disruptive elements. So Sanctum Prelate, not great. Thalia is not great. Probably want to take all that stuff out. But I don't know the sideboard off the top of my head, so I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be looking at.
I know it was a lot of different cards.
Here we go.
And
Well,
there it goes.
All right.
So put Sandwich back there.
Yep.
All right, so Mike gets to be on the play this time. And both players are Yorion decks, so Yorion does play somewhat of a factor. Neither
Yes.
player cast Yorion last game. They both still had access to it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it looked like Sandwich was just, had a super dominant board presence, was able to really curve out and finish the game off really quickly. So, and this looks like another strong hand from Sandwich. We have turn 1 Mother of Runes. That's one of it's a very good card in this matchup. There are some things that can take it out pretty well. I think that both players are going to have access to Walking Ballista.
As well as always Jite.
Yeah, and Jite is definitely can be a factor, but it can it can be hard to connect with your Jite.
Yes, that's why Flicker
in the
was
face
so
of a Mother. Right.
In addition to just being a good card.
Right.
Neither player has Aether Vial, so it's a fair game. Revoker.
Ooh, Revoker. Likely naming Mother of Runes, if I had to imagine.
Probably.
Yeah.
It even has an extra, there's an extra Mother of Runes in Sandwich's hand.
Yeah.
So it tags an extra Mother of Runes.
It's pretty nice.
The Stoneforge Mystic is really good, though, because that gives you access to Jite, which I believe is kind of the go-to equipment
Right.
in this matchup. It just does so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh,
Yeah, so it
Tomek.
is going to name Mother of Runes, but we might get punished down the line because Stoneforge Mystic can find an equipment, and equipments are one of the reasons that you board in Phyrexian Revoker.
Yes.
You really need to invalidate that from your opponent.
We saw Tomek over the Stoneforge Mystic here.
Yeah, and I think that's just to
Wasteland
respect
protection?
Wasteland. Is that you're really leaning on your lands. You have a lot of things that you want to deploy with this hand.
but
this is
the downside.
We're gonna get punished a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of just wasted your turn 2 off a Caracas drop.
Mm-hmm.
That's real rough.
Yeah, so
And because the Mother Rune attacked, we get to it. Deal damage.
that did not work out well, we'll say.
Oh, a second Revoker. That's
Okay.
interesting.
All right. I wonder what this one's going to name.
Maybe
Probably some equipment.
it depends on what Mike's hand is, right?
Yeah,
'Cause it's a
it does.
mirror.
Uh-huh.
So we don't know what Mike's plan is. It's just another Mother
It's a
Runes.
double Mother. Okay.
So Mike playing around Plow here.
Sure.
I imagine if Sandwich has had that Aether Vial in play, maybe you see an Aether Vial name off of Revoker.
Yeah. But I think Mike is somebody who's just going to, No, I was going to say he's somebody who's going to name something that's a guarantee. And, with Mother just being the only thing that we're seeing, just get that down.
Okay, so what? Yeah, this is the Jite.
Yeah. Probably want the Jite here. Jite, if it connects, is going to be taking out both of these Revokers. So that can unlock the Mother of Runes and make things very difficult for Mike.
And I'm guessing Mike has a plow in his hand because Mike knows Jite is a big deal in this. And so Jite doesn't need to connect with
I need to update my Twitter real quick.
So you really need a removal spell in order to get rid of the Jite.
Right.
And it looks like Mike's just offering trades here because he does not want the board to be full.
Yeah, and this is good for Mike. Mike knows that one of the creatures in hand is a legend, so Crocus kind of has that covered. Maybe there are no other creatures, but unlikely. But yeah, he just wants the board clear so Jite can't come down next turn and wreak havoc.
3 mana. Is this Recruiter the card? Maybe not.
Mike's thinking.
Tomic.
Oh, there's...
So that's answered by Sendoish's Caracas.
Yeah, but, Sendoish is a little clogged on mana here.
And playing 2 legends means it's not even that effective.
Sure.
This does stop Jite equip from Mike. It requires him to have another land. If he just naturally drew the one Jite in his Yorion deck, which is hard to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Recruiter goes and grabs maybe Walking Ballista here. There's a lot of cards. Palace what is it? Palace Jailer? That's a really good card as well.
Yeah.
In this matchup.
Yeah, I mean this is a tough choice. Palace Jailer seems like the heaviest hitter. So,
but it is a give and take because it introduces the Monarch to the game. You can't just the Mike can get the Monarch if that's played, which is dangerous. Not as dangerous if you have Jite going because it's hard to connect with Jite.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely going to be hard to connect with Jite with 2 legends facing down a Caracas. So.
Right, and you really have to be sure that you're parity or ahead when Palace Jailer comes down because you don't want to give Mike an extra card.
What do you think about Sandwich just taking the hit here? So not going to Caracas to bounce anything, just kind of waiting.
It's interesting because it does limit Mike's options a little bit. You do take a little.
Mike was
damage.
Muted. My bad. But,
you take the extra damage.
Did you get your first round of it?
This Mother of Runes can bog up combat pretty well.
Right. Yeah, and the Mother Runes is now unlocked, which is pretty nice.
Now Thalia goes away, and this can just be a play Jite and equip it turn.
Yes, and that could be very powerful.
Yeah,
the Hollowed Spirit is a Hollowed Spirit Keeper. Is definitely doing a good job at being a resilient threat because
there you go, buddy.
There are 2 creatures in the graveyard. That means that when
you need
the
to go
Spirit
back,
Keeper dies,
I might even clip it and post it to my
3
Twitter
1/1,
because that game wasn't very long.
2 right now. It's
but my
cards
game
in
3
graveyard.
was hilarious.
Okay. But when it dies, does it see itself?
Oh, it does see itself. You're
okay,
right.
cool.
Even game 1 was super funny.
So one of the downsides of bouncing Thalia, the upside is you get to play Jite and equip it if that's what Sandwich wants to do.
Sure.
The downside is now Mike can play Plow.
Yes, that's fair.
Which you can't do with Thalia on the board. So it's kind of a give and take there.
Right.
And Sandwich knows that Mike has 2 cards in hand that aren't Thalia, which is not very many. So maybe you just go for it anyway. But you can, these games can go on for a while. Maybe you just want to set up a little bit more before you...
There you go, Lydia. Good job.
Yeah. I can see arguments for a lot of different lines
Abe
here.
Stein
Looks
was
like
playing
what we're going for is going to be
Gyruda,
Flicker Wisp.
And
probably
I'm
on
playing
the
Black Red
here.
Reanimator.
Just stocking up our hand.
And,
we're just playing a value game.
He goes...
Just trying to, generate as much as we can.
I think I was
Not
on
really
the
worried
play. I
about
go
getting
turn 1
CJ down.
land the
And another
Lotus
benefit of this
Petal.
is that once
End
again, we're
up
holding
going
up
like Faithless Looting, crack my Lotus Petal to
And there's not
Thoughtseize
2
him to try to
legends
take
in
him off
play
of
anymore,
mana.
there's just 1.
He mind break traps it, whatever. Turn. He goes to his turn
So what is
2
this?
or whatever.
This is gonna grab the Ballista?
Cast a bunch of mana.
It feels
rocks,
like that's one of
cast
the better things we
Gyruda,
can get.
Hits a
Having
Resto
board control,
Angel,
basically,
but also milled over
your
a
cards
clone.
can be so impactful.
Also milled
in
over a
these kind of
clone,
games.
and then whiffed on the next
cards
hit.
like Jite, Palace
Or
Jailer,
no,
Ballista, they just
you played
represent
Gyruda,
a
got
lot
back
of
Sire,
cards.
Yeah,
my Sire of Insanity. Made me
Palace
discard
Jailer
my
2
hand. So the only
with
thing I
Flicker
hadn't played
also
was
does
1
that, but
land,
you
no
don't
cards
really
in
need
hand.
to grab another
And then
one.
I
There's
top
better
deck
things to
reanimate.
get.
Yeah.
Reanimate the
If
clone
we didn't
that's
have
in
the
the
other recruiter
graveyard.
in hand, maybe it's worth
When I
considering,
reanimate the clone that's in the graveyard, I target Gyruda,
getting,
and then I proceed to chain off of his deck and
Wisp, so you
win.
can start just really doing that chain and making sure you have a bunch of flyers.
It was great.
But
Charming Prince kind of suggests to me that Sandwich is trying to set up some sort of Yorion loop.
Maybe. I think Yorion. I think that the way that Sandwich is approaching this game is he's saying, okay, I just really
That's
want
the thing
to
about broken decks.
get
is
as
they can
many
be
things
any
onto the
kind of
board
deck that you
as
want them to be.
possible, so that my Yorion eventually is going to be really strong.
So Mike plays sort of.
Oh no, it was great, and I kind of did the same thing in game one too. In game one, I won off of his deck essentially.
It's just not going to work.
I didn't get to go through like the whole loop and find Polygon.
Could equip it to the Spirit Keeper,
but
I
I found
it
was like
getting out of that.
Gyruda, Resto
worse than
Angel, Resto Angel hit my own Grizzlebrand.
But now Sandwich knows that
Grizzlebrand
Mike
back,
doesn't have
and he
a
just
flat
scooped
on.
there.
Because the last card in Mike's hand is Thalia.
Yeah.
So this makes 3 flyers. We can even use
Hallowed
some other
Spirit
runes
Keeper?
here, right?
So, yeah, we can use the Mother of Runes, but it looks like instead we don't want the Spirit Keeper to die, just because I think that the flyers would be pretty annoying in the face of our 3/1 flyer. So instead we're just going to Charming Prince to flicker it, and it's likely going to come in, hit the Recruiter, so we're just getting all sorts of value out of all of this.
Ooh, Blazing
This
Volley
is
and Arcanus
Gonna
casting.
be
That's
really
pretty
hard
cool.
for Mike to climb back from.
I won the
just
mirror
with
by
Thalia
beating my
and-
opponent down with one
Thalia
lands and
and Tonic.
flying sharks and just held up counters.
No
Yeah.
mana denial in this game.
Yeah,
which is
no.
interesting. It's
That
usually what
Jeskai
you think
deck's
of.
stupid
Right.
because like it can play as a tempo deck,
Ooh, it
or
looks
it
like
can
we're
literally
actually
just
going
play
to
as a hard
flicker
control
the
deck.
only creature from Mike's side. So that looks like we're setting up some sort
I'm
of
just
large
saying,
attack.
chat, y'all got to be proud of
Yeah.
me
And this
because
is the Jite turn, right?
I had a couple people in the
There's a
Nibmiza
good
Discord
yeah,
working
there's
on
Jite.
a
Jitte coming
legacy
down.
list for me to play today, and I didn't
Violent
revert
3
to
for
it,
a
even though I
recruiter.
wanted to.
Equip to Prince, I guess. Equipping to a 1/1 creature is awkward because of Ballista.
Yeah.
So equipping to a 2/2 is just fine. Even though Jitte can protect, you don't really want to use the counters like that.
Yeah, so it really looks like Sandwich is taking
The mirror is
a
actually really
good control
fun to
of
play. I've been
this game at the
enjoying it.
moment.
Lydia, that's how I know you're crazy.
We get an attack.
Ain't
for-
nothing wrong with being
yeah.
crazy.
Might as well
That's
get
how I
that
know you're
recruiter in
crazy.
there.
Oh yeah.
What's it doing holding back? Alright, so
Whenever
now that Sandwich has counters on
whenever
Jitte,
I
Yeah.
played
With
SCG
a Palace
Richmond,
Jailer
which
in
was
hand.
the
Yeah.
team open,
and the
when,
Yorion still
Theros
there.
Beyond
Yeah.
Death like kind of first came
How
out.
does Mike come back?
Oof.
I played
It
against
probably
the
requires,
blue-white
like,
control
something like a
mirror
Cataclysm.
and standard,
Like you were talking
6
about.
out of the 9 rounds.
Well, is that good enough? Because
we lost our winning into day 2.
Jitte land,
And
Yeah.
which means you need another land.
went to
equip.
play
Maybe you just keep
the
trying for its Jitte land.
standard
But that-
classic on Sunday.
Then Mike has what? A land.
Yeah,
on
we're
his
talking
side?
about standard.
Yeah.
Went to
seems
play
tough.
the standard classic on Sunday and top 8
I
of
mean,
that,
maybe that's
but
what
had
you
to
need
play
to do
against
to
blue
come
white
back.
control
I
3
can't-
more times.
It's hard for me to think of other.
Those
cards that
mirrors
do
were
a similar thing.
terrible, and
Right.
the only reason
Like,
I
not
did
the
well that
Cataclysm is the
weekend was
only way
because
to
of
come
another
back,
local
but
grinder named Derek
I believe
Davis,
it's
because we
the
jammed the
only way in
mirror
their
probably
95s.
for a solid 2 hours.
So it looks like
At a
Mike's gonna
Buffalo
go
Wild
for
Wings
a
the week before,
sword
just
equip,
getting ready
and
for
in
the weekend.
response, we're just going to go ahead and
So-
take out the Spirit Keeper. So that means we're going to end up with some
3 spirits.
Yeah, we're all
ones.
mad here.
3
You're not
1/1
wrong.
flyers, which can then be equipped with a sword. Because
True.
playing just Thalia or Tomic's not going to really do anything.
No, yeah, not in the face of Caracas.
This. And maybe
Hey, I
Mike
played against the
Fly would
White
be a
control.
good start because then you can stop the Jitte train.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, like honestly,
As
like
severely,
that blue-white
which gives
control
you another
deck
window to
was
draw in
probably.
Palace Jailer and try to.
I want to
draw
say it
extra
was
cards.
probably the most confident
Because,
I've ever
like, even
been
though
with
Mike
a
knows Sandwich has his own
meta
Palace Jailer.
deck.
and
Like,
Palace
I felt
Jailer
like I
just
was
steals the
really
monarch when it
good
enters the battlefield.
Right.
with
It
that
doesn't
deck.
need to connect.
Yeah, yeah.
My problem playing
Mike's
control
probably
decks is
good.
like in paper.
More than Sandwich.
You can even see it on
Yep,
MitGo
I
too.
can see
I'm
that.
just a methodical player.
But
I play
you know,
very slow.
The hits keep on coming.
So sometimes
Sandwich is gonna
winning the game was a
File on this
problem,
recruiter
but
guard. It's
we made
looks
it
like It's
work.
going to get a Flicker
Flicker
Wisp.
Wisp.
Probably take out that spirit that has a sword on it.
Ooh.
Another big attack coming in. This just looks very one-sided.
Yeah, it's I just don't see how Mike can come back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I really
I lost my top
I want Mike
eight.
to win this tournament.
I lost in
Mike
the,
and Daniel, come on.
There you
the
go.
quarterfinals
Yeah.
of that top
We got
8
our-
or
we got our-
whatever
we got our
to
favorites.
somebody
They're
playing
going to
just
be
like a straight
hard
Simic
pressed to
ramp
do
deck.
that from 01.
And
but not
the way that
impossible.
they won
There's
the
a lot of rounds in
game
this tournament.
was I had cast 3 Banishing
So we're going to
Lights.
Flicker Wisp.
One on a Thassa,
Spirit.
one on
We
an
might even
Agent
just
of Treachery, and
House
one on a
Jailer,
Nissa.
the other, another spirit if we want
And
to.
they top decked a Agent of Treachery. They played Agent
unnecessary.
of Treachery. stole my blast
Yeah.
slot.
It's really not.
That
Yeah.
was conveniently already
Just
on
attack
two
with all your
counters.
creatures, and you
Added
get
another
the
counter
Jite
to it.
connect, and
Untapped,
there is
blown
something
up
to be
all those
said
banishing
if you
lights, and then
Palace
locked me
Jailer
out of the
Spirit,
game
attack
with
with everyone,
Thassa
and then draw a
and
card.
Agent of Treachery while making
At
3
that
for
point,
each
as a
turn.
player on the other side, you're like, yeah,
It was pretty gross.
I think I'm done.
yeah, right. Wow, just
Ooh, wow.
the attack with the Charming Prince, really, really playing for the max value here.
Super valuing all those 1 toughness creatures.
Right. And, fair enough. This attack means that we can clear the way, clear the spirits out of here. We get 2 more counters on the Jite. That'll take care of Thalia in hand. Our Caracas can take care of the Tomic in our opponent's hand.
I was actually a little surprised Sandwich didn't Violin the Palace Jailer to take a spirit out. Because it keeps the Charming Prince alive and you get to draw an extra card.
Okay.
And Mike's not connecting if both his spirits are dead.
Yeah.
You're not even giving up anything.
I think we're so far ahead that we can just, and we have this Aether Vial on board, we can just wait for whatever Mike plays to Palace Jailer it.
Including Mirror Crusader.
Like this. Yeah, just Palace Jailer that. I don't want to worry
I mean,
about
Jite deals with that too.
Oh,
That was
yeah. Yeah.
It's hard.
An embarrassment
to
of
play.
riches over
hard
here.
to play against the Jite with counters on it.
Indeed.
Mike's just holding Thalia, Tomic, mystery card.
Yeah, so Palace Jailer coming down. It's going to take out this Mirren Crusader.
Then the Jite is going to be equipped. Maybe Jite just doesn't get equipped and Sandwich just throws down Yorion to just...
Or maybe
Go
Mike
ahead.
just concedes,
When has Mike ever conceded?
Well, you're right.
He's
Excuse me.
Yeah. This man plays to the bitter end.
True. All right.
Zendoich
So,
is really good.
Probably going to see an
Magic.
equip here.
This is just equip. Is it lethal? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 with 1 Jite pump?
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, who needs to equip Jite?
I guess
Not Sandwich.
Not Sandwich.
We have a Giver and a Mother of Runes to protect ourselves. We have a Caracas.
So this, yeah. Activate Vial. Sandwich immediately hovers over Caracas.
Yeah.
Going,
I'll bounce it.
This is not gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
You'll love to
The
see
flex.
it. No, I'm gonna bounce my creature. Your
That's
ability
funny.
to-
That was
There you
funny.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much
reasonable. Yeah. All right. Back to the booth.
Back to the booth.
I'm not sure if we're gonna have any more backups. I think that we're pretty late in the round at this point.
Death and Taxes mirrors tend to
Yeah, they'll go
signpost
long
that. Yeah,
for sure.
though that one was pretty one-sided. We don't know how game 1 went, but Sandwich just seemed like he dominated the last 2.
He certainly did. I mean, Mike got the first one since we did go to game 3, but yeah, dominant performance by Sandwich. We'll see if he can, keep it going through the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and Sandwich is not a player who needs that big of finish. He's mostly locked for
He
the
is pretty
Invitational.
much locked.
But it's
But
still a tournament.
It's still a 1.5K,
Yeah.
so get that money.
Plus, Sandwich top 8 at 2 of the events, I believe.
Yes.
So getting a 3 is pretty good.
Yeah.
that's some bragging
Absolutely.
rights right there. These
Definitely.
tournaments are not easy.
Right. Yeah. Do we know what the final player count was for this event?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know there were around 160 when we were coming in.
Okay.
So maybe it's around there, give or take.
Around, I would
Trying to see
suspect
how many
around
matches we're
170
waiting on.
players. Oh, 209, somebody informed us in chat.
Ooh, nice.
Solid.
A lot
so
of classic.
just under 9 rounds, or did we hit 9 rounds?
I believe 9 rounds is 213.
Okay.
So I think it's just under, but
Wow.
Evan will let us know eventually.
Oh, Chris
Doesn't look like
Miller's
we have any
probably there.
backups.
Yeah. So, yeah, no backups yet. So we're just going to be waiting for the next round of pair. Thoughts so far? We saw a lot of
decks.
a lot of decks. Not many blue decks.
No.
We did see.
I mean,
for
we
a
saw,
moment.
Right, we saw 6 decks, right, and 3 of them
Right.
were blue.
Yeah.
We had the Humans deck, which I'm counting as a blue deck.
It had Force Will.
It had Force
It's got to
Will.
have blue cards in there.
And we saw Storm and Edgar's deck. Storm and Snowco.
Mhm.
Those are blue decks.
Yeah.
Storm's not, a blue deck, but neither is Humans, and we counted it.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 decks were, Death and Taxes and Eldrazi. So you have 5 decks out of 6 players. It's a pretty good spread.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Definitely love to see the good variety. And we've been living in this time of companions, and it looks like we're getting a break from that in Legacy because the problematic one was banned already in Legacy.
Yes. Yeah. Can't count your chickens before they hatch. We still got some demon krakens and some bird serpents.
We certainly do.
Hey, Jared, this is Don from
Definitely.
TTD. Oh, what's up,
it
Don?
looks like
How you
we
doing?
are going to be having 9 rounds.
Thanks for
in this
hanging out. I
event,
appreciate
because there were some buys due to some
melee problems.
We're playing in the Team Lotus
that'll
Box
happen.
tournament
And,
today. It's a Legacy
and
tournament.
Yeah, I do
so,
like that we're pushing into
we're
9
jamming
rounds
some
because,
Legacy Reanimator. Trying to
already like the
stick
209
a,
player count makes
trying
it
to
so
stick
that you really have to
Grizzlebrand
X1.
on
It's
turn
really
1
hard.
and combo
you
kill
know,
opponents. So.
It's always unfortunate when like some X1
Nothing
miss
but
because of
degeneracy
the strange
over here.
tournament sizing. So
Especially if you're a great Legacy player, like we saw this round. All those players that lost round 1.
yeah, and then
Could
like
easily top 8.
if they win out, I'd love to see them in the top 8.
Yeah, that would be a good story too.
Yeah. So
Dun, dun, dun. Sandwich is looks like he's reviewing his Legacy Death and Taxes. He's playing some Arena.
yeah,
What do you want to see on stream? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I really enjoyed the humans.
Okay.
I think that was really great. So my current favorite Legacy deck is Reanimator. I love Reanimator. It's just near and dear to my heart.
Deck's usually fun. Yeah, deck is really
I would
fun.
love to see a little. Bit
I don't
of
have a
that
whole
on
lot of
camera.
experience in Legacy.
Not too much.
Yeah,
It was a little bit.
just
So
a little bit.
playing a blue deck for
Too much
9
can be
rounds when
a
I'm
lot.
not
You know,
like I have a
you
few
gotta know what you're
reps, but
signing
I'm
up
not super
for when you're
experienced with it. I just
registering a
figured I'd play
Reanimator
something
deck.
that
Oh, of course.
But
I have a
honestly,
lot of reps with.
I'm down to sign up for
and,
that. Quick matches.
I agree that
over fast.
Delver was probably
win
the
a
right
lot.
call. To play.
You win a lot.
I'm
Like
just have
Granaries is
fun.
one of those decks where people just aren't packing Leyline or they're not prepared.
Right.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I won.
Yeah. So I'm always on the lookout for the leyline count to be kind of low, and then boom, Reanimator, got him.
Yep. I'm always a big fan of Storm, but it's really weird because I don't love watching Storm when they're on the other side of the table because all the action happens in their hand.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to me to watch Storm players play their deck.
Yeah.
But I don't care if there's a match we're watching. At least me on their perspective.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to do.
We got to contact Daniel and say,
Yeah,
hey,
hey.
I know that you're in the car right now, but
Skype us in. We'll be your road companion.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, there's one person in this tournament. His name's Daniel D'Amato. That is, he's
I'd be
playing the
interested in
tournament
Garuda
on the
deck.
car
I like
ride
seeing,
back
like,
from
the fair plans from that deck.
space
yeah.
launch
I think it's
yesterday.
kinda
So he
interesting
has
games
a
in between
laptop
all the,
out with the hotspot
two
on the
lines
way
I don't
back
really
home.
Which is kind of cool. The first time you
Yeah.
see it.
it is pretty sweet. And definitely unfortunate if it's on the other side of the table, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. Yeah, no, for sure. There's a lot of exciting things I'm looking forward to. And just, some Delver mirrors. Give me some Delver mirrors. Those are great.
Those- Everyone just has no
Colin
resources.
Roundtree is in
They're
this
just trying to
tournament. I
see
don't
who
think
can
he's been
scrape
playing
together
a lot
the
of
last few points of damage.
Right.
They're nice.
Yeah. Resolve your Delver, daze your opponent's spell. There's just a lot of play to
pings
those
go up.
mirrors.
They both wasteland each other. Like, oh, okay, we'll daze each other. Just have no lands in play and a Delver on each side.
Right.
Happens a lot.
No.
Yeah. So while we have seen and talked about a little bit of the more crazy stuff, there's
Oh, yeah, they are.
just like the blue mirrors.
Yeah.
or
Oh no, we're
classics on
playing
the
against
cover.
Hogak.
It's just great.
Yeah, it's
Legacy's
really
just
wide.
great.
It's kind of what happens when you have
I want my Ionas.
Every set in Magic and just get to play whatever you need to.
Yeah,
I want my
Brainstorm.
Ionas.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Alright, let's go ahead and pause their stream. Get back to some Mick Go. Let me go ahead and turn this down so the music doesn't blow up y'all's ears. And then gotta add my opponent. Nicholas Owen. I don't think I know a Nicholas Owen, so. Add buddy. Where'd his name just go? Oh, there it is. Challenge player. Alright. So, opponent's playing Hogak. So, this is going to be an interesting matchup. We won the die roll, which is good. Opponent says, good luck, have fun. This hand's so close to being busted. I think we're going to keep it and hope that we hit a reanimation spell off the Faithless Looting. Yeah, I hate that Legacy costs so much in paper, especially. It's a little bit more affordable on MitGo. Give me 1 second, chat. Alright, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. Reanimation spell. Awkward. I think we're going to flashback this Faithless Looting here. We're going to get a scrub land. Dang, deck. Whew. Once we find a reanimation spell, we're fine. Yep, Stitcher Supplier. Hit a Vengevine? That's scary. Gravecrawler, yep. A swing and a miss. They have enough to bring back Hogak too. That's gross. There's the reanimate. I hate that it's reanimate, though. So we have to go for the tendrils kill here. And that's not a good way to do it. Let's see. So we can pay a black here. To entomb the children of Corlois. We're gonna animate dead the children. We're gonna go ahead and sacrifice this, gain a bunch of life back. There's a Chrome Mox. We need to find some rituals, though. There's some rituals. Cast this. Put a Grizzlebrand underneath it. That's 4. We'll cast target EU. Get rid of an Entomb. Gravecrawler. Well, Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual. Are we just short? Oh, we can animate dead the children again. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright. So we got their game 1. This is a weird matchup because we don't really have anything in the sideboard for them. What's their sideboard look like? They have 4 Leyline of the Voids. And a Caracas. Okay. So we're going to bring in the Reverent Silences here. Sire's bad in this matchup. We're going to go down the Chrome Mox. We're going to cut an Unmask and probably an Animate, or Exhume seems worse in this matchup than Animate Dead. And try it like that. So we were able to hit the nuts there, luckily. Triple Grizzlebrand, eh? So we're on the draw. We can actually go natural discard here. I'm actually kind of interested in keeping this. If they reveal Leyline, though, we're just a dead. So we're going to mulligan, actually. We'll keep this one. We're going to keep, and we're going to pitch the Unmask. Any pregame actions? Opponent mulls to 4. So they're digging for the ley line. No ley line, which is great for us. So I guess technically speaking, it might be correct to Thoughtseize our opponent here. Alright. I think we're just going to Thoughtseize us. So I think the worst thing that we could see here is probably like a Stitcher Supplier. Like if Stitcher Supplier hits a Vengevine. Okay, so they just have the altar. I guess that was a reason to bring in Reverent Silence. Or not Reverent Silence, the other one, the Serenity, I think's the name of it. Zombie King. Hey, I'm sorry about that. I'm still trying to get that figured out. I don't necessarily know how to keep my chat from banning people, or not banning, but timing out people from links. If you would like, you can whisper that to me. That was weird, though. 2 people right back to back. Get our Chancellor back here.
Hi, it's Skip. Long time, first time. Can you guys be quiet, please? I'm on the phone. I'm sorry. Could you play that song Pomade by Old Spice?
You got it, Skip. Pomade by Old Spice.
Next turn, if our opponent's not really up to anything, we might even animate dead this Gravecrawler out of their graveyard. Just so they don't have access to it. Should be in the bot settings on Streamlab. Yeah, I've messed with those quite a bit and have not been able to turn them off. Pithing Needle? Oh, to name Grizzlebrand? Sure.
I need you to do me a couple of favors. First, could you get that blueberry that rolled under the fridge last week? It's throwing my feng shui off. Second thing,
Yeah, that's fine.
car insurance with Geico. It's easy and we could save money. Lastly, I know you were thinking of painting the nursery back to off-white, but I'm actually feeling this baby blue.
Reanimate? So we're actually probably just going to reanimate the Gravecrawler instead of animate dead it. Get in there for 4. Reanimate the Gravecrawler. Say go. Yeah, I've got to get the Streamlabs stuff figured out a little bit better because like people can't post links or can't type in all caps, and I do not know how to turn that off. Gravecrawler, sure. Get a bad land. We'll go ahead and Faithless Looting. We'll discard the Tendrils and the Reverent Silence. Get in there for 6. Bloodghast? Hardcast? Sure. None of these can block. If we would have kept the tendrils, we could have killed this turn. That's funny. We'll go ahead and flash us back. Oh my god. We would have been able to kill with tendrils. That's fine. Put them to 3. And they have to have like an absolutely insane turn here. Like it would have to be like Stitcher Supplier into... It would have to be like Stitcher Supplier into like triple Vengevine. Well, they don't even have the mana to do that because of the Chancellor tax. What's the plan here? Land to get back the Bloodghast? They didn't hit anything relevant. GG's! So we got there in match number 2. So we're 2-0 now, which is pretty sweet. So... Oh, you know what? I didn't put that in the player controller last time. Alright, so we got there against Hogak. So we'll go ahead and bring up the Lotus Box stream again.
I'm sure that Esper is going to go up. I bet they have more Plague Engineers on the board and some tools that can really help turn the matchup around. Yeah, definitely. And there is this weird dynamic, talking about the Force of Will Dahlia thing, is that I think that you'd want to trim at least the Force of Wills and maybe take them out. So, if you're doing that and you know your opponent's doing that, then are you more likely to want to take out the Thalias?
Right.
It's kind of this weird
2-0 at the start of this.
Yeah, and it looks like Sandoich actually did take out 2 Thalias.
Okay.
He's still got 2 in the main deck, or 2 in the deck right now. I mean, this hand's got a Vial in it, and that it almost doesn't matter what else is going on in your hand.
Yeah, as long as you have enough creatures. And it looks like we're going to have a double Vial game. So that's exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And both of these decks are very good at not running out of creatures to Vial in.
Right.
A lot of creatures that draw cards, and Spellseeker just draws you a Brainstorm.
That's pretty sweet.
That's sweet.
Yeah. Very cool. Are there any other things that Spellseeker can find? I guess Sword Splash.
Yeah, removal spells.
Okay,
Sure.
Cool.
Might want to just pull up Julian's list real quick and take a look for any particularly spicy things he's got going on.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it.
Where's my Twitter thread?
So it looks like Julian made a second land drop, but did not play anything. It's just holding up some mana here.
Right, and that's not necessarily indicative of that much. His deck has a fair amount of spells in it, although no blue mana on that side, which restricts a lot of the things he could be casting off of those lands right now.
Yeah. Phyrexian Revoker coming down, and I wonder... Okay.
How's everyone else at
Raveler is gonna be the
TTD
name
been
here.
doing? I haven't had any contact during
Interesting.
the whole
Yeah, that is
thing.
really
I miss
interesting.
Dylan.
I was wondering if the
I'm
Revoker
not
just wanted to
at
shut off
TTD
each of the
anymore,
vials.
but I have been up there a couple times
since Julian
since,
is ahead a
the whole
turn on
thing's
the
all
vials
went on.
ticking.
And I actually saw Dylan yesterday.
And his lands look like they might
He's doing
not
good,
be doing
going
exactly
crazy, being stuck in his house.
what he wants to do.
He's
and especially
fine.
after
Everybody
a
up
pass
there
this
is
turn,
same
not
old,
doing
same old.
anything
It's
again.
a little weird because the tables are set up a little
I think
differently.
that really
and
could
it's
have
like kind of
done a lot of
quiet.
damage.
You're not really used to that.
But
So But
here we have the Aether Vial activation.
the same
for
good
Julian.
old people.
We'll see what is coming in. I'm wondering what you would want to put in during the upkeep. This feels like a meddling mage to me.
Yes.
So we'll see if that ends up turning out to be true.
And Sandwich thinking about
activating Aether Vial, it seems.
But there's not much that you would need to respond to the
The only thing I could think about would be like a revoker, and then Julian would name Vial. Like that would be the only way you get punished for not activating in response. As it stands, though,
I think it's pretty clear that Julian doesn't want to revoker Vials here.
Exactly. That was exactly what I was going to say. So,
Stoneforge Mystic, a very good draw from Sandwich here.
Yeah, Council's Judgment is the name, and so it looks like we're planning on porting here. Given that Julian has kind of shown that he can't use his lands anyways, I think I would have rather just like run out the Sword of Fire and Ice or one of the other creatures instead of porting. Because I don't like this trade because Julian can't use his lands is what we've seen, and Sandwich can use his lands to deploy his threats.
Sure,
but it's just choosing to instead trade his lands for his opponent's dead lands.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that
guys,
he might
I'm gonna step
be
away for a little
doing
bit.
is trying not to
I got a
get
little chore I gotta do real
forced
quick. And
at this
I'll be
point.
right back.
Okay,
Shouldn't
yeah,
take
that could be
long.
true.
So I'll see y'all in a second.
I definitely agree with you on that point, because the main thing, like, if Julian draws a land, it probably still allows him to cast a spell this turn, because all he needs is a fetch land to get a blue source, and he's very likely to be able to put something into play, most likely a Baleful Strix. And, you know, I guess porting keeps him from being able to put in a recruiter here and then getting a 2-drop and then casting the 2-drop. But it's really similar. If Sandwich had also just cast his own 2-drop, then you know that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, Plague Engineer is the get with Recruiter of the Guard. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then Stoneforge Mystic is going to come down and find the GT.
Yeah,
GT is an excellent one.
Just how dominant it was. It didn't even have to kill any creature, just kind of threatened to kill the creatures, and then just +8/+8.
Boom. Kill you.
Yeah, Plague Engineer, definitely one of those format changing cards and certainly matchup warping things. It is a little weird in Esper versus Death and Taxes. Humans is the most common thing you're going to want to name. I guess it's not Engineer Plague, though, so yeah, it doesn't affect your creatures, because it's a card printed in 2019. So
oh, there are no downsides on this card.
Absolutely no downsides whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Plague Engineer, very effective on whatever board. And we see Sandwich is able to kind of diversify his creature types, though.
Yeah.
And he is aware of that Plague Engineer, and he's going to keep himself. But
he's going for this play that we saw last game as well.
Really powerful.
Yeah, I think it's a powerful one. Flicker Wisp, your Aether Vial.
When you're stuck on Scrubland Swamp, I mean,
make things really difficult for you.
One of the big things that the Esper deck can do with its Plague Engineers is reset it. Yeah, and just kind of use it as a Necrotol over and over. So you can get the Elemental Flicker Wisp, and then you can get the Phyrexian Revoker, and
that's pretty strong.
It is pretty strong, but you got to get the Plague Engineer into play first.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I wonder. I suspect that our plan is going to be to. Oh no! So we're porting again. I think that I would have liked to see a Stoneforge Mystic activation, but we're just really hammering in on the lands over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Sandwich is trying to cut off the ability of Julian to just kind of develop anything, and we definitely see like Sandwich is pulling ahead in the board. Positioning
definitely.
And as soon as he has a 4th mana, he can immediately, you know, in one phase, put in one of these powerful equipments, equip it to the Flicker Wisp, get card advantage by getting a hit in.
Yeah. Just playing really, really carefully.
Yeah.
Not trying to get punished by like 3rd land 3-drop. So I can see that.
There's that land. I wonder if he's going to go for the equip attack play. Yeah.
Looks like we're casting it, and it resolved.
Interesting decision to cast it here.
Yeah, it might have been just safer to Stoneforge Mystic it in. That plays through something like a Force of Will. But looks like we're not getting it punished here. So put it on the flyer, swing with the flyer, and it connects. So that's like a sign in my mind that something's going really well.
Yeah. The fact that Julian wasn't able to do anything about this, didn't even have the force for the, probably should have been Stoneforged in
right.
GT.
Yeah. Yeah, and, we've seen Sandwich in this, pretty much exactly this spot in previous matches, where it's just, very comfortably ahead, just connected with the GT.
Yeah, when you get this sort of mana advantage in this type of matchup, it's really, really hard to make up for that if you're on the other side.
Yeah. And I wonder if we're going to see the Palace Jailer just come in.
I mean, this is a fine spot for it.
Might as well. Take out your Meddling Mage.
Yeah. You don't have to attack with everything and you're leaving the Palace Jailer back probably anyways. Like, just leave a blocker back so that nothing can get vialed in to take, and that's... Yeah. Palace Jailer is an absurd magic card.
Yeah.
Trying to fight through that when you're behind on board is just not doable.
Nope.
There's no like removal spell that gets you the Monarch. You can't get it off of the board. It just like, oh, okay, I have Swords to Plowshares and Terminus in my hand, but you're just drawing an extra card every turn for the rest of the game, and I can never beat that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. What a card.
Yeah. It's something for sure.
So, I suspect that we'll eventually have some sort of backups
we should have
here.
Some backup match soon. I do want to just mention we had a little bit of technical difficulties at the beginning of the tournament.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Melee dropped a number of players from the tournament, and that was most of them because they did not check in at the beginning of the tournament.
I see. Okay.
But we didn't want to just drop them because Melee has not required that check-in to keep you in the tournament before. That's a new thing that it looks like they instituted sometime in the past 2 weeks since our last tournament.
Okay.
So we didn't want to just drop players. It's very difficult to repair, and so the only real solution available to us, unfortunately, was to give them buys. And so that does extend the length of the tournament, and it is not an ideal situation, certainly. And we are going to work on finding better solutions in the future for when the same thing happens, and we're going to try to come up with a different way of handling that if we can. It's what we were able to do today, so hopefully we'll still be able to enjoy a good long tournament full of lots of legacy, and that's what we're going to be doing.
I believe that all players are now in the event, so
yes.
We should be rolling from
Yes.
here. Yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
Ooh, okay, so this is a deck that we mentioned a little bit, and I mentioned how I was excited to see more of it. This is Food Chain.
Yes, and I see that it is food chaining. We've caught it mid combo.
Yeah, so for people who maybe aren't familiar with this strategy, Food Chain is a 3-mana enchantment. It says that you can exile a creature you control to add X mana to your mana pool, where X is the converted mana cost of the exiled creature +1.
Yep.
And you can only use that mana to cast creature spells.
Yes.
That combos really well with Mist Hollow Griffin. So Mist Hollow Griffin is this card that you're allowed to recast from your graveyard.
From exile.
Or, sorry, from exile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same
not
thing
from
with
your graveyard.
Same thing with Eternal Scourge.
Yeah.
The only, Eternal Scourge significantly worse than Griffin because you can't exile it to Force of Will and then cast it.
Sure, yeah.
But I do not see a Delver deck beating this particular position of just a bunch of 3/3s that kind of can't die.
Yeah. So, yeah, the Food Chain player here does have infinite mana. Oh, and I was going to say how that's not really necessary and they don't need it. However, we just drew a Walking Ballista.
Seems fine. I think that Piper is going to win this game pretty easily, regardless of whether or not she drew that Walking Ballista there.
I see. Okay.
Just too many 3. Delver is not.
Let's just attack with them. Take all this damage. No blocks.
Piper Powell, of course, our Pioneer Tournament winner.
Yep.
She won with mono red. Well, not mono red because it had Luris, but burn with Luris in our Pioneer Tournament, beating an impossible matchup along the way in our top 8.
That was really fun to see. And now we see her winning this game against Delver with just a bunch of missile griffins.
Yep, and I'm glad that we get to see some full games, because obviously like Delver is just not, when it's behind the 8 ball like that, it's not going to be able to do anything to come back.
Right.
Where it really shines is shutting your opponent down in the early game,
Yeah.
as it just puts on enough pressure to get across the finish line.
Right. So so we're gonna jump into either game 2 or 3, unclear. But I'm excited to see one of these games play out.
See, this is when you really like are getting into a deck and you know what's going on. When you're boarding and you're like, yep, I just don't need Birds of Paradise in this matchup. That's my mana base is built around it, but for this matchup, that's just not how we're doing it.
Sure.
I mean, it may just be more of like a lightning bolt consideration in this particular deck.
Yeah.
Because modern Birds of Paradise decks, you can't make Lightning Bolt a bad card against you.
Right.
This deck is all Baleful Strixes and things you food chain with and stuff like that. There's no devoted druids or anything.
So you certainly can make Lightning Bolt bad against this deck.
Yes.
So yeah, a really cool thing there for sure. I was talking earlier when I was talking about food chain, I was talking about how this deck lost a lot when it lost Deathrite Shaman.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need a Mandork, just birds. It's fine.
Yeah,
it does the job.
Worse in every way.
Well,
but...
it's better when you don't have any graveyard.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
But we're talking about legacy.
We actually know Evan.
Fill up.
They are stocked all the time.
Right. All right, here we go. So we got lands in a brainstorm. So it's hard to ship those back. However, it's just
one of my friends, one of my TTD friends, is on coverage right now.
Especially against Delver, you want to be able to be asking them questions and also not dying to the Delver of Secrets itself.
Right. So we saw Piper there actually put back the dual land. And that's really because it's important in this matchup to just fetch out your basics along the curve so you don't expose yourself to something like a wasteland. Because we see Piper really wants to go land drop, land drop, land drop, casting spells all along the way. And if you get wasted, that's just it's going to set you back quite a bit.
Right. When you have a 3-mana spell in your hand and they started with Delver of Secrets and then they start wastelanding you and you just never, it makes their dazes way better. It makes Force of Wills just massive tempo sinks for you.
Yeah.
No shuffle on this Ponder. She's put the combo together.
There you go. Food Chain and Missile Griffin. We just need to pay off.
Yeah. And also to resolve some of this stuff.
Nah, lock it in. We have it in our hand. That means it's over.
But she's able to present threats that the Delver deck has to deal with along the way.
Yeah.
Baleful Strix, Delver really wants to counter that.
Yes, absolutely. The only way that you're not getting a 2-for-1 out of your Baleful Strix is if it doesn't resolve.
Yep.
So really looking for something like a Daze or... probably a Daze would be the most efficient answer to it this turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Piper's pretty fine with, is getting the Baleful Strix dazed.
Yeah.
Because then she gets to cast a 3 on curve and have used up one of Evan's dazes. And hopefully he doesn't have a counterspell for it or has to use up a whole Force of Will.
Right. So I suspect that this Baleful Strix is going to be doing good things in any scenario next turn. Thinking about this Ponder, considering what we're looking for. Ideally, we can have a Ponder that we can keep and have a spell on top of our library to flip with Delver. But a lot of the time in these spots, you just have to say, I just need to do what's best for my hand.
Yeah.
And, shuffle if these cards are bad. Take one good card and then fetch if we're looking for specific stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly another reason that fetch lines are so good, you get rid of your dual lands from your opening hand when you mulligan because, boy, it's really nice to be able to fetch away the third card off of Ponder or, your Brainstorm cards or whatever. Just fetch lines are incredibly powerful for compared to what they look like when you read them when you're 12 years old playing Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of unseen consequences of shuffling your library.
Being able to shuffle for free.
Yeah. All right, Piper's got her play lined up. She's dragging this polluted Delta in like it's Arena. Love to see it.
When I switch between the two, it's definitely
it's jarring.
Yeah.
It can be for sure. But yeah, Baleful Strix on the stack, and it resolves. So hopefully it can trade for one of these Delvers, but even if not.
Even if it trades for a bolt, that's one less card in Evan's hand that could be a counterspell.
It will be spooky if this Baleful Strix gets bolted and these Delvers flip and crunch in.
Yep.
Because we don't really have anything else. And
it's revealing Lightning Bolt. Yeah. I mean, there was a Ponder cast last turn.
Yeah.
And
I think it shuffled with the fetch land afterwards.
You're right.
Yeah. So that was just the perfect card to have on top of the library in that spot. So, bolt your Baleful Strix, crack in for 6.
Yeah, and this is the Delver spot. This is the crunch that it puts you in, is you are facing down lethal in 2 turns.
Right. You're at 11, and that's 2 hits.
And at this point, a Daze or a Force of Will is going to be plenty, pretty much.
Yeah. So I wonder if you just are forced to jam here. I think that you can probably just try to resolve the Leovold this turn. And then next turn go for Food Chain with Veil backup.
Yep. I like that.
The issue, though, is that the only payoff that we have of resolving our Food Chain is just going to be a Mist Hollow, one Mist Hollow Griffin.
Well, and the other problem is also, if anything doesn't resolve in this chain, nothing works. If this Leovold gets countered or bolted, then... that's it.
For sure.
The Leovold is just there to it's not even really a good bait because if it gets countered, then we can't get mana off of this Food Chain.
Right. Yeah, and we're just seeing the efficiency of Delver in play here. It's Delver was able to cast a bunch of 1-mana spells that were extremely impactful into what was going on.
And is threatening multiple 0-mana spells that would end the game immediately if they're cast.
Yeah. Force of Will, Daze, a lot of options. All right, attack for 6. You're down to 4. I think that the only way that I envision Piper winning is if she draws a Walking Ballista right here.
Yeah.
Because we could go Food Chain, it's forced, we Veil, and then we sack our Leovold, Griffin, make a 1,000,000 mana, Walking Ballista.
Yep. I mean, that's definitely what she's hoping for. Dreadhorde Arcanist, she's fine with.
Yep.
She's dead on the next attack anyways, pretty much. I mean, because she has to crack a fetch in order to Veil of Summer.
Yeah. Okay, so now we can really resolve this Mist Hollow Griffin and Food Chain. And that does technically, if we don't have to crack our fetch for the Veil this turn, this does let us live. Or no, because
there's a bolt in the graveyard.
The bolt, okay. Yeah, that's tough.
Turns out that Arcanist is a fine addition to the board.
Right. Oh, the bolt and the fact that there's no way that we can get multiple creatures in because we're going to have to sack our Leovold to get this Griffin into play.
Oh, right, of course.
And that makes the 1 power from the Dreadhorde Arcanist also lethal.
And if there is any sort of counterspell over there, Piper has to either crack this fetch land or use the Force of Will, which puts her to 3.
Right. Yeah. So we are sacking, but I just don't envision us being able to win from here.
I just don't see where this goes.
Oh, maybe if we can draw into something off of this Veil, that could do it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's one more draw here, potentially.
Right, but...
you really need to hit.
Yeah, you really need to hit, and also you really need your opponent to bite.
Right.
If your opponent just is okay,
you have infinite mana.
You have a 3/3.
I'll force whatever your payoff is.
Right. Maybe this is this is my combo, infinite.
Yes.
What you got? Are you going to concede?
See, that's the beauty of Walking Ballista. You can show your payoff without having to go through all of the iterations. If you believe that your opponent is a friendly person who's willing to, just scoop it up, you can cast your Ballista for 1 and be like, can you scoop? I've got the Ballista. And then even if they're not willing to do that, you can just pump it into the activated ability.
Well, with this, it's a little tricky because you can only cast creature spells with this mana.
You're right.
So
I
think that you do have to make it a little larger.
Okay. Yeah.
But a lot of the time when you have normal infinite mana, yes, definitely that's the case. Yeah, but that is kind of an interesting equity calculation of okay, if they don't concede, I have to do this twice as much.
Right.
But if they do concede, then I don't have to do it at all. So, yeah. All right. Well, Griffin, 2 creature mana floating.
Yep, and just lethal on board on the other side.
Yep. So, looks like we are just. We might be going into a game 3 here.
I'll be right back.
We don't have the current game count since we jumped into this game a little.
No, we don't.
Later.
And Evan's clock is pretty low. That might indicate that this was a 3rd game.
Okay. All right. It looks like we're gonna make some more mana. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Just a concession from Piper.
All right, and that is the match.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yep, and you know, we saw how Fujin wins that match. Once it is able to get its stuff out and isn't dead on board,
right? Yeah,
then that's good.
Yeah, it's definitely a match where the Food Chain player is really pushing to get into the late game, and the Delver player is really pushing to not let that happen.
Just close it out, and drawing a second Delver is a really good way of not letting that happen.
Yeah, the double Delver draw is a killer. It's a really effective way to end the game very quickly.
Yeah, just 6 power in the air. Add a bolt into the mix, and you've got an incredibly quick clock.
Right.
And just, you know, we saw there was one spell that we saw cast that was more than 1 mana, and then the threat of 0 mana cards the whole time was just like, if there is one, these Delvers are completely going to get it done, and that's why, you know, Delver just consistently is the best or among the best decks in Legacy.
It's always up there.
Yeah.
No matter what Legacy looks like, Delver is. You know, you just can never count it out.
Virtually since its printing in Innistrad.
Right.
Yeah. I think just consistently has been there in Legacy.
I mean, yeah, just the recipe of 1 mana spells and 0 mana spells that interact very well.
Yeah, hard to say
well,
no
yeah,
to that.
What 3 mana card are we going to print that's going to invalidate that?
And Delver has always been better when it has something really busted you can add into the deck.
Sure.
Like Deathrite Shaman. Okay, now we have a 1 mana creature that's an engine that keeps us from dying or kills you, and that elevates Delver to, okay, you are not really supposed to play anything except for Grixis Delver in this format. And then that got banned. Delver was a good deck for a while. Ren and 6 gets printed, and then there's another busted thing that you can be doing in Delver. You get that busted threat into the deck, and it's just absurd. Covering a Ren and 6 with a Force of Will when you're wastelanding your opponent
that's a combo.
It's an unreal spot to be in, and that elevated Delver to being just easily the best deck. Although, you know, plenty of stalwarts at that time playing Arkham's Astrolabe soup decks.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you love to see a 4-color deck, and a lot of people do. So, Astrolabe is also another thing that needs to be talked about.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of efficient 1 mana spells that unlock your mana.
It's definitely in the conversation for like most impactful spells in Legacy right now.
Yep.
And I remember at some tournament where Rossum was putting Astrolabes into his, I don't even remember what deck it was, but he was putting them into a Legacy deck, and you know, there was a lot of noise around that, like trying to make him not do it. And maybe it wasn't right for that deck, but it was definitely a lot of people not quite processing, like, he's kind of onto something here.
Right.
Like,
yeah, he just gets to play 4 colors now.
Should just
easily
play these Astrolabes.
Yeah, they're great. All right, it looks like we have a backup match here. This is Anurag. So Anurag is on lands.
Well, sorta. He's on. Okay, no, this is post-board lands. Okay, so he was playing a Titan deck I saw on stream a while ago. That was like a full Titan deck.
Okay.
This is just lands post-board where he's got access to Primeval Titan.
So this is it looks like it's a Yorion deck as well.
Yeah, and so he's running.
That's pretty cool.
Astrolabe, yeah, some sort of Yorion lands deck. He's got Astrolabe, able to fit in lots of Okos and Uros.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how this matchup plays out. I believe that it's going to be favored for Anurag. Typically, these land strategies prey upon the really slow blue decks. So we'll see if we can see that play out.
Yeah. What is the go-to use for these crop rotations in this sort of matchup here?
It's very contextual.
Right.
I would say that, you know, some of the best lands in this matchup are going to be something like a Field of the Dead.
Sure.
Like that's like the angle that I would be really trying to approach this matchup as. It was just like, okay, you don't have any wastelands in your deck, so I'm just going to try to, use my Field of the Dead to have this uninteractive threat that is just going to continue to get value.
Definitely. Yeah, rather than trying to like get peeks at his list when he's tutoring, I'm going to pull up Anurag's list.
Okay, good plan. And we'll see the angle that he's going here. So it's a Yorion strategy. It's got Uros and Okos and 2 Primeval Titans in the main deck. So that's pretty cool. And then it looks like the rest of the deck is just pretty basic land strategy.
Yeah, just kind of all of this stuff. And including a little more removal than you always see like main deck in these types of land stacks.
Right. Yeah, so it's kind of this cool thing where the land strategy still plays all of these awesome lands. We still see the Thespian stages. I'm looking for Dark Depths. There's 1 Dark Depths that we can get with crop rotation. So it's not all in on that strategy by any means. We're really trying to cast spells. So
right. And Oko is a really, really good spell.
And it resolved.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty huge for Anurag here. It's interesting that he decided to make a food instead of just,
turning this
queuing up this Astrolabe.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we have all the mana that we need. And all of the colors that we need. But yeah, just get our food and there you have it.
Yeah, I wonder. I suppose we need to pull up Bailey's list as well, just because these Snoko decks can be anything. And so if Anurag is not afraid of Bailey just being able to cast a spell that kills Oko here, just like cast Abrupt Decay or something like that, then I can definitely see leaving that Astrolabe in play because, Anurag has Yorion. Like there is value to not having turned your Astrolabe into a creature. It's just better to blink it so you're not losing the 3/3 when you want to draw your card.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a good consideration, definitely. We see an Uro from Bailey.
Yeah, not an ideal play here when you're behind the gun.
On the Oko, yeah. Right. The Oko is going to be making 3/3s pretty quickly here. And Abundant Growth. So I guess setting up for a good Yorion turn here.
Right, but setting up for Yorion when you are getting Oko is really just...
No, it's not what you want.
Oko fell out of the limelight in Legacy for a moment when Luris was the card du jour.
Yeah.
But, like, he's back. Like, here's a reminder, like, Oko is still busted and just one of the most powerful threats you can play in the entire game.
Yeah. Interestingly here, we're seeing paying some life to keep some extra cards. We put back the land, which I think makes sense because I'd imagine that we're going to be life from loaming for all these lands, and then we can just fetch away the extra land and not have to pay the 4 life for that.
And turn this food into a creature and just, crunch, play this game where you're just like getting card advantage, and meanwhile Oko is not... the thing about Oko is it's not just getting card advantage the way some planeswalkers do. It's getting card advantage and, next turn is an attack for 6. And then the turn after that is a lethal attack.
Right.
That's what's being threatened here.
Yeah, and we got plenty of things that we can turn into Elks over here. We got Astrolabe and the Mox Diamond if we want to. So a lot of stuff going on for us.
Right. And this is allowing Anurag to like take his time before investing in turning one of his real things, useful permanents into a creature, see what Bailey is doing over there. If it's just more like wheel spinning and stuff, then, put the screws to him, like make 3/3s, start attacking.
Yeah.
If Bailey is solving the problems, then make food and turn them into 3/3s, keep your useful permanents around, get advantage going over a long game, and Oko's fine with either of those things.
Yeah.
Uro is a little bit pathetic in the face of an Oko just ready to turn it into an elk.
Yeah.
You can't just get on board against the Oko. You need to get rid of the Oko.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Uro, I mean, certainly strong, but Oko reigns supreme on best 1 green blue spell of all time.
Right, we've been seeing a lot of Uros in different formats, but
right.
A lot of that is because
Oko is not allowed to exist. Right. Goodness.
Oh, and one thing we did not mention is just how aggressively Anurag paid with his Sylvan library.
Yeah.
His life total is just not a concern for him.
And as a result, he's in a dominant position here. So, I'm definitely seeing that pay off for him. Just figuring out the best way to utilize his resources.
Yep.
And when your Sylvan library is drawing you a bunch of cards, you can really let things get out of control.
Yeah, definitely. And if things get weird and screwy and Bailey threatens to kind of like steal it because Anurag's life total is low, Oko can solve that problem too.
Yeah.
But Uro does a great job. This is actually one of the huge interactions of the deck.
Yeah.
Uro just puts your life total back up and you can just keep librarying.
Yeah. Honestly, like in all formats, the one piece of Uro that I've been almost the most impressed with is the life piece.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, okay. It's just so relevant to my strategy that I just get to gain this incidental life.
Yeah, just buy you that buffer.
Right. Sometimes you're playing against aggressive strategies and it's great there. And then here it's just, in the grindy strategy, your Sylvan library pairing with Uro, it's just more cards.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we're just, we needed to use our Astrolabe, so we're just going to upgrade this Strix into a 3/3.
Sure.
Put on the extra pressure. Makes sense.
And we see Anurag has an exploration in play now, which just lets him do whatever he wants, basically. He's got Loam and exploration going.
Mm-hmm.
There's Uro in the graveyard that this Loam is going to turn on immediate, on Anurag's next turn. He will probably have the mana to put into it.
And this is a desperation brainstorm. Whenever you have just like all right, I guess I have to use my mana and your instep for an exploration.
Right.
It's not a good sign.
Yeah. Right. You're locked into drawing one of the 2 cards you put back with Brainstorm, and it just, you're not going to be able to capitalize on this in any meaningful way.
Right. It looks like we're responding to this with the crop rotation. What do you think that we're going to get here?
Field of the Dead, maybe?
That makes sense.
Just seems like something that can't really be beaten.
Give me a 2/2. I'll take a 2/2.
Yeah. And then I'm, this crop rotation just comes with a 2/2 as well for whatever. Loaming and exploration, just put more lands into play, get more 2/2s.
Yeah. Yeah, and the number of angles that Anurag is ahead right now is just pretty over the top.
Bailey has a couple more cards in hand, but is not up cards.
Right.
Definitely, certainly down cards overall.
We have a Sylvan library. We have a Life from the Loam in the Graveyard. We have an Exploration. We have Field of the Dead going. We have Oko in play going.
Right, it's just like a who's who of like hitters in green and blue.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you can play your Yorion and draw 3 cards off of it. Great, but I'm going to be attacking you for 8 next turn. Oh, no, here's the Uro. Okay, sure. Just trophy that and attack for 8. No worries.
Yeah. At least it gains the 3 life.
Yeah.
But it's just not going to be enough in this spot.
I don't suspect so. Man, Field of the Dead, very impressive card.
Right. Man, every format.
Yeah.
Banned out of Standard and Pioneer. Very good in Modern.
Field of the Dead and Oko, I mean, that's just been the story of...
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, but there are 2 basics and 2 Assassin's Trophies.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's quite
going
to cut
And
it.
a Mox Diamond.
Yeah.
We're doing all right.
Right, and Oko's still going.
We can even just loam here, and just not worry about the back to basics. We can loam...
And keep making 2/2s.
Keep making 2/2s.
Yeah, Mox Diamond is another land that untaps effectively.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, likely if you try to kill this back to basics, you're just running into counter magic.
Yeah, I would rather just like cast Loam here. That's threatening 2/2/2s. If this goes poorly,
Well, more than 2/2/2s because one of those is a fetch land, right? Well, but maybe it can only fetch lands that are already in play. Yeah, force on the loam is you're fine with that.
Sure, deal. I'll just do this next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if we're gonna crop rotation for Caracas here.
I could see it.
But
that's kind of medium against the back to basics.
Sack your wasteland. It is kind of medium against back to basics, but it's effectively a removal spell.
Yeah, it really does kind of kill this Uro.
Yeah. Get this Uro out of here.
Yep, you're right. That's what he's going for.
Yeah. And you get a 2/2 out of the deal as well.
Yep.
I think it's fine.
I mean, back to basics about the biggest punch that Bailey can land.
Yeah.
And it's just not quite doing the thing you need it to do.
No, you're just too far behind on board.
Yeah. It doesn't solve, 8 power worth of guys and an Oko still going.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting pretty in my mind over here on our August. All right. Yeah, your Sylvan Library is certainly turned off now that you're at 3 and under the gun.
Yeah, and I believe there's a couple of Dead of Winters in the Snowcode deck.
Yeah.
So there's definitely answers to this particular situation that could keep Bailey from just straight up dying here.
Underground Sea coming in. So it's kind of like a Lotus Petal in this scenario, but...
Yeah, I mean, look at that collection of basics on the other side. Like, look how many basics you can fit into an 80-card snow deck.
It's so great. It's such a good benefit. Brainstorm. I mean, you're looking for something. You need to answer this board state. Are there any sweepers that we have access to?
It's just Dead of Winter.
It's just Dead of Winter. Okay.
There's a fair number of cards in this deck that are really not going to be good in this spot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's a fair amount of cantrips, but then there's also Ice Vanquaddles and Baleful Strixes aren't really going to answer the situation. They're just a block. Snapcaster Mage, kind of same thing. The Planeswalkers, Leovold, Clothis. I mean, Oko is way worse when you have the second Oko.
And that's not it. That's looks like
that's another
we're going to be casting an Uro, and we still have lethal on board. Like we're threatening 12 damage if we activate Oko on this this Mox.
13 damage.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
And we found 2 lands to put into play. That's I guess we only need 1, but
Anurag is at 4, so he can't keep an extra land here.
Yeah, and I think that Anurag knows that there's just nothing from this spot that's gonna allow Bailey to live from here.
Because he has a redundant creature too. Even a removal spell on a 3/3 here is not going to keep him from dealing lethal damage.
Yep. All right. And I think that
Max,
is the match.
thanks for the sub, buddy. I
suspect
appreciate
it is because Anurag actually got down
Use
to
a real
55 left on the clock.
Hey, hey.
Oh, and his opponent was at a minute, so yeah.
You're going to be getting one of these bad boys, Max.
Here.
Yeah. You're going to be getting one of these.
I think that may be our last.
The Niv-Mizzet token.
For sure.
But yeah,
I got you with one of these, homie.
These matches, like these decks,
whenever we get back to
cool.
TTD,
like Legacy
right?
is cool, man.
Obviously you can use me as your token, and it's great. I can be your Sharknado token. Okay.
Getting a lot of its money.
I can be your Sharknado token.
It really is. It really is, definitely. But we've seen such a variety of different strategies. So
I appreciate
far
you,
on
bud.
stream. It's been really awesome.
Yeah.
In our first round, we saw 6 different players playing 5 different decks.
All subs are
one death deck
gonna either be mailed out if they're not local,
not like
a token
everywhere.
Oh no,
receive a token.
It'd be a weird
if
Legacy
they are
for the
local,
game.
so.
Yeah, I'm excited to see our metagame breakdown.
Yes.
Hopefully we can get that up soonish.
We got a chunk of them, Max.
Yeah, we don't quite have
a chunk of them.
Updated data for. Well, I'm not sure. I want to get confirmation that our breakdown
ready.
Is ready.
Yeah.
Because I do have a metagame breakdown. It looks like, but one of the things that we have to do is go into Melee, and after we pull the deck data, we need to correct the deck names. And because not everybody names their deck the same thing, And some people name their decks troll things like 5-color Niv Mizzet in formats where Niv Mizzet is not remotely playable and their deck is actually like Boros aggro or whatever.
Right.
So, we need to go through and check all of those before we can get a metagame breakdown output to y'all.
Yep.
And so then once I get a confirmation that that is complete, then we'll be able to put that on the screen.
Great. So look for that, I guess, maybe near the end of the next round.
Yeah.
And if we're lucky, we'll get it soon, but...
Definitely. What do you want to see today? What are you excited for that we haven't seen yet?
That we haven't seen yet. Wow, we've seen so much.
We
already.
actually have seen a lot of different decks already. Like we've seen Eldrazi and Taxes.
There are certainly some players that I'm excited to see.
Sure.
We already saw Daniel D'Amato and his story about playing
he's
on
in a
car.
he's in a car ride.
I've heard rumors.
Okay.
So yeah, he's on his way back from watching the SpaceX launch.
Okay.
From what I heard, and he's in shooting distance of our invitational, so he wanted to do both, and
that is commitment.
Daniel
is a cool guy. I have enjoyed all of my interactions with him, and this makes me like him more. So
yes, so that's fun. Hopefully, we can see more of him. I'm rooting for him. We did see him lose round 1, but he's an excellent legacy player, and he could easily rattle off some wins from here.
What is he playing?
Storm.
Okay.
He's a Storm aficionado.
I know that he is, but it doesn't always become the thing that you want to play in Legacy all the time.
I mean, we just saw Julian Nab play not elves, so
I mean,
if that's happening, then anything is possible.
Well, he's been pretty vocal about Plague Crafter's existence and the impact that has had on his ability to play his deck.
Right. Yeah.
Plague Engineer. I mean, I always
have you
mix
been
those two
playing
up, printed
any
at about the same
Pioneer,
time.
Lucas Super Friends?
Plague Engineer
Plague
is
Engineer.
the spooky one.
Pioneer
That's
does seem
the
pretty
one
sweet right now. I think it's the healthiest format at the moment.
For sure.
Yeah.
I spent this last week
so
on a hard focus on Legacy, getting ready for this tournament. But
I want to see Casey play.
We'll probably
a land
revisit
He's
Pioneer
playing
on
I know.
strategy.
Thursday.
No Oko, no
Four
Yorion.
On Tuesday,
none of that.
we are going to be
just
streaming
playing
another
Uros and
Legacy
lands cards.
League,
Full
except we're
flip
going to be
of
playing
Uro
5-color Niv
and
Mizzet
just a bunch
Legacy.
of land
So
cards.
Right.
But that's the play. If I were gonna run Legacy in a tournament, I would definitely go to him first and be like, "What's your list look like right now?" Like he plays more lands than anybody else.
Right.
So talk to Casey, talk to Jarvis, meet somewhere in the middle, and then you got a lands deck. But...
Right. And then I do want to see a little bit of my love Reanimator.
Some of the least watchable matches of Magic the Gathering.
Hey, now you can watch one, and it's an experience, and then we'll move on to the other Magic.
Yeah, and it's good because you can put it up as the primary feature match.
There you go.
And then the match is over very quickly.
Y'all better watch out because it's going to be me off camera this time, and I get to make some decisions.
Yes.
So you better. Yeah. And it is kind of interesting how Reanimator is taking a page out of Tin Fin's book right now and playing Children of Corliss and Tendrils because
Okay.
And I think that the reason behind that is that it used to be that your way of making sure that your Grizzlebrand turn is a win was just discarding their hand. But there are a couple things that makes that not work as well. First of all, like companions you can't discard, but the companions aren't usually on their own going to be able to beat a Grizzlebrand.
Right. None of the companions stopped the 7/7 the giant lifelinking flyer.
But the other card that makes it pretty difficult is Veil of Summer.
Okay.
So
right,
because that
stops
other angles.
all of your discard spells for the entire turn. Although that stops Tendrils as well.
Tendrils as well. You're right.
So,
but I just think that and another strategy that is important to be able to just kill game one or in one turn is Garuda.
That makes sense. That's the one companion that you cannot.
Yeah. So you can't discard that companion, and you can't strip your opponent's hand and then pass the turn because they could just kill you. Say they had an LED in play and a land in hand that they can use.
All right, new pairings are up. So let's go ahead and find that. Omnitel. Oh no. John Rowe. I've never played against Omnitel. This is going to be interesting. You know what? Let me go ahead and turn this down. Alright, so won the die roll, which is sweet. I've never played against Omnitel before. Our opponent does have Force of Will in their deck, which is a little upsetting. Yeah, we'll keep this one. We're going to put the Thoughtseize on the bottom. We're going to reveal Chancellor. Get a bad lands. Loot. We're going to discard Grizzlebrand, Chancellor, and say go. Drop. Yep. Yep. Are they playing Days? No Days, but they are playing 4 main deck Veil of Summers. Alright. We're going to go ahead and bring back the Chancellor here. Okay, so they have the Force. That's fine. Why is there a Grizzlebrand on my side of the battlefield? Oh, wait, that was... Like, what's up with that formatting? That upsets me, honestly. Like, that upset me a whole lot. I should just go back to Grizzlebrand. I don't know. That formatting was dumb. Yeah, we're just really dead here. I should have clicked Grizzlebrand, but like it confused me because there was one on my side of the battlefield. That's frustrating. That was frustrating. Alright, we will play first. We'll keep. Double Chancellor's pretty good here. That's rough.
This is Governor Andy Bashir. The coronavirus has affected every one of
This is awkward. We're probably just dead.
Yep, we've all been there. The exciting work meeting at 8 in the morning. The can't this thing go any faster moment in front of the microwave? Don't you just wish you could just hit the skip button? With Premium, you can skip straight to the good stuff. Play, skip, repeat, anytime you feel like it. Tap the banner now to get Premium. Just $9.99 for 3 whole months.
No matter how big or small your business is, making your own ad on Spotify Ad Studio is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Let us know what you want your ad to say and pick out your music. We'll voice and produce it at no extra cost. 2. Reach Spotify listeners based on their interests, demographics, music tastes, and more. 3. Set your budget, set your dates, and
Man, feels bad.
studio.spotify.com or tap the banner to learn more.
Hopefully they don't find the force for this. Wow, they had double brainstorm. Sweet. I want to draw a land here. Not an exhume. Oh, I messed up. All right. Oh, that turn was quite. That was quite the turn. All right, going into game number 3 here. So we're on the draw this game. Trying to think what else differently we want to do here. So we know that they brought in the cages, so just the one Serenity was an oversight. We got lucky we found it that game. I think we want our Chrome Mox again. Sire doesn't seem like it's the greatest in this matchup. This ain't great. We're going to keep this. Hopefully they don't go turn 1 cage. Ancient Tomb, sure. Lotus Petal, sure. Oh, are we just dead? How we doing so far? We are currently 2-0. This is round 3, game 3 of this match. So, opponent ponders. Turn. They're going to force this? Sure.
Trouble sleeping, it's tough. When kids have trouble sleeping,
Mom, I can't sleep. Dad, just one more story?
for nights like this, try Vicks Pure Z's Kids. Our great tasting gummies are specially formulated for kids with a unique blend of botanicals and a low dose of melatonin to support their natural sleep cycle. Best of all,
Okay, so we should just have the kill wrapped up here.
child fall asleep naturally with Pure Z's Kids gummies. Consult with a doctor before use. For ages 4 and up.
Spectrum Mobile is now the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation, growing faster than Verizon and AT&T, and even growing faster than T-Mobile. It's easy to see why.
Yep.
Delivers the fastest overall speeds and is the most reliable mobile service coast to coast. There are no contracts, added taxes, or fees. Switch and you could save up to 40% and see why Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile.
All right, that's fine.
Based on Q1 2020 subscriber data.
Mobile phone got the big flush? Get fresh tech in a flash. Too much diaper not doing the trick? Get diapers on the double. Last minute surprise for little Susie's 6th. Get gifts, groceries, and more pronto with new Walmart Express delivery. Our door to yours in 2 hours.
All right, so
Nice and fast. So why wait? Try Walmart.
we need more rituals. We've only used one.
Fees apply.
Tendrils, our opponent. Sweet, we got there. How we do? Why not draw 7 before first unmask? You have one. You have one. What? LOL. Now 2. Punt. Stop it. LOL. Wait, what? Please explain. Got to look at chat more. It's part of streaming. I mean, I don't know. We got there, did we not? Like... Looked like Drew playing... You had 2 Petal and a Ritual and 10 Storm. I had no mana on pool, though. Could have backfired. Whatever, man. Look, we got there. Alright, we got there. We did it. We did what we were supposed to do. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and bring back up Lotus Box stream.
He knows how important the Strix is in a general sense. He doesn't know how important it is to making Hyper's hand.
And I think in attack, there's just no block when you play at all creatures from your exile zone.
That's what I would want to do.
I believe this is also
Alright,
the case
let's...
that Oko had +2 to make a food.
Yeah, you still probably don't block.
This is a weird non-attack though. It's like protecting Oko.
Yeah, kind of, but...
There's food change.
You had 2 Petals and looked past a
lot
Ritual.
more like
Oh, see, well,
Even everything
that's the
else.
thing I hate about my card, like,
Alright,
this has
service.
to
It
get
doesn't match
countered.
sets.
This
I have, I
resolves.
think, 3
Okay.
different arts or Petals
No Veil of
in my
Thunder,
deck.
Force of Will.
Or 3 different
another
arts
food
or
chain?
Dark Rituals in my
Possibly.
deck. So it's
That
very
was
possible
a
I looked
free
past
food
one.
chain. It was off Carfield Flowers.
Yeah.
Yep, there's another food
So,
chain.
another food chain.
Oops.
And that's
But, oh well.
really not something that Delver is equipped to deal with at this point.
Done did it.
It's gonna be like 6 creatures in play.
We're trio.
White now.
Okay.
I think that's just code
It just
for...
does. That's just Eternal Scourge mana. It's the first. White mana is always at the top of the list. So.
Oh, there's the
All right, and
oh,
Robert
okay.
knows. Yeah. No reason to fool around with that. Delver can't beat 6 creatures in play, all the size of your creatures.
Not even with an Oko.
Yeah, not even with an Oko. Well, because Mist Hollow Griffin just beats Oko when you have all of them.
It's also already a 3/3, so you're not even like shrinking it.
Right, right. But the flying is what really, like, you just get to kill the Oko and stay back on blocks too.
Yeah.
Oh
no.
see if we
I'm
got any-
sorry, Abe. It looks like Abe went 1-2 with Gyruda.
Oh. Sorry, Abe, but still in a fine spot on our leaderboard. And so I believe pretty locked for our invitational. So
Yeah, we'll see how other people do, but
Yeah.
Abe's in a good spot. Really good spot. Do we have a backup? Did you see?
Oh, there is something going on actually. Let's see what this is.
How about that? This is a Snow Kodak against 8 Post?
It seems to be against Apos. There's definitely some posts in play and an Ugin the Ineffable. Oh, and there's Mystic Forge.
Ooh, Mystic Forge and Ugin is kind of...
Should have
And
sorted
there's a
more
key
old
as well,
border at
so
the
that
shop.
gives you extra
Doc.
looks.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, let's see the power of what's going on.
We got there.
on
We're
blocks
3-0. That's all
here.
that I'm worried about.
So Ugin reduces colorless spells costs by 2, and Mystic Forge allows you to cast colorless spells off the top of your deck. It is very easy to chain a bunch of spells from this spot here, and
it's crazy because you can also just have a Crim Monolith on the top, and it's just 3 free mana.
Yeah.
with Key, it's 5 mana.
right.
I don't
it
know how many
feels like
rounds we are today.
Way more than that because your 4 mana spells all cost 2, so you're really able to do it.
It can't reduce you past any colorless mana cost like Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah.
But that's not important because there's no like Warping Whale is kind of like the only 2 mana card. And
Sure.
Spatial Contortion or whatever.
Ooh,
Neither of which I
feels
expect
good,
to see
though.
very much play in this matchup.
It's definitely a lot better than I expected to
And-
start in a format that I never play. So.
Anderson has Uro that he has an Uro in his graveyard, so he has redundant Uros Chalice for 1 is like.
Oh no, Legacy is usually not my format.
It's probably just to clear the top of the library.
But that's because I usually don't
costs
play
0
the
to
whole
do
lot
that.
because of price point.
But Anderson is really just hoping that no like big stuff hits the table.
Here's a Sylvan library, so we get to see what's on top. Kind of nothing.
Yeah, it's
plowing a Thought here lets you draw a card, but you know the card you're gonna draw is not good, unless you want to pay a bunch of life.
Right.
I mean, letting your opponent untap with like 40 mana and an Ugin with a Mystic Forge, a Voltaic Key.
It's not great.
You get so many extra looks.
Yeah.
The Ugin is an extra look. The Mystic Forge is an extra look.
The key is an extra look.
The key is an extra look.
And then any of those things that you hit just get you, dig you one deeper. Yeah, Uro, powerful card, but its value game is a little bit small ball compared to what's going on the other side. I'm glad that we turned into this. This is really good stuff. Oh yeah, he can't Swords to Posture or anything anyways. That the Chalice does do that. So even if it matters.
There's a Monolith for free off the top. It wasn't in the hand. There's a Thran Dynamo off the top.
Also adds 1 mana total.
Okay, there's a brick because Ugin exiled it, so it's probably a land. Mystic Forge, another land, I'm assuming. That was a Vesiva, yeah. So then we're untapping, getting a little unlucky here. Yeah. This is
another Vesiva.
Yeah. So I think that was just like a really unlucky turn for Lee. Because I don't see them casting
7 posts
but
looks
it
sweet.
doesn't
or 8 posts.
It's so you're so far ahead at this point. Like, what is this Uro going to do?
Right, he's not in danger of dying to anything.
You can't even really attack with it. Like, I don't know. We haven't watched this game. I don't know what the first spirit is.
Mm-hmm.
We know the second spirit's the land.
Yeah.
But if you attack, you're giving them something. And Lee gets to pick, right? So you either get the mystery card that we don't know what it is, or we get a spirit, which is a land. And all the lands in this deck are just crazy. They produce a bunch of mana.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this Blast Zone takes up to 2, which does take out the Grim Monolith, but it also takes out the Sylvan Library.
Yeah. Just giving Anderson a third as many cards to look at each turn when there's clearly like a bad card that's getting put back.
Blood Moon is
it's a little
maybe a little too late here.
It doesn't even cut Lee off of colorless mana.
It's 12 posts for what it's worth. So what makes it 12 posts? Like, because I know you got Cloud Post and you have Glimmer Post.
Anderson's just gonna cast it anyway.
I mean,
is there another post?
What do you do?
Or is it just Vesuva? You can see Cloud Post as a copy.
Vesuva.
Okay.
Just flicker. Actually, that's not even that good. You just got to flicker the Abundant Growth and maybe the Uro. And Anderson doesn't even attack here.
Yeah.
Just because of the spirit tokens.
Right. I mean, you're getting a bad... Right. Like you just said, you're getting a bad card. They get to choose a card from their spirit tokens to get. That's not a great trade from you.
Exile an Ancient Tomb off the top.
Yeah, this game looks like it's over.
Yeah, also Blaststone didn't tick up, maybe because of the Blood Moon. Coverage, I'm up a game. Oh, man, thanks, Anderson.
That is
just
extremely helpful, actually.
In the MTGO chat. Shout us out.
And see, the cool thing is Anderson can keep watching coverage while we do it because he's the one featured, so he's not getting any extra information.
No. Yeah, and look at this
aggro. These attacks.
I mean, it cuts off some Sylvan Library.
Sure.
You could, like, flash in some Napcaster Mages if you want to block. Ooh.
This is a Dismember?
Dismembering. Alright, that could have been one of the bricks.
Yeah.
Because we saw that he drew a card but didn't play a land.
Yep. Very likely to have been the brick. Dismember, not colorless despite the mana that you pay for it.
Yeah. It's weird like that. Now we can keep going. Ugin hasn't activated yet. So.
Also, Ugin just has a Vindicate sitting there.
Yeah, this Blood Moon, like, it wouldn't surprise me if Blood Moon just...
Wow, we're 9 rounds today, man.
Ugin is doing
I don't
so
know
much
that I got
more,
9
and Blood Moon doesn't matter.
Right. I mean, once you get to the spot, I mean, it's just...
Ooh, Tabernacle. You can draw off your spirits. I mean, once Blood Moon dies, though, it's just a mountain right now.
Right.
9 rounds is a lot of magic.
Legendary mountain named the Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale.
Now the Snapcaster's coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Just gotta throw some Goblin Pikers in the mix. I want to see some big Haymaker from Lee, but I recognize that he just does not need it.
No, absolutely not.
But I've played a lot of these like Mystic Forge decks, and I really like the big Haymakers.
what do you think gets cast out of here, if anything, if there is a big
Isn't it just
maker?
Ulamog, right?
Just Ulamog, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Makes sense.
only an 8-mana Ulamog too.
A friend of mine contacted me the other week, and she was like, "Hey, my kids decided that they really want to get into Magic the Gathering. Can you like give them some advice?" And I was like, "Oh baby, I would love to." And so I got on a Google Hangout with her and her kids and was just talking to them about, options for starting the game and like how to not spend too much money and still have a really good time and that sort of stuff. And their uncle dropped off a bunch of his cards that he doesn't play with anymore, and she texted me to let me know that they were super excited and that they had gotten 2 Ulamog the Ceaseless Hungers in there.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was really adorable. And so I made sure to let them know, like, hey, this is a very highly, like, a very powerful competitive level Magic card. It costs 10 mana, but it is one of the best fatties ever printed. So, get excited. That card is really sweet. And I don't know.
Weird.
Just like there's a lot of, Magic is having its spate of problems now, but none of those affect a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old who want to start playing Magic the Gathering.
No. It's a great game. Sometimes competitive is not as best as it could be, but it's still a great game.
Yeah, and you can still be excited to get an Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger.
I saw Ugin kill Yorion there.
Yes.
And I was very surprised.
Because it doesn't matter.
It does attack Ugin,
Mhm.
but Ugin goes up to 5,
Right.
which is outside of Yorion's attack range.
So that's just additional, looks. Okay, this looks like
an Ugin or an Ulamog
or something.
It's a lot
eight.
closer. It's
a
big
big
Ugin.
Ugin. Yeah, you're right.
Oh. Okay.
Eugene.
Damn Dynamo.
Certainly can't allow Big Ugin to resolve when you're
Ooh.
at 2 life.
The free Sorcerer Spyglass. They can't really name anything.
Food.
No. Anderson needs a couple of Sorcerer Spyglasses.
This is naming Oko, Thief of Crowns. Because Oko can turn off the Mystic Forge.
Yep.
As if that's going
I'm
to
not
solve everything.
sure that would be quite enough. Especially because the 3/3 is pretty good against you when you're at 5.
I mean, the Spirit
That
Check is already lethal.
post deck seems sweet. That seems like something I would enjoy
this Swords is
playing.
unfortunately uncastable.
Now to Fairy Time Raveler. There's Mystic Forge. Getting rid of Cloud Post. It's a basic mountain. What is the companion over on Lee's side?
Well, it can't be Gigantha.
Could be Karuga. It can't be Karuga. There's a Sorcerer's Spyglass.
And there's Chalice as well. What is the companion? Hold on. We probably got to put up his list.
It's Yorion, ain't it?
Alright, so here's the Sylvan Library. It didn't get better. It's just more cards we don't want to see. Anderson's kind of treading water. There's a plow that's going to be countered by the Chalice. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a concession. Oh, it was to put Uro into play, try and dig out of it. But I still wouldn't be surprised to see a concession. This gains 3, so Anderson goes to 8. Then Lee gets to play like
Yorion
this is a Yorion
post.
deck.
the top 6 cards. Yorion? Okay. Cool.
I don't
You don't
know
know why?
if I totally understand that. How castable is Yorion in this deck?
Maybe it's more about the experience of having a companion.
Listen, I want to have 80 cards anyways, so
You can cast it off of your Cascading Cataracts that you got with
it's
Golos.
true. It's true. I mean, that is how you
Ulamog.
cast it. It makes a
That game's
blue
over.
and a white. That is enough to cast Yorion.
You can Decivate your opponent's blue-white lands.
2 of them.
Well,
I believe
there's
that
Ulamog. And Defense Grid. Weird order. It's from...
Yeah, I guess we could have answered this question by looking at the number of cards in the deck, because he's still got 45 after Mystic
After
Sanctuary.
having 30 cards on the table.
Yeah. But Yorion is just a surprising one to see out of this.
Yeah.
And that may be stemming a little bit from my, I look at deck dumps every day, but I don't always pay as close attention to the legacy deck dumps.
You can reset your Ugins.
You can reset your...
Alright, so now we're at 1-1.
Boy, this is not really the deck that I want to see sideboarding.
Oh yeah,
to be quite
other
honest.
deck?
Listen,
are we team colorless?
I'm happy to watch Anderson play. I'm happy to see this deck play, and there are a lot of sweet things going on in Yorion Snoko, but definitely I have to be a little more excited about the colorless Yorion deck with Mystic Forge.
I mean, I know Anderson's a man who appreciates a good Ulamog, the ceaseless hunger.
Yes, that I have seen him Ulamog you, so...
Yeah, I've been Ulamagged by him. Swords coming out for Containment Priest. Containment Priest does stop creatures off the Mystic Forge.
Sure.
I believe that's about it. Nothing else in the sideboard is really equipped to deal with this deck. We see Anderson cut all the Terminuses because, you know, not very many creatures. They're just trying to, like, lock you out early game, and then late game we see this Mystic Forge engine just kind of take over.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and there's definitely... Against
I'm gonna step away for 1 second, chat. I'll be right back.
I'd like to cut the ones that are like kind of situational, because the existence of Chalice increases the situations in which the card is bad. You know, Swords is only good when there is a creature in play that you want to get rid of and they don't have a Chalice, and that ends up being, you know, not all the time.
Plus, from Anderson's perspective, it's an 80 card deck. It's a Yorion deck, so the chalicing is not going to happen super often. But there's still, you know, defense grid and all those pieces.
And these games are going to go on for a little while.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a really good chance that Lee draws a Chalice at some point in a game.
And Oko's really good in this matchup.
Oko is really good in this matchup.
Any artifact-based strategy, Oko's very good against.
Yep. Oko rendered, like, Prison pretty unplayable in Modern as long as it was legal. It just wasn't a thing that you could possibly do.
Classic Ponder. Ooh, there's a... So we can take the Quaddle and the island and shuffle away the Oko.
Yeah.
The volcanic island.
You definitely at least want the land here.
Yes, for sure.
If nothing else.
It casts your 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Both of which are pretty powerful, especially on the play. Like, you can leverage this Teferi in a pretty meaningful way.
And Teferi isn't fantastic by any means in this matchup.
Right.
But it does cantrip. Like, what Anderson can do is play the Quaddle, then bounce it with Teferi for an extra card, dig deeper into his deck to try and find the Blood Moon.
There's defense grid.
Awkward. Yeah, this is going to force the Quaddle to come out.
Yeah.
Defense grid Teferi. Now, no one gets to play. Right. And you can bounce the defense grid with Teferi.
Yeah, once Lee has counter magic in hand, he can choose to... He has multiple planeswalkers that can turn off this defense grid when he decides that he should do that.
It's kind of awkward though, because, and you can elk it too, which
right.
Is
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like both of these planeswalkers can mitigate defense grid in some way.
But there's so much mana on Lee's side already. 2 Cloud Posts, 4 mana. A Glimmer Post would put it up to even more mana.
I mean,
a Vesifa.
Yeah, and Vesifa coming in is a soul land that also just makes a ton of mana next turn.
It's a tri-land at this point.
Like this turn, it still makes 2 mana
I see.
because it turns on its 2 Cloud Posts. Like, this is... You can see why Cloud Post got banned like this in Modern. Like, unreal. Compared to Tron, holy crap.
The classic Amulet of Vigor deck was just Cloud Post.
Yes. I can't remember whose tournament report this was, but or maybe it was just an article.
Ogo has been good against Karn, but this lets Lee get whatever card in the sideboard that he wants.
And he's going to have 9+ mana on his turn, so...
I didn't quite see what was grabbed. Probably the Spyglass.
Yeah.
Because Spyglass turns off Oko.
Yep.
You can't Spyglass anything else while Oko's on the table. But you do get to see Anderson's hand, which has a Teferi and a Shark Typhoon.
And a Shark Typhoon, which we have not mentioned. That's a very spicy one.
It's a few ways away. It's a few turns away from mattering, right? You can make a 2/2 flyer or a 3/3 flyer, but it's probably just going to sit in the hand for a while.
Yeah.
Be buddies with this.
What is up, everybody in chat? I'm back. Sorry about that.
So this Teferi is going to complicate the Sorcerer's Spyglass situation. Anderson does get to murder the Karn this turn.
Yes. Make your food into Ashley. Didn't leave
Looks
open
like we
island.
got some new people in here. If you're just hanging out, I'm Jade. We're playing some
but you have
Legacy
to get
today.
By that.
A couple Team Lotus Box tournament. We're in between rounds 3 and 4 right now, so that's why that's what we're watching is their coverage.
Urza decks.
I'm 3-0.
Definitely
playing some.
I think you probably watched me
Reanimator
screw that up
today.
at least twice.
Just hanging out, having a good time
with it.
I mean, and also like that's not.
It's not
a
egregious.
Bad mistake too, because like it could have. You're kind of thinking about
Cloud Post
the
aren't
cards
busted.
in your deck. Drawing a
Cloud Post are busted.
There's no reason for a green source to be open right now.
True.
Veil of Summer is not in this match.
No,
it's not for this match.
Absolutely not.
You don't care about their dismember. Oh, this is
there's
a
Mystic
really,
Forge
really...
with
And a
6 mana.
fourth
up.
Cloud Post.
Oh yeah, not 6 mana with. Oh my god, that's so much mana. 8 mana up.
Yeah. So this
Jesus.
Oko. This name's Oko.
Jesus.
Again, obviously.
This deck seems
which
absurd.
resolved. It wasn't. Oh, Forcible Cannon needed to cast because of the defense grid.
Yep.
So that's pretty awkward.
Yeah, and just having quad Cloud Post, like we see how this colorless ramp deck is able to just overpower any amount of stuff on the other side.
And there's a Thought Nuts here, which is going to take maybe the Shark Typhoon. It's a card that does something.
Yeah.
Like Force of Will is not good right now. One, there's no blue card, and two, even if there was
Shark
a blue card,
Typhoon and Legacy.
And also the stuff is on the table.
Right. This is gonna name Teferi, I imagine.
Sure.
Just so Teferi can't tick up and bounce the other one, and then Oko can.
That
It's
seems
like a snowball effect.
Right. It does seem like a very long-term plan, given what's happening on the other side of the table. But with only one Mystic Forge and no other way, like it's possible that Lee misses for a little while.
Yeah, and there's no Voltaic Key.
Right. It's just, the regular amount of looks per turn.
Granted, you can cast anything off the top of your deck with
16 mana off of 4 lands.
Yeah.
God, that just embarrasses Tron, and people love to complain about Tron.
Well, yeah. Galore Post would produce it to even.
I need to play a
mana.
league with Post.
So 21 mana.
The deck seems sweet.
So what is this Meddling Mage name? Ugin? The Spirit Dragon?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, Ugin the Ineffable is
But all
an
of your
incredible threat.
All of your cards are turned off anyways.
Right.
So, like, Ugin coming down and sweeping your Planeswalkers that are already turned off by Spyglass.
I think the plan is to use this Meddling Mage as a card to pitch to Force.
Yeah.
So that you can, like, use the Meddling Mage on whatever you need to, right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with 2-for-1ing yourself against the opponent who just has an Experimental Frenzy analog in play to stop one of the things that's coming, like, there's going to be another one, unfortunately.
Caracas is the land drop. There's a second defense grid. Mismatched.
So you can Force of Will it, because
it's probably not.
Yeah,
worth it.
you are going to have... Anderson is going to have 6 mana up on his next turn, so he can Force of Will something.
A third defense grid?
I mean, if there's a third defense grid, you might as well. You're not.
Ooh, actual counterspell. Can't cast it.
That costs 8.
Too much mana. Oh, it looks like we're just. What is happening?
Oh, Yorion.
Oh, Yorion. Okay. So we're gonna flicker the 2 cantrip cards we have.
Yeah.
Maybe the Teferi too, because it gets loyalty.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, and just kind of hope that a little more missing from Lee.
Drawing into Council's Judgment.
Yeah, definitely can draw into Council's Judgment.
Something.
Council's
any
Judgment would be really good right now.
But you put your 4-power flyer into play and just kind of hope.
I mean, Lee has 0 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I mean, a lot of the things over there don't necessarily solve just a big flyer. I mean,
except for the Caracas.
Yeah, okay, I didn't see the Caracas. Yeah, all right.
There's Blood Moon.
There's Blood Moon.
That's pretty big deal.
Blood Moon is a huge deal.
Granted, Anderson still can't do anything after the Blood Moon comes down, but neither can Lee. Like, we don't have any sort of. Oh no!
Yikes!
Oh no, this is not good. That just negates the Blue Moon.
I love how Anderson
and also
is.
Now he's got Ugin.
I love how Anderson's talking to coverage through his chat on McGo.
Right. And we see it doesn't end the game immediately.
Oh, you guys can't see this because of my face
look at
cam.
these lock
Give me
pieces,
1 second.
Anderson draws a Teferi, which is already turned off by.
The one in play is not doing anything. What's the one in hand? The one in hand's probably better.
You guys can't see this, but
Abundant Growth.
Down here in this corner, Anderson is talking to the coverage team through his McGo chat.
Ugin to minus on it.
Yeah.
But the Ugin doesn't even die to do that.
At least these Quaddles can chip in at the Ugin.
Right. Yep.
So Ugin dies in 3 turns. Maybe too late by then.
We'll see. We just get to keep spinning. This is definitely the fun part.
I'm back.
Ooh, 2 Mystic Forges. Yeah, this is the dream.
Candelabra.
What is
that makes me want to kill the Blood Moon, yeah.
That must be a MTGO art.
Yeah, I have not seen that.
I mean, Ugin can kill the Blood Moon, but I don't actually think you care. Like,
Man, I
you
want
lose
this
the
round to go
Ugin.
ahead.
Look how much mana Lee has access to even without Blood Mooning. This is pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, and the Yorion can come down next turn. You can't Caracas it anymore, so I believe you can actually Yorion and then play Abundant Growth because the Blood Moon can be flickered away.
Sure.
But like, you're not gaining ground when you do that. Anderson just told us he doesn't have Constant Judgment in his deck.
Okay.
Well, we're trying to help you out here, buddy. There's another Thought Knot Seer to see. I don't even know what you take. Maybe Yorion.
Well, yeah. I mean, the counter spells are not things that you're particularly worried about. The other stuff are cantrips.
There's a Ballista. Ooh, All Is Dust. Wow.
Hey, I'm number 8 on the leaderboard right now, though.
Taps 2 lands. You untap 2 Cloud Posts.
I'm number 8 on the leaderboard.
2
I don't ever do that.
The Ballista.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a state of the game that the Snoko deck is trying not to allow its opponent to get into.
No,
drawing a Blood Moon much earlier would have been huge.
Yeah. You don't usually want to have your opponent have, 4 times as many permanents as you do.
Well, also just 4 times as much mana.
4.
What is that? That's 7. I mean, yeah, just off of the lands is 4 times as much mana, and then there's a great.
Evan's 22nd. I see you, bud.
Ugin. We're counting Ugin as like at least 6 mana.
Yeah, and Candelabra is just a giant ritual. Effectively infinite mana on Lee's side of the table.
I don't know how.
Effectively.
All the terminuses are gone. As if that would solve the problem.
Right, because and I mean that clearly is what you're supposed
Anderson's
to do.
playing for the
timeout.
timeout.
Solve this situation.
No.
Like, it doesn't solve Ugin, Mystic Forge, Candelabra.
None of those are creatures. And the creatures you're killing from the Ugin draw cards.
Yes, because it's a Leaves Play trigger with the
is.
spirits. Yeah.
Bouncing them always feels good in paper because you bounce them and just put it in your hand. And this is lethal.
Yeah, this is lethal.
Alright. Well, got the pre-board game. That's interesting. Anderson just crushed the pre-board game and then put in Blood Moons and then
have a counterspell at the right time. Like, one of the traditional ways that these types of these Tron type decks lose is
game was wild.
They have a payoff, it gets countered, they die to a thing.
And Anderson kept handling that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the 80 card deck, you don't necessarily have like a density of the particular thing that you're looking for. And I think it is pretty hard in that matchup. The thing that you really want is to land Blood Moon before they really get going. And there's just not that. You can't run like 4 Blood Moons in Legacy.
No. It's not even good against the 5-color decks. It's an Astrolabe.
Right, exactly.
It's pretty much just for these like Ancient Tomb.
How do I
add decks, I guess, in this case.
Yeah.
But that style of deck, and that's not that much of the format.
Right.
So you don't want to invest 4 Blood Moon slots in your 80 card deck.
Right. And I think that if you think you're going to be playing against a lot of Snowcode type decks, a lot of these like slower Astrolabe decks, then I'm pretty fine playing a Cloud Post deck. That sounds fantastic to me. If I'm going to play against a bunch of Wastelands, though, well, I don't know about that choice.
Luckily, Astrolabe has decreased the number of people willing to play Wasteland. I don't know if it's decreased the number of Wastelands, but
I mean, in some ways, it does make Wasteland slightly less effective. But no Delver deck is going to not run 4 Wastelands. So
right.
a lot of ways it's just meaningless that Wasteland is kind of worse in the format. It's still going to be around.
Yeah, of course. And honestly, sometimes you just have a bunch of
there we go.
Yeah,
they can't
look at me being tech
they
savvy.
But and you definitely don't have access to either the like turn 1 Deathrite Shaman so that you can turn 2 cast like 2 mana spells and Wasteland. You haven't had that for a long time, obviously, and you also don't have Wasteland you, Renin 6, Wasteland you. You don't have access to that either.
Goodness.
So those like really punishing Wasteland draws.
What the heck, Allie?
That's one of the reasons that those cards are so good in Delver is because they're so good with Wasteland. I mean, obviously that's why Renin 6 was so good in Delver. Because it's good in Wasteland.
It's also just an incredible card.
Yeah.
Can this next round go up, please?
In that deck, it's because it was a Wasteland machine. One of the reasons that Deathrite Shaman was also so good in Delver was because your Deathrite Shaman Wasteland draws, you just had 3 times as much mana as them for most of the game.
Always draw a land.
Yeah. Really good.
Oh, do we have a match?
I think we are done for this round. So we can take a quick look and see how many matches we've got left.
Okay, looks like we've got 5.
Yeah. So hopefully we will have some stuff up for you soon.
Looks like Anderson said that he won game 1 because Lee made a mistake. It happens.
Yep, certainly happens. Legacy is a complex.
I did not see 5.
It's true. We saw how many game actions Lee had to take in those games.
You can mess up a lot when you're taking 40 game actions a turn.
Yeah, although at some point the punts become
irrelevant.
Pretty irrelevant.
Yeah. It's kind of like when I remember watching the Players' Championship with Evan. I remember watching Dylan, who's playing Hogak. And he just missequences horribly his Ultra Dementia Bridge from Below stuff.
Yep, I remember
and
that.
Evan said, "Man, I've talked to him about a million times. You always do it in this order." But they never listen because once you're at that point, it never matters. You're just always going to mill them out.
Yeah, I remember that moment, and it's so true.
Yeah.
Like, especially with that deck, like, that sequencing, like, certainly it is more efficient to do it in these particular ways, but you just you go from 95% to 98% if you do it perfectly. So.
It's just like you're going to win if you mess up. A large majority of the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're playing against Maverick this time around.
You might mess yourself up.
So let's go ahead and
it's more important to focus.
And let's see here. We're playing against Connor Dudas. I don't necessarily know this person. Add buddy. Challenge player. Legacy. Okay. Alright. So, let me not blow out your ears real quick. Go ahead and...
New pairing received.
We don't have a fatty to put into play with this hand, which we really want. Oh, this thing is... There we go. We're going to mulligan. Our opponent's playing Maverick. Alright, this hand's keepable. We're going to bottom the Bayou. And I guess the Dark Ritual. Yeah. Reveal Chancellor. Take them off a turn 1 mana dork if they had it. Let's see what our opponent has for graveyard hate out of the sideboard. 2 Bajuka Bogs. And that's it. They do play a main deck Caracas, of course, that's in their opener. That's okay. Alright, so we're going to play the Verdant Catacombs here. Badlands. Go ahead and start looting. Draw 2, discard. Discard. So we still have Chancellor tax in effect, which is pretty good for us. They also have 4 swords. That's fine. Sure. Let's see what they got going on over here. So they have a swords, a main deck skews. I didn't even realize that. It's pretty good for them. So we're going to go ahead and take the swords here. And then animate dead this Chancellor. Cool. Alright, so let's look at their sideboard. They are playing 2 Bajuka Bogs, 3 Chokes, 3 Collector Oof, 3 Deafening Silence, 2 Gideon, 2 Rex Sages. Alright. So most of their land, or most of their graveyard hate is land oriented. Between the Bogs and the Caracas. So we're going to bring in the Ashen right here. And I mean, Sire seems good, but I don't think we need more than the 1 copy here. And they are playing Stoneforge package, but I mean, do we really want shenanigans for that? I don't think we do. Yeah, so we're probably just going to do it like this, and I think we're going to drop an Unmask. Or actually, let's drop the Chrome Mox. And run it like this. Oh no. What'd I do? There we go. Alright. Yeah, Sire of Insanity seems pretty good against them. If this hand had a land, it'd be insane. Okay, this hand's pretty good. We're going to keep this. We'll bottom the Delta. Yeah, so we're just going to go get a Sire on our turn 1 and bring it back and hope that ends the game. Stoneforge Mystic off of the Once Upon a Time. No lands. Oh, buddy. Stoneforge, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and Entomb. Make sure we hit our Sire of Insanity. Reanimate Sire. And I mean... yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the dream. Ooh, baby, the dream. Yeah, no, our opponent said GG. That was an extremely loose keep on my part. I wonder what their hand was. I mean, so it was Stoneforge, Batterskull, Noble, Swords, Renegade Rallier. So they had double swords. So they were trying to hit a land off that Once Upon a Time really hard. Was that you, Carbohydrates? But yeah, GG. That ended very quickly. So we are now 4-0, which is pretty good. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring up Lotus Box stream again. That was quick.
Let's just hand a couple times. Mostly as it went to the graveyard.
Yeah, I do believe game 1 was still winnable for the Maverick player, but
the Chancellor one, yeah, you can keep playing.
Right.
Oh, I was on coverage.
But, sometimes you just gotta save everybody some time.
Also, sometimes your mental state's just like, no, I'm not gonna do this one.
Oh,
Try again.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Stoneforge.
Yeah, so I have two. Just like it's great. I know this isn't losable or winnable, unlosable, whatever. I can keep playing.
I could win,
but
I could keep playing, but
yeah, I don't have the power.
Not
I don't have the willpower. I can't do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Concede for sanity against Starve Insanity. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I mean, I don't like conceding I don't like conceding the tournament out.
Sure,
but
yeah. I mean, you know, a lot of context involved, definitely.
Yeah.
But
like, I mean, theoretically, you can draw like Caracas or Plains or something.
That was. I didn't even realize I was on coverage.
Don't know if you can get it done.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. That was definitely a quick match and
coverage.
You know, hopefully you have a good run and we can cover you later down in the tournament. But you know, we gotta take it easy with our reanimator matches.
We're getting a backup match on camera now. We're just waiting for the ads to finish playing.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have to watch the Twitch ads a second time.
We'll be back to Magic in no time. Yeah.
Oh, I wonder what we're watching next. Ivan hasn't actually told us yet. Honorog. What's Honorog playing?
So Honorog is playing a land strategy. It's an
That was funny.
Uro Yorion land strategy, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, let's jump in.
Yeah, here we go. So there's a Field of the Dead and an Oko.
Oh, so it's like a lands mirror?
Yeah, so we're up against... we're up against an interesting one. Who are our competitors?
No, sir. I destroy you, Magic Young Man. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Sure. We can play.
So we have...
That's funny.
So it looks to me like a land strategy. We've got Bajuka Bog, Mox Diamond, Barbarian Ring, and Clothis. So Clothis is actually doing a lot of good work here in taking out the Life from Alone from the graveyard for Honorog. Unfortunately, that's not the only thing that we have going for us. We've got Oko in play, we've got Exploration.
Wait. Is that Jacob?
And, Field of the Dead going. So this is looking pretty good for Honorog at the moment. The only thing I would be nervous about would be
I'm gonna laugh if that's Jacob.
Kind of coming out of nowhere.
I need to update my record.
And there's no good answer to that on Honorog's side. I mean, there's Oko though. Right. It has to be like an end of turn 2020.
Sure.
Which is easily possible, but you have to...
Okay, it is... Dude, I haven't seen that name in so long. That brought back the Xbox 360 days. I was like, wait.
There's a punishment fire. Taking the long route to victory here.
Yeah, so, okay. It's basically, the point of my deck, Jacob, is we throw some
recursion.
Very powerful creatures in the graveyard and use cards to bring them back to the graveyard and put them into play.
I wonder why.
And so that game, the reason it happened so quickly is our opponent kept a no-lander, but with the way to find a land,
the Grove of the Burn
and did not find the land off of it. So he had to pass the turn without making a play.
It's unclear.
And,
one of the things
the card that I got made him have to get rid of his entire hand.
Something I would be thinking about
so
would be
he would have to draw like specifically like land and to remove the spell to win the game.
Question
and that's
is,
why he
can
scooped so
you
quickly.
Fight through everything else fast enough? Because we're pretty far away from a Dark Depths. This is like, it's not something that is going to happen too quickly.
It looks like Honorog's just Yorioning up here, just to cantrip off of the Astrolabe. It looks like It's
Still
really
got the
the only
same
thing you
game
can
tag on
bounce.
Xbox for real. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and you know, if,
See, I
if
moved
our
over
plan
to
is to beat down
PS4.
and race here and try to fight through this maze of if, it makes sense to just get the 4-5 body out there.
Yeah.
We don't really have anything else going on,
So,
here we are.
And you get to draw
Yeah,
we're drawing a land. is
we're
a-
in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's only 5 unique lands in play right now. So you need 2 lands before you can make a 2/2.
Nice. Not even gonna attack. Don't you know,
why
we don't need
bother?
to make all those clicks.
No.
Right. Save us both some clicks.
We're doing
there's the
pretty
rotation.
good.
Okay.
I'm gonna step away from the stream just for a second. I got to make a quick phone call, and then I'll come back. We'll keep watching coverage. I'm gonna leave it up for you guys.
Yeah, I think that's. Like,
I'll take
the best
down the
thing.
face cam so we can see the whole thing.
Okay.
It's
And,
really.
I might
very
grab a bite to eat real
telling
quick
Yorion
too.
with Punishing Fire.
Yeah, that's 3 punishing fires.
You need 2 Grove of the Burn Willows for that.
Yeah, you can do it with that.
I mean,
all right, guys,
and
I'll
a
be
lot of
right
other
back.
mana.
Yeah,
You
don't
got
need
any
to
questions
check
for me?
the
Leave them in
Yorion
chat.
as
I'll be
much
happy to
because
answer
of
them once I get back. And
you can just kill the
yeah.
elk, right? If you
Right.
kill an elk every turn, you can't. Oka can only make an elk every 2 turns.
Right.
So if you're killing an elk every turn, the Yorion's checked by the maze.
Yeah. Okay. So in some senses, we are stable, which is nice.
Sort of, right? There's still a field of the dead on the other side.
Yes. Right. But how many different lands do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and there's a swamp is a 6. Verdant Catacombs is a 7th. So
Okay.
that is a zombie.
There you go.
2 zombies with the
the
fetch.
catacombs.
Yeah.
If we sequence it appropriately.
Well, it doesn't even matter how we sequence it. We just need to fetch. But after we play the swamp.
So okay, minor sequencing.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So the Punishing Fire was played last turn, which
On-
means
what did it
on the
hit?
face.
On face. Oh, we're at 7.
Yes.
So we're really just trying to race.
Yeah, but that's 6
with
turns.
life totals. Yeah, it really does take a long time to punishing fire somebody out.
There is Clothis, which is a little extra clock.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But food tokens, gain 3
Yeah,
life.
Also fair.
So racing Clothis and Punishing Fire, which is 3 damage, against food token. Though, as Anurag is just realizing.
Yeah, I'm trying to gain life. That means you get back your
Yeah, you get that Punishing Fire.
I think
after
you
gain
still
life.
come up in that trade.
You do.
But not as much as you would
no.
like to.
You would much rather gain your life off of Grove of the Burn Willows.
Yeah.
It is humorous, though. The correct time to crack food would be
When
in
your
response
opponent's-
to the Punishing Fire trigger.
Oh.
Because it's already on the stack. So
I see. Okay, and that'll really do a lot to choke their mana.
Well, they still get 2 triggers no matter what,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
But there's not a good window for you to have them resolve Punishing Fire or the trigger, so it goes back to their hand. Then you have to crack the food before they cast it.
Yeah.
Which is a weird song and dance.
Sure. Okay. That certainly does sound like a strange song and dance. Tabernacle coming down, but Anurag has plenty of mana.
Yeah,
He's
there's
only
also a
got
Life
3
from the
creatures.
Loam that got back a Field of the Dead, which I believe there's 6 lands over there, which
Okay.
means the Field of the Dead is the 7th.
So yeah, I mean we're gonna be making our own zombies.
Yeah, and you get to cycle.
Timothy's definitely trying to crawl back into this one.
Yeah, this game's not over. Anurag's gonna get a zombie out here with the Catacombs, as long as he doesn't get Snow Swamp or Snow Forest. We should be good.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a Zagoth Triome in this deck?
Love to see it. If you ever just need that extra type.
Or to cycle, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're a Loam deck.
Right.
It's your worst cycler by a lot, but it exists,
Yeah,
you know?
there you have it. We're playing bug lands. We've got to have the bug land.
Pay some 4.
Yeah.
Not using mana for anything else, other than cracking food, I guess.
Sure.
Which apparently is relevant, as we need to race this Clothis and the fires. So
But
now,
I think we're doing a decent job.
now we can... Ooh, that was a good draw.
That's 2 more zombies.
Now we can... Anurag can crack food now. The Punishing Fire is in hand, but he
Right.
chose to make it an elk, because it's pretty close to lethal.
Yeah.
Attacking for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, so how much is
14.
actually getting through this turn? So we're going to be mazing the Yorion.
Yeah, and that leaves 10. 10
Okay.
damage.
And it looks like we're just going to go for our other Oko.
Yeah, with the Astrolabe.
To hit this Astrolabe.
So that'd be 13 damage.
Really put the pressure on.
Yeah. And the Verdant Catacombs gets held back because you can make a zombie end of turn.
Yeah.
But this is, 13 damage. If I didn't miscount.
So we're pretty clearly representing lethal next turn, and
I'd say so.
I'm not sure we're at any risk of dying anytime soon.
No, there's not a lot of damage outside of Punishing Fire.
Yeah.
And Clothis. You see Clothis on the table. You can't play two of those.
Right.
Or you can't have them at the same time. But Anurag's at 7. That means you'd have to Punishing Fire him 6 times, 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
That's not realistic with 2 red sources, 3 red sources, only one of which is Grove of the Burning Willows.
Right.
So that means we need to find a bunch of lands with this Field of the Dead for blockers, or some way to control the creatures.
I'm not seeing any way out.
I'm looking at the deck list. I don't see that either.
Yeah, so Anurag should be up pretty quickly here. But, this is, we're calling Anurag's deck lands, but it feels like something a little different.
What does it feel like?
It feels more like an Oko Field of the Dead strategy.
Okay.
When I think of lands, I imagine something more along the lines of, making 2020s with Dark Depths and Thespian Stage and wastelanding your opponent out. But this deck just really isn't interested in doing those things that much.
No.
We're just, able to utilize the powerful shell of lands to play all of these really powerful new cards that have made a pretty big impact into Magic recently.
I also love Primeval Titan.
Yeah, that one's a good one.
It's perfect synergy with Uro too, because they're both giants.
Yeah.
Only one's an Elder Giant though.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a sideboarded game already, or has there have been no sideboards? It doesn't look like.
I think that we're going into game 2 now.
Game 2, so Anurag just up a game.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So that whole game took longer than the last match we watched.
Yeah, sometimes you're playing Dirtily Lands, and sometimes you're putting Grizzlebrand into play. It's
Whoa, neither of those games were won by Grizzlebrand.
Fair, yeah, you got me.
You can win with a lot other ways. What do you think about taking out Tabernacle? It didn't seem great there.
It did not seem great.
Right.
Yeah. I just am having trouble envisioning any scenario where it's really what you want to be doing.
And the Force of Wills came out pretty quickly.
Yep. Yeah, Force is traditionally pretty terrible against lands.
The Force of Wills are actually in the sideboard. There's just 3 sideboard Force of Wills.
Oh, okay. Great.
In the it doesn't look like I have any blue cards in
So
your 80 card
what do we
deck.
got? Baleful Strix, Uro,
Intuition.
Oko, and Intuition.
Yes, these are the I really need force sideboard forces.
Yeah, I understand. Sometimes you got forces, sometimes you got Mindbreak Trap.
So we're kind of just looking at Force of Vigor, I think, for these lands.
Sure.
Maybe the Force of Will.
Okay.
Force of Vigor takes out what from the other side? Because it doesn't take out Clothis. It just takes out Mox Diamond? Sylvan Library?
Mox Diamonds. Sylvan Library is a good thing to get rid of.
Oh, it does kill Exploration. Actually, Exploration's a big deal for this land stuff.
That's fair. It does not hit Clothis, unfortunately.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you can target Clothis.
Yeah, it doesn't kill it.
But it won't kill it. Yeah.
Alright, I think Anurag's about done. Just 2 Force of Wills. Take out a blue card for a Force of Will. This is an 80 card deck with 3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we actually went
12.
up on Force Wills in this matchup.
Yeah,
that's interesting to me.
We're 12 blue cards.
Yeah.
2 of which are Force of Will. In our Yorion deck.
Yeah. Anurag's making some faces over there, and I wonder if that's because he's nervous about the.
Maybe he's just having a good time.
I'm not. I don't really know what's going on with Anurag, but he's having a great time. That part's clear.
He's playing Legacy. That's a pretty good time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For those unaware, Anurag is actually the reason why we are at 1.5K. He donated $500 to our prize pool. We really appreciate that from him.
Yeah, really cool guy.
Yeah, and it's just because he loves Legacy and he wants to support any Legacy tournaments he can.
Turn 1 exploration from lands. It's never what you want to see playing against lands.
Yeah. And we don't have our own exploration.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of libraries.
Mm-hmm. not great in multiples.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Unless you want to pay a bunch of life.
We do have 2 crop rotations, though, so that can kind of like surprise end games when your opponent might be unaware.
Anurag does have access to the 2020.
Yeah, yeah.
Unsurprisingly.
Mm-hmm. But mostly through the angle of crop rotation. He's not running a high density of...
Yeah. 1 Dark Depths is all this Anurag's playing.
Yeah.
Life in the Loam, just to get that engine going. The double Wasteland is a little awkward because it kind of limits Anurag. There's just 2 lands right now.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes things difficult. And if we're talking about the 2020 plan, just a Wasteland up is enough to disrupt that one.
And there's 2. There's 2 over there.
Yep. Pretty spooky.
All right, Anurag's thinking about the crop rotation. Maybe... Do you think it's worth getting Bajuka Bug here? Because you do get rid of the Loam.
Yeah.
But
it's tough because then you get wasted.
Right.
So is that worth it? And if your opponent doesn't have anything other than Loam, I kind of get it because then you get their Loam, which might be their only engine, and then they're use their Wastelands, but they don't have anything else going on, and you can slowly rebuild with your Sylvan Library. So I could see that, but
I think Anurag's trying to figure out whether he wants to cycle or do the crop rotation thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because cycling is, a fine option too. This Tranquilic that's not going to get anything done.
Yeah, just gotta draw cards.
Oh,
all
rotation.
Right.
Let's see what we're rotating for.
I can't imagine it's anything other than a bog.
Yeah, I think so too. Mostly because anything you crop rotate for is going to get wastelanded.
Right.
So you want to have it do something.
Maybe Anurag wants a different basic. You don't know.
All right. Basic Forest for...
Basic Swamp.
Basic Swamp. Which we could have gone with the Verdant Catacombs.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bog. I'm pretty confident. But, I mean, this puts Anurag in a spot where he's just really hoping that there's not a lot of other action on the other side of the table.
What did Timothy board in? His board is pretty much just the same as Anurag's in terms of relevant cards, just Crucible of Worlds and Force of Vigor.
Yeah, definitely want the Crucible of Worlds. I think that's going to be really important. And then, yeah, the Force of Vigors seem like they're good to bring in this matchup.
They're not as good against Anurag because he's got a lot of Oko Uro stuff going on.
Yeah, definitely.
But it still kills Sylvan Library and Exploration. So it's probably just good enough.
Maybe not the full 3 copies.
Sure.
Maybe just like a couple.
It's only a 60 card deck, so 2 copies is plenty.
Right.
All right, here we go. Let's see the bog. Yeah, Bajuka Bog.
There it is.
All right, cool.
Bog you. And likely get wasted.
Yeah.
But that's just what we're signing up for. Oh, what is this?
I don't know. Crop rotation and response.
Crop rotation away the wasteland.
Yeah, the untapped wasteland for a card draw. Oh, you loam it back with you dredge it back.
That is adorable.
Ooh, that is good.
I love that.
That was an excellent play.
All right. Wow, we got.
Yeah, that was a surgical flipped over too, which surprises me.
So the benefit of this scenario is that now we actually get to land our library.
Yes.
So that's, that's good. But
the downside is
I would definitely prefer that my opponent did not have their loam.
Yeah. That was a cool play.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, as you said, you lose a lot of the lands from your graveyard, but just having the loam, I think, is more powerful.
We also see there's a surgical now in Tim's deck.
Yeah.
Probably for Uro, I would imagine. It's kind of the maybe a loam.
Yeah, I mean, it does a lot. I think it hits Uro, it hits loam. We just saw Anurag kind of bending over backwards to exile his opponent's life from the loam. So it's definitely something that you're going to want to have in your mind as like angles to get rid of the loam.
And now the loam's back.
Yeah.
Another library. That is not really what you want to see.
That is unfortunate.
At least you can put it back. You can't get rid of it, but you can put it back.
Yeah, no way. We could crop rotation.
True.
But I just don't think that that's something that we want to be doing right now.
No, I don't think so either.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Anurag may be considering paying
take
life.
8.
Yeah.
I could get behind taking 8 here.
Yep. Good old Mox Diamond pitched Thicket, I guess. Well,
Yeah, I feel like you want most of your lands, and we don't
Right.
have our own loam yet.
No.
And we also don't have a blue. Oh, yeah.
Mox Diamond is the blue
We need
source.
the blue source. So, I think that, yeah, Pitch Thicket seems fine to me.
Yeah, and just play the Baleful Strikes, try to draw. Well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Abrupt Decay Exploration.
Yeah. Facing against a wasteland and, loam exploration.
See you, Jacob,
it's
bro.
gonna be
Take it
really,
easy.
really difficult to fight through. So I can totally see getting rid of that.
I just stepped back.
Grove,
I had to get some. I had to get me some
graveyard.
cheese sticks, and I didn't want to eat
Which is
on camera.
The A-plan kill for Tim.
Right. All right, there's the loam, picking up some lands. We only get one of them, though.
Yeah, and Anurag does get, now, that he paid the life, he gets to do things.
Yeah.
He's not just stuck drawing all those bad cards. Force of Vigor is awkward.
That's a use for one of these libraries.
It is. But we can't target anything right now.
Yeah.
And our opponent seems to be drawing life from the loam every turn.
Yep.
So it's going to be hard to find a target.
It's not great.
And this, yeah.
So we're going to Strix because we do want the other land.
It's so, and this is why it was weird to me that Anurag boarded in Force of Will.
Yeah.
Because we're in a spot where we can't cast Force of Will in any way. And even if we could, we're not really casting it on anything.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what the plan was for Force of Will.
And with only 2 copies in an 80-card deck, it's really hard to draw it in the opener to counter like their exploration or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Looks like we are playing the second library.
You can still use a second library because there are triggers.
Mm-hmm.
You can fetch during the... I mean, that doesn't really do a lot.
Yeah.
But you can fetch between triggers.
Mm-hmm.
Library. Anurag's chat telling him he has a problem. He needs to stop. He needs help.
Can't get away from these libraries.
You just got to do a lot of reading, you know?
Yeah. I'm down to read, every now and then. All right, Loam picking up 3 lands this time. So Loam has been doing a lot of work in terms of getting these lands.
As soon as we mill over Punishing Fire, that's when you're going to see the Tabernacle is weird. I mean, it does do something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it costs us a mana, but I'm not sure.
It costs them a mana too. Best turn.
Yeah, that's fair. Ooh, a stage.
Like if you're trying to set up a way to kill, Tabernacle doesn't do any of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd either want to play more groves or set up your engine more.
So in theory, we could actually just make a 20/20 this turn.
Okay, looks like we got a subscriber.
Excellent.
With the crop rotation, there is a wasteland still, so you can wasteland.
But we wasteland their wasteland.
Sure.
So we could go for it. Oh, there's that force. We'll get that out of here.
You can't even cast it. Not going for it. Chose to play the Verdant Catacombs.
Yeah.
Probably to shuffle away those cards.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Don't need that Force of Will. Basic Swamp, I'm imagining here.
Yeah, and it's not great to just make a 20/20 and pass the turn because there are things like Caracas
that you can crop rotate for.
Right. So
I know
you really got to pick your spot and strike when you think that.
Is this a Punishing Fire on the Strix?
Looks like Punishing Fire to me.
RAP.
Oh, we're just countering it. Okay.
That's
better than a Punishing Fire there.
It is.
Yeah. Actually, I'll just deal with your 4/5. Thanks.
And we know Tim doesn't have a Caracas yet because of the loam.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was interesting. What happened that turn? Nothing? Just a regular draw step? No. He just took a regular draw
it looks
step.
like it was, just a regular draw step. I think the idea there is that there are plenty of lands to be played, and
you're just trying to draw cards.
You're just trying to draw into stuff.
Okay. Not worried about the finding a Caracas.
Yeah, I guess not. But it kind of is a sign of weakness because, Anurag is doing a lot of stuff with these Sylvan libraries.
Crop rotating in between triggers to get a new 3.
Yeah, there you go.
Or a new 2, I guess.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that this will be a Dark Depths?
With the Wasteland up? No.
Okay.
Because you'd have to have the loam, and we know that Tim plays Surgical. I mean, you can still go for it.
Sure.
But it's not great.
Yeah.
Because it's already checked by the Untapped Wasteland. I think if Anurag wanted to get Dark Depths here, You would have wastelanded before crop rotating.
Mhm.
Wasteland, and then you can crop rotate whatever wasteland it's targeting.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Honorog looks like he's going for his
Misty
own,
Rainforest. That was
just another shuffle source, is actually.
Yes. And there's a Misty on top, as well as a Caracas now.
Yeah. Gonna play our own wasteland, which is, lands mirrors can certainly degenerate into just everybody's just holding up their wastelands.
Why do you think Honorog kept this Bill Strix? With the maze and the tabernacle?
Good question. I think that he's just not really, he just doesn't need that extra mana, so we might as well have it around. And down the line, maybe it's important to, like, maybe he needs to block a 20/20 or something like that. It's not a completely dead card.
And plus, you're not doing anything with the mana anyway.
Yeah, it was mana's free. Got plenty of that going on.
Another Misty Rainforest.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Loam. So now you can try to...
Now we have our own Loam.
Yeah, now you can try to make the 20/20 plan happen. But
right. Force it through.
You're kind of still at Loam parity.
Right. Yeah, we're really looking for something to deal with our opponent's Loam. Do we have a Bog?
Yeah,
we do have the Bog.
It's the original Bog.
Yeah.
You can get Bog back.
That seems pretty strong to me.
Yes. There's no card draw over on Tim's side of the table.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a clean life from the Loam.
Yeah.
And you still have Sylvan Library for Force of Vigor.
Perfect.
You're just ready to get rid of these cards at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. All right. Get these back. Bog you. I have my Thicket up in case you try to bog me.
Right.
Feels great.
But didn't... Tap the Forest for the Thicket, though. Or, tap the Forest for the Loam.
Okay.
Which is a little awkward.
Yeah, I mean, we had to have one green, and we did Forest Underground Sea, I think.
Yes. Forest Underground Sea. Could have been Trop Island or whatever.
Sure.
I think, actually... Yeah. Oh, we still have Mox Diamond. What are we talking about?
Okay. Oh, yes, I see.
The camera was blocking it.
Yeah, one of the downsides of our setup, but it's all right. Yeah, and Honorog is just playing a really patient game here.
Yeah. I thought he was behind with the crop rotation play, and it looks like Tim hasn't really done much after that.
Yeah.
He's kind of put a stranglehold with the wastelands, the tabernacle, the maze, but nothing is being done. And we see Honorog's just with these libraries just keep sculpting his hand.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Libraries.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wonder like how what the game plan is from here. Like, how are we planning on closing this out? It feels like we have a massive advantage, but we're not really getting anywhere. Are we just waiting until we can force through 20/20, or are we waiting until we can really just kind of go in on all of the wastelands that we have access to?
I think we're looking for Field of the Dead. Or something to pressure...
That would be pretty good.
...lands, like a wasteland, on the access that isn't a 20/20.
Yeah.
Because we don't have access to Dark Depths.
The problem with just like one land from our side is that, there are wastelands on the other side that are going to be able to just kind of trade. And each player is only going to be able to make one land drop each turn, right?
Right.
So...
well, but you see how Anurag has these fetch lands? I think he can set up a turn where he plays Field of the Dead.
Okay.
Then if he has Thespian Stage in play, he can copy the Field of the Dead in response to a wasteland, then fetch.
Yeah.
To make multiple zombies. So he loses the Field of the Dead, but he still nets cards.
Okay.
Nets zombies.
Yeah.
And he has no access to Dark Depths.
Yeah.
And there's an exploration from
him. There is an exploration.
So this Force of Vigor is probably going to get cast pretty soon.
I'd imagine so.
And there's a Grove. Killing the Grove is interesting.
Yeah. I guess Honorog is worried about punishing fires. We are at 5.
That's true.
And our opponent has a lot of mana, so...
It's the danger of having a library in play.
Right.
Just want to pay 8 all the time.
Yeah. It's my favorite option for a library. I'll have all these, thanks.
Yeah. The classic green draw 3.
Right.
Yeah. Exile the 3rd library, please. Just killing exploration.
Right.
Oh, doesn't look like we're doing it right now.
I mean, yeah, if we're doing it, we can just do it in our opponent's upkeep if we're planning on exiling the Sylvan Library.
Sure. Here's a Strix. What's cool about the library loam interaction is you can choose to do it on... You get to use one trigger, then loam your cards away, and draw another card. Then you still have to put 2 back, but you do get this kind of cool thing where you draw the loam and clear the top card of your deck.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's a really, really good sequencing there, for sure.
That's what Honorag's been utilizing for the past couple turns, but yeah.
Well, you know, we catch up eventually. It's fine.
Just wanted to call it out.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Honorag does have a dog cam.
Yes. Gotta call that out, too.
Yeah.
Adorable.
It's very adorable. Loaming back Wasteland and Fetch lands.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're just happy to slowly hit the important lands on the other side of the field now that there are... now that we're not worried about our opponent's loam.
Why is Tim's Thespian Stage not a land? A different land?
Too many clicks.
Too many clicks?
Too many clicks.
Playing a lands mirror, you gotta conserve your clicks.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you know, we could turn it into a basic and make it wasteland proof, but I feel like if we went for that, we could get wasted in response, and that's, you know.
I mean, they're just wasting a Thespian. Yes, that can happen.
But it's not a huge deal.
Right. It's just a Thespian Stage. It's not doing that much right now.
Right. Oh, here's another loam. Okay.
Okay.
So, you know, there is the play available to us of Wasteland our own.
Okay,
bog.
so this is a Shelter Thicket cycle to get the loam back.
And it looks like now is the time to go ahead and hit this exploration.
Yeah, after the first land drop.
Right.
But before the second.
It's not often that you get to
do that.
We're chilling in between rounds right now.
This is a spot where we can, so.
We're 4-0, but we're still in round 4, so we're waiting for this round to finish up.
Waited for that,
and we're just watching the coverage of the tournament that we're playing in.
Didn't have a lot of cards in hand. It's it's just one extra land drop when he knows that the lands are not terribly meaningful.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I probably would have just done it.
There I am.
Sure, just not worry about it.
Next Diamond, I guess, was one of the draws from one of the draw steps Tim took.
Yep.
Discarding a second Ghost Quarter. Both players just kind of looking for something to do.
Yeah. A lot of wheel spinning happening on both ends here.
And you'd think Anurag would get there pretty soon with his double library tricks.
I certainly would,
but he also has a million cards in his deck.
Yeah. That's a good point. For sure. Ooh, there's a Field of the Dead.
Oh, there's an Exploration.
And there's an Exploration. So these are some great options here.
Exploration has to be put back because of
we're at 4.
The way that
4 life.
Library works. You always have to put back 2 cards you drew that turn.
Yeah.
And when you dredge Life from the Loam, it doesn't count as a card you've drawn. So Anurag has to cycle Tranquil Thicket here to draw the Exploration.
Yeah.
Which is a really weird quirk.
It's a 9-round tournament, and basically the way it works is
and we got Exploration is
it's a Swiss tournament, so you play the full 9 rounds. And then after 9 rounds, whoever are the top 8 players based on record, tiebreakers, stuff like that. Whoever the top 8 players are go on to play in another 3 rounds, but those 3 rounds are single elimination.
Cycling for cards.
Yeah.
So in the Swiss part, you have to pretty much go 7-2 to top 8. 7-2.
A Grove almost
8-1 will lock it up. 9-0 would lock it up.
Yeah, I mean there are 2 Groves out.
7-2, you have a chance of not making the top 8, which is a little gross.
Punishing Fire.
Yeah.
But then you play single elimination. From
what are the chances?
So right now we're 4-0. We're on our way to a really good start.
Deck.
If we get our 3rd loss, the game's pretty. The tournament's pretty much
board in the lands mirror. Is that a card that you ever keep in?
You're asking the wrong person.
Okay. I would imagine that it's not really something that I would expect to be effective in this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely not high priority or anything.
Right.
But like Anurag's playing with some Okos, so it seems important.
I'm playing on it, Bubs. I appreciate it.
Like you can't always rely on Tabernacle to do that.
Yeah.
Or Maze of It.
I'll be right back.
So it wouldn't surprise me if you had a couple Punishing Fire, and you really only need 1 right now.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
The first one's reached
out. We got plenty of Groves out.
It just kills, I believe, because you hit them for 2, go to 2, gain 3, hit him for 2, go to 1, gain another 1, go to 2, hit him for 2.
So if that is something that Honorog's worried about, he's going to need to finish this game pretty quickly.
Yeah, and there's the Field of the Dead. It's a perfect draw. No fetch land in play, but it doesn't get wastelanded.
Yeah, the Field of the Dead was milled over by a loam.
Cool.
And then loamed back, and now we got 2 zombies.
Yeah, and this is after the... If Field of the Dead was to be wastelanded, it should have been done in response to the trigger.
Yeah.
Because now there's a thespian station play.
An extra, yeah.
So if you wasteland the field, it gets copied, and it's not good.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely a good use for thespian stage here.
Yes. It wouldn't surprise me if Honor just didn't go for it right now because the wasteland thing. If Tim's already forgotten to wasteland the Field of the Dead, you don't want to call attention to it.
Right. Yeah.
Just take your on top, go to your turn.
Don't worry about this. It's fine.
The Tabernacle is annoying now.
Kind of. I mean, we got plenty of mana.
You're just using your 2 for Life from the Loam and then your Thespian Stage 2 somewhat.
Yeah, yeah.
That's plenty left over. Though if we're going to copy this Field of the Dead ever, the Tabernacle...
Yeah, that could change things.
May need to go.
Certainly. Yeah. Wow, what a... this was quite the polarized mashups we picked here. Reanimator, over. Landsmere, never over.
Oh, no. You got to figure out how to kill him.
Right. Yeah. So, at the moment, Field of the Dead is putting on a little bit of pressure.
Yes. Oh, there's a glacial... what's it called? The cumulative upkeep card.
Oh.
Chasm?
Yeah.
Glacial Chasm?
Glacial Chasm.
Yeah, that's the card. That prevents all damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's something else to fight through.
Yeah, man, you just need so many resources in these lands games.
Oh,
and there's
we're
a
actually
wasteland
just going to waste the Tabernacle. Okay.
Taking out the Tabernacle.
Fair enough.
So
Do you copy it? Probably not.
No.
Not really doing enough.
Well, you can copy Field of the Dead, right?
Yes.
Which is it's the best land on the battlefield right now.
Right.
Sorry about that. I'm back now.
If you're going to copy it,
They commentate on yours. Yeah, Drew. We were actually on camera for the start of this round, but I won my match in
maybe
3
that was
minutes.
a bit of a misstep.
So,
or maybe just
we weren't on camera for very
maybe
long.
He's trying to get a 2020 or something.
Yeah.
Which means having this wasteland untapped to waste the other waste is solid.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And, kind of like last game, I was talking about how it felt like the only way out for Honorog's opponent was a 2020. I'm in the same spot again this time.
Sure. There is a Baleful Strix, so it's a little something extra that you need to fight through.
Yeah.
And you don't have that much time to do it if this Field of the Dead keeps making zombies. So there's Wasteland on Field of the Dead.
Oh, and also the Punishing Fire angle. Can't forget that, but it...
So there's a copy. We could see a counter copy. It doesn't look like it. No counter copy. So we just have a Field of the Dead now for Honorog.
Okay.
Another Wasteland. I think Honorog's just going to stockpile Wasteland so he can't lose to the 2020.
Yeah.
So that just leaves Punishing Fire. And it's so much harder to draw a Punishing Fire than to draw any land in your land stack.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you can't loan for Punishing. I mean, you can loan for Punishing Fire, but it wouldn't... It'd still be a turn off at this rate.
Yeah.
You'd need to draw the Punishing Fire for it to be lethal. If you mill it over, you're more likely to get it, but it takes 2 turns to kill. I don't think Tim has that kind of time right now. It looks like he's taking lethal not next turn, because there's not them. Honorog didn't play any lands, or fetch lands.
So that was an interesting sequence. Thespian Sage copy my Taiga.
Wasteland it.
Get wastelanded in response.
I think Honorog was looking for any opportunity to wasteland the Thespian Stage.
Sure, that makes sense.
You didn't want to give him an extra untap. Even if Taiga doesn't matter, you just don't want Thespian Stage on the battlefield.
Right.
Taking out the Grove is a little surprising.
Yeah.
Because now you don't have any wastelands up.
Yeah. We do have Ghost Quarter.
Yes.
So that's a little bit of insulation.
They also have a Ghost Quarter.
Yeah.
So Tim could Ghost Quarter. Then you're... having a wasteland up is always good, because you're insulated against the, waste your waste, Dark Depths you.
Yeah. Goodness, what a game.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a minute. Honorog has managed to put himself into a spot where he's got a zombie advantage.
Yes.
So that's certainly pretty strong.
Yeah, Honorog is likely to win this one, but he's not out of the woods yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Punishing Fire would be a kill. 2020 would be dicey, though it might still not be enough.
Right.
I think you're really just looking for Punishing Fire.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, so we draw Punishing Fire.
Okay.
We get
Only
to
have
fire
one
down
grove
to
now.
2, Grove us up to 3, and
You'd
then
have to loam.
fire again.
You'd have to loam the.
We could
the
loam
other
the other
grove.
grove. But then do we have enough mana for all that in one turn?
Well, Clothis is a 2-turn kill.
Wow. Okay, I think that Honorog is still winning this race.
Yes, currently.
But that certainly makes it Punishing Fire lethal next turn.
Well, yeah, and Clothis the turn after that.
Right. Yeah. Oh, and there's the Glacial Chasm.
Yeah, so that's.
But that can get Ghost Quartered or Wastelanded.
It probably has to. Because it has an upkeep cost of 2 life, but I've never seen anyone pay the cost for it. I mean, I have, but it's not very often. You just get it back. All right, so we are Ghost Quartering Bajuka Bog.
Okay. Do we have lethal here in some way?
So Ghost Quartering the Bajuka Bog would make a zombie.
Yeah.
But here, we see our field that it just died.
Right.
So we don't get our zombie, and now we get 2 basics.
Not great.
So Honorog can Bajuka Bog twice. Honorog may want to Bajuka Bog both players. So
Interesting.
So Clothis can't.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that could be something. But I just think that if we can get rid of this Glacial Chasm, we should be able to win in 2 turns.
Yes.
Ooh, there's a Force Will.
And we have 2 islands now.
Yeah, hardcast it.
Wish we would have had that last turn. Could have countered the Clothis.
Yeah, there you go.
Though I think we're gonna have to put it on top if we have the we just drew the loam anyway.
Okay. Yeah, so I suspect we're gonna loam, put in Wasteland Bog U.
Yeah, Wasteland the Chasm Bog, Bog opponent.
Right.
Then Honorog's loam may hit the bin, which we don't have. So you have to get Tranquil Thicket if you don't want that to happen. That way it can't be targeted.
Right.
Then you just take Mox Diamond or whatever to deal 2 damage.
Yeah.
So there's the Bog, the Tranquil Thicket, and the Wasteland.
There you go. So
Chasm down.
Waste your Chasm.
Bog you.
Attack.
Sure, attack. Maze a zombie.
Yep. So it's kind of interesting how this turned into a kind of a weird race.
Yeah.
It's like we're at 4, and all of a sudden Clothis.
Ooh, cycle main phase is interesting.
I think that we want this loam out of the graveyard.
It's better to be in the graveyard, right? Because if they
Well,
target it with Clothis, you can
you
cycle
can
then,
cycle
and then you don't take
response.
any damage at all.
Oh, we didn't bog. Do we not have 2 land drops?
We do exploration.
Okay,
but
maybe it was
did we
just
miss one.
Maybe it's just an oversight. Like, there's a lot going on in this game.
Yes. And we don't even have to play it.
Yeah. We just get to watch.
Yeah.
It's great.
All right, so down to 2.
Loam exiled.
It would be great. Honorog's waiting for the Punishing Fire.
Well, we have the Force.
Yeah, we do, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah.
Can you Punishing Fire, Loam? I'm counting mana. So you have 2 mana for Ancient Tomb, so you can Punishing Fire and then Loam. So you're 1 mana short for Punishing Fire twice.
We can loam back the chasm. But...
Yeah, I don't think Loam resolves.
Interesting.
Because you can just counter it.
Right. But even if the chasm or any other land is loamed back, we can loam our own wasteland back and hit it.
I mean, we have Wasteland to play.
Oh.
Way over
It's
there.
hidden.
Yeah.
It's hidden from me.
There's a lot on Anorog's board right now.
Yeah.
This board state is kind of crazy.
Count 'em, 2 Sylvan Libraries.
Yeah, and they've been really good.
Yeah.
The double library.
Yeah.
We made fun of him a little bit, but we were
did.
not right.
I mean,
He used all 3 of his libraries this game to get effect.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. Yeah.
All right, I don't think Tim has Punishing Fire.
I agree.
I think he's in that spot where he's trying to figure out not to lose.
Right. He's floated 3 mana, two of which came from the Ancient Tomb for 2 life.
Well, I think it's just 2 life. Just doesn't matter.
Right.
You can't keep Glacial Chasm in play for 2 turns anyway with the upkeep cost. So
nobody saw that. I definitely took the
if
lid
he
off
wants
my
to
water
cast
bottle
2
before I
spells
started
right
to
now,
take a drink. You didn't see
Chasm isn't going to be a limiting factor, and he can't allow things to attack him anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
This round's taking a minute, dude.
Coldest does.
That's what happens when you win in 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's something. It's not bad in a race.
No.
It certainly beats a Delver heads up.
But it does kill Anurag next turn, so it's probably not that important.
Yeah, right.
Anurag, this is the last turn of the game.
Yeah.
Either Tim, so this is a game at Chasm, Thicket, and Tabernacle.
Sure.
So Tabernacle, you only have 1 land drop. There's only 1 land drop here.
So pick your poison. Probably have to do Glacial Chasm.
Yes.
And then we're going to be able to
Looks like there's 2 matches left, including the one we're watching.
Yeah, we only need to connect with 2 zombies to kill.
Right.
So Mazevit's not going to do anything.
No.
All right, let's see it. Let's see the win. Surprise us.
This thing.
I hope this is just like the slowest rolled Punishing Fire we've ever seen.
Oh no, I hope it's a Barbarian Ring, so we can't.
That would be nice.
It's just like I guess I'll get these 3 and Barbarian Ring you.
These 3, float a mana, think for a while. All right, Barbarian
I guess Barbarian
Ring.
Ring.
There's the Mazevith or the Mazevith.
Mm-hmm.
Cycle. We have the Punishing Fire. Another shot.
It could happen.
Drew a card.
But it's going to be so sad against this.
It would be so sad. Exploration.
Okay.
Do anything.
Well, so can we pair up 2 of these lands?
I mean, Tabernacle doesn't. It is annoying, but I don't think either land matters.
Okay.
I think this Force of Will mostly is irrelevant.
All right. Land Punishing Fire.
Can't play land. Already 1 land drop. So.
Oh, we already made 1. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the second exploration turn. So there's 1 more land drop.
What land are they going to have that gets them out?
They can have Tabernacle, but I don't know. They'd have to have another Glacial Chasm.
I think that they're just they have to go for the Glacial Chasm, and we can just waste it.
Yes.
So.
I always forget Glacial Chasm makes you sacrifice land when it comes into play. Okay. I don't know why I'm
the sigh of relief.
That was a really long game.
That was a really long turn.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. There's a
That's
lot
funny.
going on, and
That's
you
funny.
feel like you're so close, but there you have it.
It looks like that was, very close to the last round. We have no more backups.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So we're just gonna hang out a little bit.
I liked that round. We had a quick reanimation, and then a long lands mirror.
I'll tell you,
the polar opposite.
So much easier to talk about the first match.
It was.
There's just not that many game actions when you just, into.
It's like, all right, you didn't hit a land drop. Also, you're not interacting with me. Sire of Insanity. Your turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like we have some metagame breakdowns.
Oh,
available.
excellent. Okay, I'm excited.
Let's see if we can get those up.
Yeah.
Which are, somewhere on these buttons.
It was there in the
there.
slides. Metagame.
Metagame 1.
Here we go. All right. Most popular deck, appropriately named Rug Delver.
Yeah. Not too surprising.
No. Yeah, I mean, Delver is just a constant. People love Delver. It's really good still. Runner up to that is 4-color Snowco. I've also been seeing a good amount of that. I'm kind of interested at our
third place.
Third place, though.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that many. And there are a lot of different, like Gyruda brews.
Mm-hmm.
I just compressed them all into Gyruda because they're really just trying to do all the same thing.
Yeah.
And some of the decks I've seen are better than others.
Sure,
but they're
what's your favorite build? Can you describe that for me?
I like Chalices and Thought-Knot Tears.
Okay. Some
people play a couple Thought-Knot Tears and a bunch of Chalices. We saw like Abe playing 4 Thought-Knot Tears and a bunch of defense grids and no Chalices.
Mm-hmm.
I like Chalices and Thought-Knot Tears. This is my favorite
Yeah, I like that as well. Because you just get to play the most powerful opening of Eldrazi Stompy, which is the next most popular archetype.
Right.
You just go, Chalice into Thought-Knot Seer, and then Garuda is just something for free later on.
Yeah, when you're doing all the containing the Thought-Knot Seers, your opponent plays Garuda. Eventually, you're like, oh no.
Yeah, exactly. And then, Stompy seems to be pretty well represented. And then Reanimator.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Your deck.
I love it.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of them have Children of Corliss. It seems like a pretty popular inclusion these days. So
I could have checked, but I didn't think to.
Yeah.
What else we have here? We've got
lands. Our next page, we've got some lands.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of. Everyone has their own land build. Everyone does.
Yes.
They're all just like we saw a land mirror kind of. That
it was they're each of their personal land brews.
Yeah, so we have 8 land decks, but they're really just life in the loam decks with exploration.
Yeah,
they've all got their own stuff going on.
Right. Yeah, so a lot of different variants of that, but still, I'm still happy categorizing them all as lands.
Oh yeah, of course.
And then we've got Death and Taxes. Not surprising, we've actually already seen a Death and Taxes mirror.
Yeah. One of 7 people, and we got a mirror in round 1.
Great. Yeah. Dredge, having a little bit of representation, as well as Hogak. Now, what is the distinction between Snoko and 4-color?
4-color Snoko? I think there isn't.
Okay. We might have to combine those.
We should combine them.
So, does that change our...
Yeah, that means Snoko is just the most represented type, right?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So we'll combine those later.
Yeah.
I don't know why they got
get that
split
back
to 4-color, non-4-color.
Sure.
But Snoko is just like, 5 decks higher? So it's 20.
And we're combining all of the Yorion and non-Yorion versions in that, correct?
Yeah. They're just all pretty much the same king. 4-color value decks, 4 or 5-color. Right. You can play as many colors you want to. But you've got a lot.
Yeah. Lots of the colors.
So many Snokos.
Okay. And then a little bit of Hogak to finish off our slide here.
I wouldn't mind seeing some Hogak. I like the Hogak.
Yeah, I think Hogak's great. I've definitely pulled the trigger on that one in the past. I think we also have our most played cards, and it's just nice to see what's on top.
Well, pairing if received. I had to ask you what the most played card
new pairing.
What would you guess?
I might have to do some thinking on it. Maybe some brainstorming.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Brainstorm, of course. Most played card. Followed up by Force of Will. Not really a surprise there. It's just all of the good blue cards at the top.
Blue cards, Lotus Petal.
Right, let's see who we have.
There's a lot of Lotus Petal decks, but a pretty serious drop in numbers. So we're like in the upper 300s for our blue cards, and then Lotus Petal.
Colin Roundtree.
Sorry. It looks like we are getting ready for our next round. We've got Julian.
Colin's good at Magic. Says message me on Mitgo. Alright, he's gonna send the challenge over. Let's go ahead and turn this down. Get the music going again. Rolled a 6. So I'm on the draw. So we could have Grizzlebrand on turn 2 here. I think I like that. I'm gonna keep and just naturally discard. So they can name Grizzlebrand here. That was pretty good for them. So there you go. Hope our 7/7 flyer gets there. Combat. I think we're just going to hold on to this Bayou for now. See what they have in their hand here. Oh, I don't want to do that. That was a pun on my part. For some reason, I thought I had an animate dead.
When you have trouble sleeping, it's tough. When kids have trouble sleeping...
Mom, I can't sleep. Dad, just one more story?
For nights like this, try Vicks Pure Z's Kits. Our great tasting gummies are...
Beat garbage dot deck. You can't do any dot whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they're hoping to draw here. Yeah, okay. You said that wasn't even a link. She doesn't even go here. Alright. I mean, what do I want here? What's her sideboard look like? One Pithing Needle, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Path, a Crusader, Leonin Warlock Leader, Gideon, Ether Sworn. Ooh, Surgical Extraction. That's gross. Lydia, we are 4-0 right now. We're in round 5. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. We've only played against one blue deck so far, and that was Omnitel. So we've dodged a lot of interactive matchups, luckily. Man, if we had a reanimation spell. Man, if we had a land. I think we're going to keep this one. We're going to bottom a Thoughtseize and a Petal. Try it like this. Well, that's awkward. This is gonna name Petal. Huh. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have enough to cast a Sire here? Hope this is enough. We have the swords. Unlucky. Unlucky. Their hand was just really good against us. Don't like the spot we're at. Thalia, sure. Yep. Don't you dare lose to this garbage. I mean, Derek, they've had all the pieces necessary to win this one. Excuses aren't how we get to be 5-0. I'm already up a game, man. It's cool. Oh. Pathetic. You're right. Practically unwatchable. I really want this Chrome box, but I don't know what else to cut. I guess Shenanigans isn't worth it. Tendril seems atrocious against Thalia for what it's worth. That's fair. I mean, ideally we're doing that on the turn before Thalia comes down. Deck. Jeez. Do we keep this 5? Do we keep this 5 or do we go 4? It's not great. Oh. Man. Well, that's not helping any. It feels bad. It feels so bad. Oh my god. LOL. Well, this feels bad. Hey, Derek. Thanks for jinxing me, bud. Oh my gosh. That bites.
Enchantment. Yep. And then you can choose to do that again, but then your opponent has access now to this act.
Yeah. So, which, you know, in a Vile deck, like, does give them a thing eventually. But I think it's more like, this is a disenchant that then sticks around and later, like, it's way more...
Real disappointment, actually.
You know,
should have been an easy matchup.
Than a Force of Vigor. Sure. Not that you can play Force of Vigor in this deck, but that type of card that requires you to kill two things at once, because it just sits there waiting around for there to be an artifact or an enchantment that you want to exile.
Yeah. Yeah. Very fair. All right, so Aether Vial led into a Scavenging Ooze for Adam. Ooh, and we drew that Gilded Drake. I don't think that now's the right time for it, but...
No. I don't think that trading a Gilded Drake for a Scavenging Ooze is a particularly productive...
Especially when we have no green mana to utilize the Scavenging Ooze.
Right. I think that you want to be able to, at some point, maybe vial it in during a combat or something like that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But this vial is probably going to 3 before too long. A defensive and on the draw wasteland against an onboard creature.
Yeah, and I think I kind of understand that. Like, we have an Aether Vial, so we're developing our mana through that anyways.
Yep.
And there's always the chance that like prevents our opponent from playing the 3-drop, and then also, like, you know, if they just don't have an extra land, we can really shut them out.
There's that Palace Jailer.
There it is.
Woof.
A little early, but we got this Charming Pence.
Yeah, and there's that vial. Like,
yeah.
Now Julian just is gonna let that tick up.
Yeah,
like that's just gonna go to 4 and eventually make a huge difference.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can't really use either of these cards.
Yeah, I don't think that we can. I think that we're just looking for lands at this point.
Yeah.
We have our Gilded Drake available.
Yeah, this Active Authority is a pretty interesting sideboard card. I'm looking over this Maverick list, and there's not a ton of artifacts and enchantments to catch with it. Main deck, there's 2 Sylvan libraries.
The way this guy has his stream
Sideboard,
set up is
there's
really cool.
Choke. I wonder if that's one of the things that he's brought it in, you know, hedging against Choke, because he does have islands.
Yeah.
A pretty reasonable number of islands. And so that must be what he's trying to make sure he doesn't just lose to.
There's also a Chains of Mephistopheles.
Yes, there is a Chains of Mephistopheles.
Oh man, and that card is, it's a doozy.
The text is pretty weird, but it's basically just you can't draw additional cards on your turn.
Kind of.
Yes. Yes, and it does it in the most complicated way you possibly can.
Right.
But it kind of just like, you know, Leovolds everybody.
Right.
Or Narsets everybody in as complicated a way as you can imagine.
Yeah. I'll refrain from explaining what it does until
Dang, I was
it comes
second
down
on the
at some
leaderboard
point.
before that too.
And I'm just hoping that happens during this stream. So
there's that Scrib Ranger on the other side. Can be really, really powerful once you get any of your creatures with activated abilities into play.
Yeah.
But not doing a ton. Okay, well, there's a Knight of the Reliquary, so, you know, whatever. I'm wrong.
Yeah, that one is a little more worth stealing in my mind.
Yes.
And we even have a Plains. But do we have any good lands to fetch up?
Yeah, I don't think you can really take huge advantage of the Knight of the Reliquary. And, you know, Gilded Drake is actually a pretty awkward answer to it in this spot because...
Wait, we can Gilded Drake and steal the knight and block here, though.
That's true. Yeah, we're just setting up that thing that we mentioned
Right.
like at the very beginning. Like, just eat the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah. Put in this Gilded Drake, steal your knight. How many lands do we have? We have 1, so that's enough to make it a 3/3 and block. Yeah.
Yep. Great trade.
Definitely a gotcha moment.
Finished 4-2 in the open. What was the prize payout for 4-2?
What you were talking about, the Flicker Wisp, which is nice.
Yep. Cannot steal Scrib Ranger with Gilded Drake, though. So Flicker Wisp on Gilded Drake doesn't quite do anything yet.
Right.
Scrib Ranger does have protection from blue. It's in the, like, weird meta cycle of stuff with Pro Blue that includes Goblin Pile Driver.
Goodness. Yeah, and you know, one thing that we can't overlook with the knight is that it gives us an extra mana.
Right, that's true. And when you're stuck on 2,
it's, you know, we could cast 2 spells this turn.
Sure.
Or deploy 2 spells.
And Julian did just draw Spellseeker. Looking at what he's got in right now and thinking, like, it mostly gets either Brainstorm or Swords to Plowshares, but then there are some
10,000 gems, not counting the 2,000 from making day 2. Hey, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
We're going to activate now.
Yep. Probably going for the
Would you play in day
here.
2?
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Brainstorm, I think, is actually really good in this spot.
Yep, he's got a shuffle sitting there with the knight.
So we can Brainstorm off of our Underground Sea. But no, it looks like we're just going for the swords.
Okay.
Get the Scrib Ranger out of the way. Interesting choice. Then we're going to activate our knight. For a wasteland. Okay, so it looks like we're just kind of
so that
going after our opponent's mana.
Yeah, and that explains getting rid of the Scrib Ranger because the Scrib Ranger can bounce lands.
Right.
You can't wasteland with the Scrib Ranger in play.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Wasting your opponent when you have an Aether Vial in play is just time on a strategy. He did it on turn 2 and does it again here, and
it's only a matter of time before, you know. And when your opponent's down to so few resources, and I think that his opponent has, 4 cards in hand. Like, when you start wastelanding your opponent, it makes them.
I'm gonna
like,
step
have to
away
have
for
another
a
land,
second
and that's just
chat.
another
I'll be
card
right
for their
back.
hand.
Yep.
So it's just a resource.
Yep.
Gilded Drake is getting in. All right. And yeah, so looks like we ticked up to 4.
Draws the 3 right after ticking up to 4, but
yeah, that's, you know, definitely an interesting choice there.
Well,
and we it's interesting that we got rid of our lands in the way that we did, because, you know, it's true that we were able to wasteland our opponent, but now we're kind of off of not only our 3s because we ticked up the vial, but we only have 1 land now.
Yeah, and kind of all of the cards in Julian's hand are dead until he draws another land. And it only, you know, as long as he draws a fetch land or plains, then
he'll be able to have 3 mana.
Right. But, you know, if he draws another Underground Sea, then that certainly won't work out.
Right. Yeah, and I imagine that this Palace Jailer is going to come down and take out probably not the Gilded Drake, probably something else, because I really like having access to the, like, Flicker Wisp being the Gilded Drake.
I agree, but we're kind of far away from, you know, he does need to draw the land in order to do that.
Yeah. And
getting down the Palace Jailer, like, if you were to do it now, I mean, probably if you were thinking about doing it on the Gilded Drake, he would have just done it on his turn
to draw
the extra card.
Sure.
But you can't really Palace Jailer until you deal with the Gilded Drake, because it'll just take the Monarch back. But at the same time, he's also just putting Adam on such life total pressure here. He just attacked for 8 and is gonna, even if Adam gets a blocker down, like, this knight is probably going to be bigger than it.
Yeah.
Unless it's another knight. But that's probably what the Palace Jailer is hanging out for, like something scary.
Something big
out.
and scary.
Yeah.
That's what I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that we're pretty comfortable just, you know, if the Gilded Drake attacks, just take 3 and see what else happens this turn. And another benefit of a main phase Palace Jailer would have been taking a creature away from the Gaia's Cradle. But
true.
I'm not sure how relevant that is. Ooh, a Wasteland. That's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Wasteland and casting a Night is actually plays into what have going on pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. Julian can just take the hit off of this Gilded Drake, get rid of that Knight, come in for a bunch of damage, draw a card. Even when Adam takes the Monarch back on his turn, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, and plus we're just getting in for so much damage at this point. Put us down to 7.
This is actually just a lethal attack, right?
Yeah. Julian was taking his time to take some photos over there. All right. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I guess I just didn't process where that last damage came.
It came from the Sylvan Library.
From the Sylvan Library. Okay, yeah. So Adam took 4 from the Sylvan Library, which puts him in range of these creatures here. So he can't attack with that Gilded Drake.
Right.
And Recruiter comes down, gets rid of that Knight, and then that's a big problem for Adam.
Yeah.
Coming down, the Jailer comes down. I think I said Recruiter.
Getting rid of the Knight. Yeah, and we don't have a lethal swing, but we are going to be forcing the chump block of the Drake here. And that effectively clears all creatures.
And then you just have the Monarch for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just really tough for Maverick to keep up. You know, basically like the comes into play abilities of these creatures on the Esper side happen immediately. Knight of the Reliquary you need to untap with. Julian just never let him do that, and that made the Knight way worse.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, Julian definitely had the answers when he needed them to pilot his way through this game.
Yeah, I mean, drawing Jailer, you just can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's just great.
It's just nuts.
It's just so good.
Yep.
Only downside is that now we have this file on 4. Oh, but there's the land. But, honestly, I think that I would rather just attack with everything here.
I think you attack with everything, right? Because he has to block the Knight. And, Yep.
This could play poorly into a
Swords. Yeah.
Swords.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can be thinking about here, and that it does. It's not. If it is Swords, that's actually quite bad.
That would be really bad because we would block something, probably the Palace Jailer. Swords the Knight.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
And I think Swords should definitely be on our radar in this spot because our opponent... So we had 1 land, and our opponent played a Wasteland and chose to lead up the Savannah instead.
You're totally right.
So...
And now Adam gets to take back the Monarch, as long as he has some way of... I mean, he just gets to take back the Monarch.
Yeah. Just gets to take back the Monarch.
Waste.
Yeah, waste to keep Julian off of this Flicker Wisp for even an extra turn. It's kind of spooky.
Yeah.
If we were able to Flicker Wisp next turn, we would have a really good sequence where, like, say Adam plays a creature, and then we could play our Flicker Wisp the Gilded Drake, and steal it.
Yep.
And that's 2 additional bodies for us. But the fact that this Wasteland is still here is definitely making things a little more difficult.
Yeah, and this is, why even when your opponent's creatures are gigantic and it seems like, okay, I mean, I can give them a 3/3 for this Knight of the Reliquary. Like, you still spent that card on that exchange.
Right.
And that 3/3 body is doing stuff. It's when you're relying on Palace Jailer. And he gets his Knight back because he gets the Monarch back, which is always like the biggest blowout feeling in the world. Because you're reversing the Palace Jailer blowout when you successfully do that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's such a big turnaround when you manage it, and Gilded Drake is like pretty good at doing that.
Ooh, but if we can make it into our main phase here with all of our lands,
okay.
No, that's not gonna happen.
That's the draw step or
upkeep Wasteland. Yeah. Force Will is looking a little interesting here, but
yeah, not a ton of blue cards.
Right.
It's enough to justify Force of Will, but I think it's getting close to that like 13 card total range.
The numbers are kind of a little sketchy.
Yeah,
in my mind,
it's right on the border. And now Adam has managed to get the game into a situation where he has untapped with Knight of the Reliquary, which means that shenanigans are going to ensue.
Indeed. I love some shenanigans.
Well, yeah, get ready.
Here it is. Tropical Island. So there's some blue.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he needed blue, he could access it with the Knight anyways. But
yeah.
But maybe would rather just start attacking too, because that Knight is extremely large.
Julian's at a pretty healthy 17 though.
It's true.
The that swords on his Knight was give him some life total to work with. But it feels like this one's slipping out of control for Julian pretty quickly.
And it doesn't take that many hits from a 7/7 to 10/10 Knight of the Reliquary.
Just 3.
Yeah.
Or even just
maybe
2.
just 2.
Yeah, we'll see.
I've definitely seen my fair share of waste my own land to make my Knight of the Reliquary lethal. Like,
oh yeah.
It's a good line sometimes. It's what you do.
Alright, so we're going to float a mana, sacrifice our land.
What do you think he gets here? What are the shenanigans?
Just another land. I think that this is just mana. Plague Engineer. Ooh. So
come down, make
on
these
humans
very little.
That can take out one and make one of them a 1/1.
Yep.
And a
Questing Beast. Woof.
All right, that'll be a pretty quick clock.
Yeah. I believe that's setting up lethal for next turn pretty easily.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a chump block comes down on the Knight and buys a turn, but it's just not proceeding anywhere from there.
Right. Well, that's something, but it's not great.
It is not great, and again, it does not block Questing Beast.
Yeah,
Questing Beast just gets through, and since he has to fetch twice, that's just 2 Questing Beast attacks to lethal.
We're at 8. It's a spooky number. Man, this Aether Vial.
Yeah,
we kind of went big and then went home.
Right,
with the Aether Vial.
The hand just got locked out.
Yeah. Goodness.
And now the lands that Julian has been forced to put into play, because versus Knight of the Reliquary, if the Knight can't attack, then it's just getting Wastelands at that point.
Right.
So Julian has had to get basics. Now he's got like active authority sitting in his hand with Swamp Island.
And Flicker Wisp.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of these are uncastable.
Yeah.
It's not really where you want to be.
No. Definitely fallen behind and really no way to climb back into the game from here. A Swords to the Baleful Strix.
Yeah,
is going to be lethal.
That's going to draw a concession. So
cool.
Looks like we're heading into game 3 here.
Yeah, that Swords to Plowshares, not that Swords to Plowshares, but the first Swords to Plowshares was a massive, massive turning point there. And Julian knew it. He thought about attacking first and decided that he just had to push.
Yeah. I've been in that spot multiple times where you're like about to make an all-out attack and then you're like, ooh, but what if they have this? That'll be really bad for me.
Yep.
And then you do it anyways.
It just would have been, if he doesn't attack there and they have the swords, he doesn't lose a guy to the Gilded Drake block, but he's still
going to lose his Monarch because of the flyer on defense. It's not like that 2/2 body was the difference.
Right. So the decision-making process around that swords had to come when you were choosing, put Vial to 4, I'm going to make this Palace Jailer.
Yeah.
What happens if you have a swords and something in your hand?
Right.
It turned out that it was bad, and Adam had it.
Yep. And that's pretty tough to see, like, going all the way back to the point where you're considering taking your Vial up to 4. Like, are you going to be thinking that many steps ahead of, like, I think my opponent's going to play this, I'm going to do that. And then I have to consider whether or not a sword's really bad for me.
Right.
Like, that's a lot of steps down the line.
And we were not really thinking about that. We were looking at the board and we were like, look at all this value he's getting
This
off
is
this
so
Palace
good.
Jailer. Look how powerful this is.
Right,
and then on the attack, it was like, oh, now this is when it could come crashing down.
Right.
And of course, if you're playing the game, you do need to be thinking well ahead to that point.
Sure.
And we don't get punished for it in the booth, except maybe sometimes we look a little silly, but
yeah. It's all right. I'm down to call out some strange and weird lines.
All right, so Julian's going to be on the play here. He still has a couple of Force of Wills in, and I wonder how... I mean, maybe it's just because the turn 2 Knight of the Reliquary can be such a problem that you want a raw number of answers to it.
Well, there's cards in the sideboard here that I'm surprised that we're not considering more. Like Plague Engineer seems pretty strong. So
yeah, he took out the Peacekeeper.
I think that
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It's not a value card.
Yeah, against a deck that's going to grind and play Swords to Plowshares and is fine with their creatures doing other things other than attacking.
Right, exactly. You Peacekeeper, their Knight of the Reliquary, and then they're just like, okay, I guess I'll just start wastelanding you from here.
Right, yeah. It's not a great spot to be in.
Ooh, do you keep the 1-land Ether Vial Brainstorm hand on the play?
Oh, absolutely. I'd keep this hand without Aether Vial.
You keep this hand without Aether Vial?
All right,
no.
I'd consider it, but Brainstorm solves all problems, don't you know?
I think you need to have a payoff for that. There needs to be a reason for the keep, and Aether Vial is a very good reason.
Aether Vial is the reason for the keep.
I'm back.
Certainly.
I'm back.
Certainly.
I didn't know Julian was playing in this. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I probably would not. If it was a Delver hand and all of my spells cost 1 mana, then then now we're talking.
Yeah, the 1-land Brainstorm Delver.
I like the way he has his strings
all day.
It's really cool.
Because the thing, if you don't hit lands off of the Brainstorm, you're probably hitting other cantrips, so you'll get there.
Yeah. Ooh, there's a Force Will. Yeah, see? Easy.
Yep.
You can even just put back the play the Tundra this turn, so you don't have to fetch. Because I think that you probably want all these. Maybe we don't need all
going
these
down
Princes and
a
stuff.
Charming Prince is pretty fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
But 1 to blink the Baleful Strix is pretty nice.
Yeah. It does have some good applications here for sure. I probably put Charming Prince and then Marshallats on top of that.
Yep. And then just shuffle next turn to get rid of
one of the Charming Princes.
Yep. That's where I'm at. You can definitely go too long on Charming Princes in a game.
Sure.
If you're not going to fetch this turn, then it doesn't really matter.
It's pretty similar line. And if anything, this actually plays around a Wasteland. So this might even be better.
Okay, you're totally right. Yeah.
I think that Julian had a slightly better version of my line.
Yeah. My playing around Wasteland instincts are a little bit rusty.
Yeah, for sure. Haven't played the Legacy in a minute.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Julian's actually valuing the Gilded Drake above Baleful Strix in this matchup.
Okay.
So
wow.
I mean,
he has the Teferi,
right?
So I kind of get that.
Yeah.
Teferi and Gilded Drake together is quite the combo.
Yep. And if he gets rid of the Gilded Drake, he does not have an answer to Knight of the Reliquary anymore.
Right.
So I like that line quite a bit.
Yeah. I wonder if we're just going to go for
2-3. That's rough blood.
Teferi. Well, I think we're certainly going to play Teferi this turn. But do you?
We lost the column
round
round tree last round on Death and Taxes.
Noble Hierarch, or just bounce it?
We mulled a 5 and kept a
almost
2-land triple faithless looting hand.
My opponent to play something.
He just went rest in peace on turn 2.
So
and we never found an answer.
I kind of like Teferi Plus.
And then we got wastelanded out of the game.
I don't know if that's crazy.
I kind of dig it. It's not great against. Questing. Oh no, it's fine against Questing Beast because you just steal it when it attacks.
Yep.
Okay.
And also, there's only the one Questing Beast because Adam is not getting up to Green Sun Zenith for Questing Beast mana next turn. He's getting up to Questing Beast mana.
Yeah, I'd be down for Teferi Plus this turn and just pass. I think that's a pretty solid line here.
Yeah, I think that's what I would be most into doing.
Mm-hmm. Opponent has 4 cards in hand. So.
Oh, and Charming Prince is exile another target creature you own. So that's a Gilded Drake blink as well.
Wow, really?
Yeah. And once you're blinking the Gilded Drake, those are just steals.
Yeah.
It's
all right. This Gilded Drake's really grown on me. Not gonna lie. I mean, he did get beat down by it last game, but
So far, I've hit my expectations in this league.
Right.
Awful and standard.
Probably
medium
okay.
and
So
pioneer,
he wants to cut off his
great
opponent's
and
mana here, which I think is totally defensible.
No,
not what I would love
Yeah, no,
not my
I definitely
favorite thing
wasn't
to do here.
expecting
But
to
because
start
the
out
Charming
4-0
Prince
today.
is also a flicker for the Gilded Drake,
Right.
Honestly,
I can get behind it.
Honestly, I was
just like the flicker is not
expecting like
necessarily
the 0-2, 0-3 drop.
the thing. You know, if
So
like I would love for my opponent to just play a Knight of the Reliquary here, and then I can steal it.
I'm
bounce my
upset.
Gilded
I
Drake
lost this
with
round and I
Teferi.
was second on the
That doesn't
leaderboard.
Quite work with Charming Prince here.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean.
Like this is just gonna leave Adam with something to attack Teferi with.
Right. But I mean, we can. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
but I think that I'm also in the camp of I would rather have plussed.
But Julian could easily have been playing around something else that I'm not thinking of.
Sure.
You know, I keep saying Knight of the Reliquary because that's a card I always lose to out of Maverick, so I'm always like, my lines are always like, what can I do to not die to Knight of the Reliquary here?
Right.
Ticked up the Ether Vial to 3.
Yeah, so that means in my mind that this fairy is.
Yeah,
dead.
I swear,
Yes.
right? No, you're good.
We're not really going to be able to answer this Gilded Drake unless there's some land that I'm not like. Unless I don't think there's going to be any Maze of Myths. We're not the Maverick deck. We just stole this.
I don't think there's anything particularly like useful to get. It can just like get itself bigger over time.
What happens if Gilded Drake can't?
I believe you
steal
sacrifice
anything?
it. You don't get to just play it as a 3/3 flyer against like.
Okay, but so if we could have used this Charming Prince to
kill the
Gilded Drake in that
Yeah.
case, right? Interesting. That seems worth over scrying here in my mind.
Yeah, I kind of, I don't hate it. Definitely.
Right. Yeah, Charming Prince, ETB, kill your Gilded Drake. Now
let me just read all these Oracle texts to make sure.
We're making some assumptions here on what we think Gilded Drake reads.
Right.
If you don't or can't make an exchange, sacrifice Gilded Drake. This ability still resolves if its target becomes illegal.
Yeah, it has to have a bunch of weird text in order to actually work.
Right.
Yeah, and then Charming Prince would blink it back under Julian's control. So, yep. So Gilded Drake comes in, kills that Teferi. Adam, having that third land is pretty important. He's got a lot of cards in his hand and definitely wants to unlock them. If he's able to deal with this Knight of the Reliquary, then he's in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's got 4 cards in hand, and we only have 1 kind of bricked Force of Will in our hand. So while we are a little bit ahead on board, like we have this big Knight.
Yeah, drawing that second vial was not what Julian wanted to see.
We needed some more action. So we see a fetch, and then, wow, there's another Knight. And this Knight is...
Looks like they're the same size.
Just as
each
large.
Other.
Yeah. So maybe... Now this is kind of turning a fetch land into a good draw.
Yeah.
Just so that we can outsize a little bit.
Swords is not bad.
Yeah, wow. That was actually really, really crucial. Swords your Knight, and then attack.
For effectively 2.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're only getting into damage this turn, but
sometimes that life gain does feel, you know. All right,
we're
so
wastelanding again.
Yeah, this makes a lot. I like this. I think you gotta try to keep your opponent from being able to leverage their raw card count against you. 3
That's
more
fair.
cards in hand. If they're all spells, like that's a really good way to win the game here.
Ooh, it looks like one of them was a Dryad Arbor. And we knew about the Noble Hierarch. So
I wonder how he has his stream
now
set
we're getting
up
attacked
like
for
this.
4 in the air.
Like, because this is like super interesting.
Trigger. But yeah, I mean, we need some more gas. And, you know, in exchange for our opponent's lands, we've definitely lost a good amount of ours. But we have 2 vials.
Yeah, with 2 vials. Oh man, another swords there.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Yep.
And, you know, you had mentioned earlier, it's like as soon as this Knight gets answered,
right,
that's going to be really tough for us to come back from.
Yeah,
and now a fetch land is not looking good.
No. You can't even leverage, like, it could at least have been a wasteland if the Knight were still in play. Now, okay, then this Questing Beast is just not really something that the rest of Julian's cards are going to be able to deal with.
Well, yeah, that's certainly a way to end this one pretty quickly.
Yep. I do think that Gilded Drake can be a really powerful card in this matchup, but I think you've got to be leveraging it in a pretty specific way.
Yeah, I agree.
And generally not allowing your opponent access to the 3/3 flyer if you can help it very early on.
Venser's an interesting draw. So we can Venser the Gilded Drake and then steal the Questing Beast?
Yeah.
And I think that we're actually racing decently well at that point.
Well, Julian, yeah, because he does get the attack because Questing Beast has haste. So that's a solid 4 damage or 6 damage hit. Yeah. That's one of his better draws.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a 2/2 blocker.
I think that's something. So we get in for 6 now. Opponent's at 11. We're taking 4 each turn. I think that we'd be running that race.
Yeah, each player had a way higher life total than your like
a bunch of
mind
swords.
puts them at.
Back and forth. It's been so much damage dealt.
Yeah.
Why are they at 17 and 14?
Cool, because they keep getting their 5/5s and 7/7s swords to plowshares.
Yeah.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and bounce his Drake.
Do we have any white? Yeah, we got some tundras.
Yeah.
But we don't have any scrublands. Or not. Is that the right one? Scrubland?
Black white?
Black white, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like none of those. But yeah, this board has swung
That's
into
a good
Julian's
turn for
favor
him.
because...
We only get in for 4 because the
the Gilded Drake
is
now
untapped,
is untapped.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. I did not think about that. Yeah.
Me neither, but now I see it.
Yeah, it's not quite a full steal. It does untap the Gilded Drake when you bounce it or blink it.
Right.
More Noble Hierarchs, they do change. It does change the clock. This is a 3-turn clock now instead of a 4-turn clock.
Yeah, that's fair.
Nothing on either side really can block this Questing Beast. Card is very real.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're
Beast
just a
is
little
really
too far
good.
behind in the race, from what I can tell. Well, maybe not. No, because we can attack with everything now.
Yeah.
That's not what we wanted, though.
No.
So say neither player finds anything. How does this play out? So we get to attack for 8. I suspect that
one Noble Hierarch chump is allowed and keeps the clock the same.
Yeah.
And the Dryad Arbor block is pretty free. Yeah, and so this is 2-turn clock, so Gilded Drake wins this race.
Yeah, and I like keeping the Hierarch around because now we attack for 5, putting Julian down to 3, and then you can double jump next turn and still have lethal. Yeah. But there's a lot of stuff that can kill this Gilded Drake.
Yes.
Any of our
You hate the overlay? I think it's
flicker
pretty
effects,
interesting.
Take it out because you can choose not to switch with anything.
Yeah.
And then you just lose your Gilded Drake, but that'll get rid of it for your opponent. Ooh, Mother of Runes. Mother of Runes tapping Noble Hierarch. I wonder what that's about.
Leaving up that plains for something.
Yeah.
I don't know if
is there another sword?
Another swords would be pretty backbreaking.
Oh.
I love everything.
Teferi is just in time.
Wow. But there's no Violon 2.
And
and if we fetch, then the Mother of Runes, we have to hold back
2 colors. So you do hold back the Questing Beast, so you need to hold back another creature as well.
Okay. I mean,
It's
you
too
just have to
weird.
jam the Teferi here.
Lydia, you're too weird. Come on.
Hope.
Have some
Right? 'Cause
fun.
We're
Loosen
dead
up.
otherwise.
Yeah.
Because when you play the Teferi, you're going to see what your opponent is holding up mana for. And then I think that can inform the rest of your decisions.
Right, which is going to involve bouncing this Gilded Drake no matter what. You don't get to not bounce the Gilded Drake.
Yeah, you're going to have to bounce the Gilded Drake. And then maybe draw into a 4 mana or 3 mana creature. That could be something really powerful.
I love that both of these games have come down to dealing with the Gilded Drake.
Right, yeah.
That you gave your opponent. Like, it's really functioning as the card was designed to be. It's not just like solving an Emrakul that got show and tell and the
exactly.
3/3 doesn't matter. It's like I think that your creature's better than my
We
3/3.
already knew
I'll
I
trade
was
this
weird.
for
This
it.
is
And like,
not new
okay, now I
information.
do need to deal with that
Yeah,
3/3
yeah.
flyer.
Right.
We're all weird.
Ooh, do you bounce Fencer instead? I'm not sure what you gain out of that.
You get to attack with Venser and then have Venser back to block, is what you gain, I think.
Okay. That could be something.
But you certainly cannot pass the turn with Venser up.
Right. Yeah. Oh, so okay, we're going to combat first.
All right, so definitely has to be going for the Venser line here. That's the only way that he survives after this attack.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is the same as the Teferi line. It just gets you an extra 2/2 attack.
And if you draw into a 4-drop, you'll get a little punished, but...
Sure. But the odds of that are very low. There are only a bare handful of 4-drops in this deck.
Right. Palace Jailer.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to roll that high to win this game. So.
Sure, yeah. That makes sense.
People keep calling Questing Beast QB, which makes a lot of sense because he's really like the quarterback of your team when he's in play. Like everything is really revolving around those
certainly
Questing
is the
Beast
QB
attacks.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, this is really down to the wire.
It's really
This has been a really
close.
exciting game.
Yeah, this 8 damage attack coming in against your opponent at 7. Probably going to see the Noble Hierarch block, but Adam's got a lot of things to consider here. Like, this attack leaves Julian dead, so he's got to think, what does this mean you have?
And can you put your opponent on a Teferi? And if they have the Teferi, can you beat it?
Right.
Alright, so there's the block.
Yep. I think pretty clear block.
Right.
I think that the Mother of Runes has a lot of potential upside.
Alright. Opponent's a 1. We have the Questing Beast.
Because like one of the things
I'm
Julian
still
could
of the
have drawn
opinion
is
Questing
Baleful
Beast is a
Strix,
mediocre card.
and so that could
Lydia.
be an attack like
That card's
trying
a
to
house.
bait you into blocking with Mother of Runes.
That
and
card-
not
that card
blocking
has-
with the
that
Drake.
card has
Okay, so
a,
I think it's really important to keep the Mother
What's
of
the
Runes
name
in
of
play.
the PhD paper?
Yeah, and I think that just
dissertation
like if we can untap
paper.
some other runes, it's going to be quite the threat.
Oh no, I really don't want to lose.
Literally
Julian's
has
stream at this
this
point.
No, we're good. We're good.
Copy
Yeah.
Oh.
It's absurd.
All right, now whatever Adam's got, we're gonna see here, unless it is just as effective on his turn.
Yeah.
I
Teferi.
hope I used the right word. Beat the hell out of some
What you
Unite
got?
control on a red enrichment with it. Yeah.
And if it was a 3-mana spell that we chose not to cast, this could be,
Yeah, like it's
you
like
could
the
get really
perfect
rewarded
mid-range
for
card. It's good against control.
Yes,
It's good against
that's true.
mono red and aggressive decks.
I don't know what 3-mana instance. Yeah, I mean, like instance that I'm seeing in this deck, like it can't be Abrupt Decay. It can't. Yeah, there's just not really anything he could be holding except for swords.
And if it was a swords, the attack first also is really rewarding because we might choose not to
It
swords.
doesn't
the Questing
do
Beast
enough
because we're
for
trying to
4
go for
mana.
lethal,
Right.
and we don't want to give that 4 life points away.
Yeah, and honestly,
don't know,
like this
Lydia.
feels like it's what
Card
Adam's
does a
thinking
lot.
about now. Like,
Yeah.
wait, now what do I swords? What actually like does anything for me here?
Right.
And I think you're gonna end up settling on. I
Our
gotta get
power
rid of that
level
Questing
today has
Beast
exceeded
because that is
Questing Beast. That's
unbeatable.
scary.
It's yeah, quite the beater. Quite the beater. All right, Teferi. What you got?
This
Down
is
the
taking
wire.
forever to resolve.
Oh, that's true. It could be a Scrub Ranger as well. That's the other flash thing in the
That's
deck.
flash.
Yeah,
Does it have flying?
flash, flying, protection from blue. It's got a
Would
lot.
that
Of,
just be game?
it's got a lot of text on it.
Can we beat that?
I gotta look at this board again.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Flash, flying, protection from blue, and some weird land interaction text.
All right, so
All right, it
Julian's
resolves.
at 2. The Scrub Ranger. Okay, so no Scrub Ranger attack. Yeah, no, you would not be able to beat Scrub Ranger because it would just be a 2-power flyer.
Right.
Does a lot, but none of it matters.
So we're
when you're
bouncing
having all of your permanents
Venser.
stolen. Why
Gotta
play
do it
Questing
now.
Beast
Ooh,
when you
we
can
found
True
a.
Recruiter? I mean, I guess that's fair.
Something that we can put in with the Veil. He should have. I think he's realizing now that he could have recruited for a
palace jailer.
A palace jailer, and that could have been a little better. So maybe a little quick to pull the trigger on that one. But
Right, you get your line in your head,
be all right.
and then you like something changes, and you just don't recognize it quickly enough.
I think just the fact that this recruiter is a lethal attacker is going to be
good.
It's going to be enough in my mind. So, and it's a different color, so if there was some sort of removal spell that didn't gain us life, and then but we're at 2, so the noble attack isn't as threatening.
No, there is
because
not
we
a threatening
forced
attack.
the jump.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think Julian's gotten himself to a point here where he is pretty safe.
Wow.
Yeah. These games have been so tight,
and we're at 2, and we have a Force of Will with the Gilded Drake too.
Yeah,
that's
true.
probably how we're going to be using this Gilded Drake. All right, swords
on the Questing
Beast. I think that's fine.
I think so too.
Yeah. I mean, there's only one card
there's
left,
only one
and
card,
what could it be? But I just force the next thing.
I'm like pretty fine with forcing this. I just don't think that with that Questing Beast in play, but I mean, you do have 3 lethal attackers versus 2 blockers,
right?
So it just doesn't really matter. Yeah.
My concern about forcing this is
I can't. I don't think that there's anything, but yeah, like that does not make Julian not win the game,
right?
So it is kind of irrelevant based on the other things you can do.
Yeah. All right. Well, Julian only has 1 minute and 37 seconds, but I think he's gonna get this one.
Yeah. Noble Heart comes in, gets protection from blue. Block with Questing Beast.
Yeah, I'll block. Just a desperation play, I guess.
I mean, technically it was a lethal attack.
Right.
All right, and so Julian's going to get that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, very excited to have covered that.
That was a great match.
Yeah, that was really awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
Yeah, that definitely, and a little bit weird for a Legacy match, just like dudes on board.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Legacy is definitely adopting that more and more. We're seeing a lot more, creature-based decks that have been coming out, and it's probably due to the fact that they're just printing really good creatures lately.
I'm really grateful for the printing of Recruiter of the Guard. Like, I just think that that's such a cool thing to have access to. Obviously, like, Imperial Recruiter existed, but Recruiter of the Guard
it looks like that was the last matchup of the round.
Also,
so pairing should be going
not
up
$1 million. I guess Imperial Recruiter got a reprint, so it's no longer infinite. But
right.
But
it was always so sad how Recruiter used to be this like exorbitantly expensive card, but it was so sweet, and I wanted like more people to play with it. But now you just can.
I mean, that's
new
good,
pairing
though.
received.
Yeah, no, I'm happy.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. It's like.
There was definitely a time where it was like a legendary thing. Like you had your like set of recruiters for Painter or whatever.
Let's
that was
get
massive.
This paused and off here. Home. Add buddy. Control V. Challenge. Reanimator. Good. Alright, got that up there. 4 Force of Will, 4 days. Not looking good for the home team over here. So we got to make sure we play around days. Let me go ahead and... get the Spotify going again. Alright, just waiting for him to accept the request. If I can still play Luca tomorrow, I'm probably going to play in an LCQ. I'm not sure when that goes into effect. Yeah. I don't know when it goes into effect totally either. Opponent says we are almost ready. Yeah, usually online, I think the BNR takes effect the moment it comes out now, especially on the online stuff. The announcement does come out tomorrow, yeah. I wonder how they're going to address Companion, because I'm going to be real upset because I've been ordering Japanese pieces of the Gyruda deck. If, I hope it's still playable. Boom, boom. Bum, bum, bum. Waiting for her opponent still. I asked CFE how it would work, but annoyingly they won't respond. Yeah. Yep. This is going to be a tough matchup for us right here.
For nights like this, try Vicks Pure Z's kits. Our great tasting gummies are specially formulated.
If we can go after the Sire on turn 1, I think that's what we want to do. Because if we stick a Sire on 1, we should be fine. But the fact that they have 4 Force of Will and 4 Days is really unfortunate for us.
Consult with a doctor before use. For ages 4 and up.
Ugh.
Yep, we've all been there. The exciting work meeting at 8 in the morning. The can't this thing go any faster moment in front of the microwave. Don't you just wish you could just hit the skip button? With Premium, you can skip straight to the good stuff. Play, skip, repeat. Anytime you feel like it. Tap the banner now to get Premium. Just $9.99 for 3 whole months.
By staying home, you're doing your part to protect people from getting sick. By calling someone you love stuck indoors, you're putting a smile on their face, and they need it. By being brave, you're helping us all be brave. Thank you for your help. You're making a big difference. Find ways to keep every child safe at unicefusa.org/COVID-19. That's unicefusa.org/COVID-19.
Opponent's taking a minute. There they are. All right. Oh, this hand's pretty good. They won the die roll, which bites. We'll keep. Oh, we don't have a reanimation. Huh. I thought we had a reanimation spell. I mean, that's fine. I thought we had a reanimation spell in our hand. I don't know. I overlooked my hand really badly. Bites. Yeah, usually they are. We're gonna go ahead and pass the turn here. Pro Mox don't do it. Our deck's betraying us. Arcanist? Sure. Jesus, deck. So they have Daze, Bolt, Oko, Spell Snare. These are all terrible for us. Yeah, that was my phone. Oh. We're really dead this game. Oh, this can just get dazed too, like. The fact that we're almost through 20 cards in our deck and still haven't seen a reanimation spell. Yup. Wasteland. That was rough. What's our sideboard look like? Caracas. 2 Winter Orb, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and 2 Surgical Extractions. This does not feel good for us. Does not feel good for us one bit. No. Discard. Deck. Actually, this is playable. We're just dead to force, though. This, and that. Or no, we have to... Oh, we only have to put 2 cards on the bottom. Pass the turn. I mean, we're just going to get force checked here. Yep. Yep. This matchup's not great for us. Losing 2 in a row hurts.
I always wanted to be a woman in charge. I became that woman because of a little dress. I am Diane von Furstenberg. This season of my podcast, In Charge with DVF, I sit down with some of the women I admire most.
Alright, let's go ahead and get the Lotus Box thing back on. I'm going to go chill out for a second because that low-key tilted me a little bit. And I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I don't remember what they are.
We can pull up Jack's list and see exactly what he's playing here.
Maybe we can do that if I can hit the buttons correctly. It looks like we're just not playing as many Power Blasts as we can. That's the solution.
All right, guys, I'll be taking a second.
Yeah.
You got any questions for me? Leave them in chat.
The target for it
when I
is
get
very
back.
good, but there's not. I mean, it's careful study, Hedron Crab, right? Those are the things you can hit with it.
And you're not going to be reliably drawing even one of your 6 Pyroblast effects in your opening hand. And being on the draw is also going to be less important. It's just Thoughtseize, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, there are ley lines in Jack's board. I wonder, I don't think that this is a matchup where you want to bring it in, because stopping Uro isn't really a concern, and stopping Cling to Dust is not, you don't actually stop it by stopping the escape. Like, it still probably is a fine cast against you, and will have traded evenly on cards if you've made a ley line. So I don't love ley line out of Jack in this matchup.
Now we'll get to see if this hand's a keep, which I'm not sure it is.
Yeah, I think this is a good mulligan.
Okay, here's a deck, some lands, a ponder.
Sure.
This looks like a keep to me. Drown in the Luck, really slow. Never counters Hogak in its life.
No. Hogak costs 7 mana.
But we're not
That's
really going
so
to go
many
to
mana.
5 cards. I love looking at the mana base in these decks when they just don't have Astrolabe.
Underground Sea, Grove of the... You know, this does have an advantage over some Grove of the Burnwillows decks in that it uses... Wait, actually, no. Does this deck use green mana for anything? It does not have Oko, so...
It doesn't have Oko. Honestly, not quite sure.
Let's pull up both of these lists, because...
I think... Okay, yeah, there's the keep. Putting back Underground Sea, because I guess Drown the Lock is not the truth. Or we're going to fetch another black sword. Ooh, there's the ley line.
Okay, alright.
But Force Negation doesn't counter ley line anyway.
No, and I was bringing up the ley line going back to talking about, like... I mean, I guess we weren't talking about a Disenchant, we were talking about Abrupt Decay, which doesn't kill ley line. Assassin's Trophy kills ley line, but you keep Assassin's Trophy in anyways because it does take out Hogak.
And there's a Vengevine in the yard now. It's danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fine start. Whenever you hit a thing with Stitcher Supplier, it starts to feel pretty good.
Surgical is a good one.
Surgical's a great
one.
one.
And the green cards we were forgetting were like Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy.
Sure, right,
all that stuff.
Exactly.
So this Punishing Fire we see on the top is not good anymore.
Oh, and Ice Fang Quaddle and Uro. Yeah, this is a pretty green deck, actually. Yeah.
So we probably maybe keep the Astrolabe. It's either a shuffle or you keep Astrolabe and play.
This looks like a shuffle. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Another deck, which is unfortunate.
Well, is it? You get one down and you loot the other one away. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But
it's not a tool that you can use right now. Like, you would much rather have like a counter to hold up on 2 or something.
But it's kind of like the Pitches to Force of Will thing, where it's a blue card.
Yeah, but it's when you're playing a draft format with Merfolk Looter, like, the secret of Merfolk Looter is it's fine to have 5 of them in your deck because you can loot them away.
And Brainstorm is a good one too. Now you can brainstorm it away.
Yeah, there you go. It's the
secret,
best card.
Secret to cards in Legacy.
Look at that. Look at how powerful Tact Faden is. You can turn it into anything.
Careful study responding with a fetch. Are we going to counter it? Just don't want to give... Because Jack did miss a land drop last turn.
Yep.
So that might be digging for lands. So countering this is just
Yeah.
you can't have lands.
Yeah, and when your opponent stumbles, then Drown does become pretty good because trading anything for one of their 1-mana spells becomes fine.
Yeah. It's a little awkward. You can't afford to kill this Stitcher Supplier. So now the Dak Fade ticks up, but you're not getting any value anymore.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true, right? Because you're not loading up your graveyard for Uro. You're not doing anything with Punishing Fires. It helps you fix your hand, but that's it.
It's interesting that we discarded Pyroblast instead of Uro.
Right, Uro does not seem powerful here.
Uro is a weird life gain spell right now.
I mean, I assume that Lynn Chalice is planning on killing that late line sooner rather than later.
For sure.
Find an Assassin's Trophy like ASAP so we can start Uroing.
Well, you did it. There's the Assassin's Trophy.
Listen, I'm just really good at this.
So you can trophy and then discard Uro plus a random card, maybe a card off the top. But that does give a land, so you likely do not want to do that right this minute.
No.
Which means
yeah, and then that
Dak,
makes your Dak plus not that good, and then your Dak is facing lethal the turn after this one. I think that you have to bite the bullet and
give a
trophy
land
here.
And just rely Surgical doing enough to let Dak do some stuff. So we're going to plus Dak, since we can't minus it. Toxic Deluge doesn't really do anything right now. Maybe you just pitch a second Brainstorm? Because
I think Deluge is, because you have a Planeswalker in play that's not dying on your opponent's turn, any Wrath becomes, like, very powerful.
Yes. Now we just have to dodge the Vengevine in the graveyard.
Yeah.
With now 3 lands.
But Surgical Extraction, getting Vengevines, if you have to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, and this deck can find a Nihil Spellbomb, which having an 80-card deck is lessened when you're drawing 3 cards a turn.
Yes. You've successfully shrunk your deck size.
Right, and you don't get to keep all 3 cards, but you get to see 3 cards a turn.
And when you're playing against a deck that is operating on one specific axis that you want to interact with, it's not about density. It's not about having a lot of cards. It's about having the right card.
Right, which is why the Surgical was a good draw. That's why finding Nihil Spellbomb would be good.
Man, you love to see your opponent hardcasting Once Upon a Time when you're in one of these critical spots. When it's just like the turn where something bad could happen to you, and then they just have to sink 2 mana into it.
And now, whatever this gets, even if it's, Stitcher Supplier, which is a pretty good one, Gravecrawler, it's whatever.
No, that's not good enough.
Not even played yet.
No, because you
want to hold it for
you want it for your Vengevine, yeah.
And these are with attacking Dak, unsurprisingly. Dak kind of ran away with last game. And this could be just a instead Brainstorm. Oh, Gravecrawler post combat.
Okay.
We're just trying to get the Savannah Lion beatdown going.
Yeah, I guess just not. Well, and Gravecrawlers can get cast out of the graveyard too, potentially. So I wonder if Jack is thinking that a Wrath effect is likely at this point with this much power in play, and maybe has another zombie in hand and can then
rebuild.
Yeah, I guess that isn't possible.
There's not that many Wrath effects. There's
it's
one
really
Toxic Deluge, and there's Plague Engineer.
Yeah.
It's 3 cards in an 80-card deck.
Yeah, but Dak is going.
Dak is going, and we brainstormed.
But yeah, I mean, when your opponent is doing this much card selection, you have to put them on having pretty close to the thing that they want.
But can you beat Toxic Deluge? I don't think so.
Well, but I think that I'm not saying that playing the Gravecrawler is wrong. I'm saying that it might be that there is one more zombie left in Jack's hand, and he played out the Gravecrawlers because he can get them back even if there is a Wrath, and that will get the Vengevine back, and that's kind of what he's setting up.
Sure. That way, if they don't have it, you still get to attack with the Gravecrawlers.
Yeah, because you attacking for 3 is not going to do it.
Ooh, and here's the Uro.
Looks like just
coming
Uro,
out,
which is definitely going to outsize 1/1/2/1/2/1.
Yeah. Dak does die still.
Yeah, but nothing's killing this
But
Uro.
he's done his job.
Yeah.
He's fueled Uro. He's found an Assassin's Trophy.
So what Jack really needs to do is get Hogak into play.
Draw Hogak and play it.
Yeah.
Toxic Deluge will kill it, but
But you gotta, like, that's the only thing that can go blow for blow with Uro.
These are some interesting quaddles. Would you discard... How many surgicals would you keep? Because I think I would discard one.
I don't think my opponent can do much relevant through 2 surgicals, though.
And these quaddles are just not good? Okay.
Yeah.
So
this is fine, too.
1 quaddle, 1 island. I mean, quaddle is a blocker for your next deck fade-in.
Right.
Hedron Crab, that's a good one.
Potentially. Or it has no text.
Well, yeah. But it could be a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Marsh Flats. It's a good one. It can get a Hogak here.
And if it hits Hogak and Gravecrawler, that's really, like, that's the goal.
Why Gravecrawler specifically?
So you can trigger this Vengevine.
Well, the Hedron Crab triggers Vengevine.
Do we have a second creature to cast? Oh, if we hit Hogak, yeah, then that's the second creature, of course.
Right. Yeah. So this is the moment of truth, really, for Jack. Is Hogak going to be in the top 3 cards of my library? And it does not look like it was.
There's a Bloodghast as the only hit there.
After the second land drop is a little brutal.
Right.
2 mana for Abrupt Decay on Uro. Little, not actually a 4 mana spell.
Alright, so this deck dies as it was going to.
And now we're 0 cards in hand. Is this the time to Deluge?
I think that is fine. And then you have Surgicals for whatever Citrus Supplier does there.
And Citrus Supplier has to, you have to draw a zombie.
Right.
To get started. It looks like we're just firing off a Surgical on the Bloodghast. So that takes off that axis. It looks like a Bloodghast is boarded out. And then what's the sideboard card? So we've got Assassin's Trophy, Abrupt Decay. How many ley lines?
Wow, there's only
3 ley lines.
Okay, are there only 2 Hogaks in right now?
I did not. I was looking at other cards.
It looked like there were only 2 Hogaks in.
That's very interesting. It's not usually the card I shave.
No, I mean, I can understand doing it if you believe your opponent's going to be just disrupting you to such a level, but I don't. This isn't like a Rest in Peace deck. They're not able to just completely shut you down that way.
Is this a hard cast or recast Uro?
I mean, Uro's just ready to party again.
Yeah, Uro is such a crazy card. Green, blue. Leave open. Can you leave open Quaddle?
No. There's a Badlands in play.
Oh well, it's hard to. Classic Badlands.
Okay, so this is going to be a Toxic Deluge.
Into Quaddle.
Yep. And this seems very powerful.
Yeah, it's really hard to come back from this. Without any Bloodghast to trigger...
Right, every land just is a terrible draw.
Yeah, every creature... there's another Surgical, so we know any zombie is not going to bring back Gravecrawlers.
Right.
Which means that Vengevine doesn't matter.
And this is why I like keeping the Surgical. Just plan a long game, strip your opponent of all of their resources, so it kind of doesn't matter what cards they draw.
Yeah, okay. Plus, now you have Uro, and the game's gonna go away after that. Ooh, Dak. That's just icing on the cake. There's no card you could draw here that wouldn't let you not just play Uro anyway.
Right.
But Dak is a nice one to have after you play Uro. Draw a land here, you can even have. If you
and then you're drawing 4 cards a turn for whatever relevant thing you need. You're really digging through your 80 card deck at that point.
For what? Killing them?
I mean, you don't need anything, but. This deck is so sick.
Yeah,
I'm so glad that we watched this match.
Yeah. That's why I can't call it Snoko.
You cannot call it Snoko. That is not allowed. Sandoich, thank you for the raid. I am sorry that your tournament is over, but we really appreciate you participating. And where is Sandoich on our leaderboard right now? Is he?
Oh, he's pretty high.
Yeah, he's still in really good shape.
Oh, he's locked.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he just didn't need points from this. It was difficult for him to even get points from this one. So
yes, I believe he needed a top 8. Okay, so
all right, so that was impressive.
Yeah, non-Snoko.
No, yeah, you just don't need Oko. Dak is just all you need.
Snow Dak.
I just want to draw cards, use my cards, and I don't need to make all your stuff Elks. I can kill it. I can play Uro. It's fine.
I'm a little sad that the emblem didn't steal anything, but yeah. Whatever.
Sandwich, I am not a Legacy player either. There's no shame in that.
Do you see what these people are playing to play Legacy? There was no Okos in that deck.
Yeah, what? What has science wrought?
Do we have any backups?
It looks like we may be going back to Honorog. Nope.
Well,
looks like we're not
just
doing that.
won the match. Good
Okay,
job,
great.
Honorog. Yeah, we're just crushing this coverage thing.
Yeah, we're so good at it.
Hogak in hand, maybe. So, we saw the 4-color deck. That's the one I really wanted to see.
And those sorts of decks are supposed to be, especially game 1, not so good against the Hogak decks. You have like a bunch of removal, Ice Fang Coatls, like not really ways to deal with the graveyard, but
the Pyroblast was really good.
That was a key moment for sure. If that Hedron Crab had been in play all game.
The Hogak came out on turn 3, which is slow for Legacy.
Yeah. The turn 2 Hogak is really where it's at.
Yeah, and then after that, it was just too late. It got trophied, then replayed, then there was a deck going, you could Toxic Deluge, and then you had all the time in the world.
Yeah, the giant Toxic Deluge to kill the Hogak is really nice too. Yeah, and then the deck ult with triple Punishing Fire in hand. Not allowed to steal your opponent.
What would that be like?
I don't... Just like a Mindslaver, I guess.
Is it like the unstable card where you put someone from outside the game into your teammate?
Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah,
okay.
And then you can keep getting the Punishing Fire back to re-steal players, so...
Wow, but only... Yeah?
I believe that's still
okay,
no backups. We don't have anything left. I wonder, let me take a look and see. Yeah, it looks like we have the round 5
all up.
Yeah, so let's check out some of our players to watch after an extra round.
Yeah, so we know Lynn Chalice just won. That's Jiho.
So Jiho is at 6-0 now, and
Yes.
in really good shape to top 8 this one, which I'm pumped for because that deck is sick.
Yeah.
Colin Roundtree at 5-0 with Death and Taxes. Edgar moves up to 4-1. Josiah Valley at 4-1. Honorog still doing well at 4-1.
A lot of our featured players won last round, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, it makes our job easier because we can't just grab somebody and put them onto coverage. We have to have arranged it to at least a certain extent. So it's helpful when the players we have communicated with.
It would be cool for Ryan Donkin to do well in this tournament top 8 because he pretty much only plays Modern Ad Nauseam. As his constructed format. He plays a lot of Limited, and he plays Ad Nauseam.
Okay, okay.
So he's played...
Which could not be more different from playing Limited.
Yeah.
Like, that's the constructed deck that is farthest from, like, Limited Magic the Gathering.
It's all corner cases and stuff. And Limited just bread and butter. But I know Ryan really put some work into preparing for this tournament. Wanted to do well, and he's been enjoying it. So I hope it pays off for him.
I'm really glad. I mean, he seemed like he was having a lot of fun playing in our last tournament.
Yeah.
So and obviously he won that, did really well. It would be nice to have him in our Invitational. That would be very cool. He seems like a character, and he seems like he really enjoys playing Magic.
Yeah.
Dylan Hand at 4-1 with Eldrazi Stompy. Michael Braverman taking his D&T to 4-1. Happy to see that.
He may have lost to Sandoich in the mirror, but he is prevailing in the tournament.
That's true. He's doing just fine. Caroline Kavanaugh at 3-2 with Eldrazi Stompy. Looks like Mateus fell to 3-3, so that is Sandoich. Anderson Leclerc, Sean Hunter, Avi Grimberg all
looks
have
like
kind of
they've
fallen
all
off.
lost. Do we have? I think we have up-to-date standings. If you want to check that out,
if you want to check
round
like
5,
like the top of the standings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that. Let me just double check and make sure.
Yeah, sure.
That it is updated
for round 5. Well, if the featured players are updated, that should also be updated.
Yes, it is
they are
updated.
on the
Yep. So let's just take a look at all of our 5-0s. So this is, all the players, whether or not we've like grabbed them into our featured match thing. And what we try to contact some of the players who are doing well, so hopefully we can get them onto camera.
That's how we got the 4-color control deck.
I mean, it paid off
it did.
spades.
It did.
So this is a good way of just seeing the decks that are at the top of the standings now. So this is a cool thing to have. We've got Delver. What is for?
It looks like the deck lists aren't correct from when I fixed them.
Oh no!
I don't remember off the top of my head what 4-color birds is. It's not actually 4-color birds.
Okay.
It's probably Snowco. Most of
Yes.
the 4-color decks are Snowco.
So it looks like we may have gotten somebody's troll deck name sneaking in there.
There's always
Okay.
a 5-color Hogak, but now that you can actually do that in Legacy, no one named their deck that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's a little
And then
unfortunate.
colorless Garuda is just Garuda.
Okay.
But these are the decks, right? You have 4-color Delver at 5 and 0.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this is a Snowco deck at 5 and 0.
Yeah, makes sense.
Death and Taxes, Colin Roundtree, Garuda, and Hogak, and the 4-color control deck we just watched. Those
Yes.
are. Jack did just lose to the 4-color control deck, so he is no longer undefeated.
Right. But at 5-1, still doing just fine.
Yeah, it's a great record.
Looks like we've got Dredge, and we know that Anurag has been doing fine with lands. We've got Ant, and okay, cool. Aspiring Spike is playing our tournament. I did not realize. Sick.
Yeah, he's double queuing with the Modern Challenge.
Okay, so that does make it kind of tough to get him onto the stream if he is double queuing. So we may not be able to see him, but we would love to get him on if we can.
Yeah, but if he does poorly in Modern or well in this, he's probably just going to focus on this.
Right.
And he seems to be doing pretty well here.
Sure.
I don't know how he's doing in Modern. I've been a little busy.
Yeah, and he is kind of a Modern specialist, but if he crashes out of that tournament, then certainly.
4-color Birds is Alurin.
That makes sense. A lot of birds in that deck.
Yeah, there are a lot of birds.
I mean, only if you count Ice Fang Quaddle as a bird.
And I believe it is a Yorion Alurin deck.
Okay.
So Aspiring Spike's playing the Legacy Challenge. Is
Okay. So he was just doing a Legacy day.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, then maybe we can get him on. That would be nice.
Yeah, hopefully.
I do really enjoy watching his stream. He comes on and starts streaming. Like, the way that I arrange my day is I am working from home, and so I spend a couple hours in the morning doing work, and then I break up my day by getting some exercise. And so if I'm not going out for a run, then I usually exercise, turn on a stream, and it has often been Aspiring Spike stream, which I really enjoy the streamers who know their formats and don't tilt. And those are two of my big qualifiers for streamers, and he definitely fits the bill for those. We got some Prison. We got a fair. Here are the Delver decks.
Yeah, they're all 4-1.
Yeah, which is a pretty standard record for a solid Delver player to be at. Some Maverick, some Snowco, some Eldrazi Stompy. So cool. Hopefully we can grab a couple of these players and get them onto camera.
I'm so surprised Daniel Goldicat on Moto is playing Snowco, because he was a huge proponent of Rug Delver earlier this week.
Interesting. Well, I wonder what changed for him then.
Maybe he just decided that the cards in Snowco were so powerful, because they kind of are.
Yeah, could be. I mean, you get to play Okos in both decks, but you get to play more Okos in Snowco, and they're better.
And you get to play a lot of cards in those decks.
Yeah.
Like, the Delver decks are all pretty much doing the Delver thing.
You have 40 cards that are just set.
Yeah.
Like, you got your Dazes, Brainstorms, Ponders, your lands, your Delvers, and your Bolts, and, like, you don't get to... and your Forces. You don't get to change any of those cards.
No. But maybe he just decided he was done with the Delvering for this week. Just wanted to play some Snowco, and he seems to be doing well.
Yep. I mean, deck is fine. There's no reason not to play that deck right now. Unless you start playing against a ton of Hogak or Dredge or something like that, then maybe. But
yeah,
there's not that much of that.
But if you start playing against, Hogak when you're Snowco, you just switch to Dak Fade and you're good to go.
Apparently. I mean, Dak was honestly Dak is better than Oko in that matchup.
Yes.
Because it finds you the thing that you need.
Most of the time you expect it to be like a 3-banner Careful Study, which is still better than what Oko offers.
Right. Oko does so little. Yeah. When we were playing, when that sort of matchup was a thing that was happening in Modern with Urza decks and Hogak decks, or at least Vengevine decks, I guess is really when it was, not Hogak decks. But, I was boarding out Okos in that matchup because it was atrocious.
Not anything you want to be doing against any kind of Dredge deck. I played against a Dredge deck in Modern with Urza, just like a Urza, when people were playing Okos. And the Dredge player I played against was like, man, why aren't you just playing the normal Urza Oko control deck? I can't beat Ensnaring Bridge, but Oko can't beat me.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. Uro's kind of flipped the Hogak control matchup. The front half exiles bridges, and the back half is just bigger than all of their non-Hogak stuff.
I haven't seen the front half exiling bridges come up yet, but I'm sure it does.
Yeah. If they're playing that value game, which is one of the ways that you beat the control decks, is just you keep getting zombies over. You Field of the Dead them, basically.
Yeah. And with the carrion feeder altar stuff, it goes pretty big.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we saw Uro just be an unassailable threat. Yeah, like sure, kill it. It's fine. I'll just immediately recast it. And yeah, I really really would love to see that 4-color Yorion Dak Faden deck in our top 8.
I mean, it needs a match. There's 9 rounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the 6th.
Yep.
So he's currently 6-0.
Yep.
Which means that he only needs 2 wins to lock it.
Yep.
Because all the undefeateds make it, of course. All the X1s make it. And around 3 or 4 X2s make it.
Mm-hmm.
Give or take.
Yep. And I mean, starting 7-0 puts you in a really good spot for your tiebreakers to get you there.
Yeah, it's unlikely if Lynchaz wins his next round.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably just going to top 8.
Yeah. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
There's definitely, you don't want to be biased as a commentator, but there's stuff that you want to commentate, so.
Yeah. The Lands matchup was hard. It lasted for a while.
It lasted for a long time. And that wasn't even the primary feature match in that round.
was
I don't
the
know if
backup.
you remember, but there was a Reanimator Maverick matchup for the first match of that round.
That one was really easy to cover. You just... Oh, look. Reanimate happened on turn 1.
Well, I guess the Knight of the Reliquary deck isn't going to be able to stop that.
Oh, weird.
Amazing. Weird. Yeah, very strange how that happens.
Do you know how many rounds we have left?
Oops,
how many
I was
matches?
muted. Hey, that was me.
Yeah, it's matches. Rounds is a bad thing to say.
Let's look. It looks
Zach,
like we got
I ended this
quite a
man's
number,
career in 3
I mean,
minutes.
that was only a
on
2-game
coverage.
match, so.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
I wonder if we have any more lists in here. Let's see.
I know Evan had been trying to add a couple. I don't
Yeah.
know how far he got in now.
It doesn't look like we got too many more to look at.
I will mention that Daniel D'Amato, who me and Collins were hoping would win the tournament in the back of his truck, he did not end up making it. He fell out of the tournament.
It's a tough combination of activities. So.
Oh, it is.
I've tried reading and playing video games while in a car. I can only do it for a little bit, and then the headache
start
sets
getting
in.
sick.
Yeah.
And playing Storm. That's a bit of a brain.
I mean, Magic is just hard anyways. I can kind of do it if the thing I'm doing, like, I don't have much invested in, and like I can look away from, like, I can play Slay the Spire on my Switch in the car for a little while and then just sort of like put it down and take a break and then come back to it and not be super invested in my run.
9 rounds,
But
Zach. We
playing
gotta
a
win
Magic
3 in a row.
tournament
Or the
where Magic is really hard.
If we get our 3rd loss, we're dropping.
Yeah.
But we gotta win 3 in a
That's
row
a tough ask.
to top 8.
It's rough. Do we have any more deck lists you want to talk about?
I don't think I have anything up here that we
Haven't
didn't
gone over?
go over.
Okay.
I mean, you guys were the ones that went over these lists, but this is Ant and Lands. And
Yeah, we have a really good... This is the most diverse tournament we've held.
Legacy kind of does that sometimes.
Yeah, and a lot of people are just doing well with all. For instance, all the Lands decks. I told this to Collins. They're all playing their own deck.
Yeah.
Like, they're all grouped into the Lands category.
But each person has worked on their Lands deck and has come, like Casey Lancaster and Anurag just have completely different Lands lists.
Yeah, they're not similar at all.
And they're both legacy specialists who pay a lot of attention and work really hard to have good lists.
When is next round? We're waiting for...
Like 4 Okos in one deck, 0 Okos in the other one.
I can try to figure out how many matches are left. Give me 1 second.
Is this spread throughout all of the decks? Maybe not so much Team Delver. Because, like you said, there's a lot of cards you feel like you have to play.
Yeah, you can't not play your Dazes and Wasteland.
There are
Yeah,
2
but
matches
for,
left.
Like Snowco.
So we're waiting
There's
for
a
2
lot of
matches to
variation
finish
of
up, and then the
lists
next
there.
round will be paired.
Edgar does his own thing. Other people do their own thing. It's
Yeah.
just... And there's so many cards now. If you want to play Yorion, if you don't want to play Yorion.
Right.
Some people are, some people aren't.
Yeah, and what do you think about that? Like, what... Just in general... Are you more a fan of the Yorion versions of decks or the non-Yorion versions? I'm thinking especially of like Snowco, where that's a specific divide.
For Snowco, I think that Yorion is very powerful. My gut tells me that the Yorion decks, just having access to an extra resource, an extra thing, is very strong. But I've been watching games of Snowco, and sometimes a lot of the games end, they just don't even cast Yorion. And every time they don't cast Yorion and they draw Abundant Growth, it's horrible.
Sure.
Like, Abundant Growth is...
It's no Astrolabe.
It's no Ponder.
Yeah.
Like, if you just want to play Preordain or Ponder instead of your green card that I've just forgotten the name of. I
Yeah,
said.
I mean, you don't want to like the awful thing is to play Astrolabe on turn 1, you get to fetch Island. Now you can't get Wastelanded.
Yes.
To play Abundant Growth on turn 1, you have to get Forest,
which is much worse.
What?
And it doesn't work the same way as Astrolabe. The forest is the land that taps for any color now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't like tap whatever lands you want, and Astrolabe's there for whatever land. You know?
Right. I mean, you can put it on a different land once you're past turn 1 and you draw the Abundant Growth, but you always have to put it on a basic if you're planning on using it at all. And yeah, it's definitely a much worse card, and you can't turn it into a 3/3 with Oko.
No, you can't. One of the big weaknesses of enchantments.
Yeah. Which is not a traditional weakness of enchantment. I can't turn this into an elk.
I mean, the traditional weakness of enchantments is that it's not an artifact, right?
Yeah.
And so that checks out.
This doesn't give me affinity for anything.
Yeah, it doesn't have 40 cards that interact with it in every format. I don't know why I'm doing it.
Why is my Mox Opal not turned on? I have all these Abundant Growths in play. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, no, Legacy is looking very cool.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of diversity in just like the way that decks approach the game of Magic. Like, this Dak Faden deck is very different from the Hogak deck that I played against. They're both very different from the lands decks we've seen. They're very different from any of the Ether Vial decks, which are super creature based. Just like room for lots of different strategies to do well in this format.
Can we look? Is it too early to look at deck
win percentages?
Because I would like to see how Garuda is doing.
Let me take a peek and see where we're at with those.
And I hope that the deck lists are updated. Yeah, it looks like we have some.
So let's... one second. All right. So these are organized by their, like, how heavily they're played.
Their metagame shares.
Yeah, their metagame shares. And so these are their win-loss records, so you can just kind of see the sample size that we've gotten so far. So 90 total matches. Looks like Snoko is coming in like pretty reasonably under 50%, but that's still not a big sample size.
No, it's not a big sample size, but it's not. It doesn't look great.
No.
Snoko was the most represented deck, 27 copies.
Right. So it is our biggest sample size here.
Yeah.
And it is not exactly crushing the tournament. Rug Delver, reasonably over 50%. The range includes like the normal range for a Delver deck in a Legacy format, which is usually 50 to 55%. Like, it's good. It doesn't have a broken card like Deathrite Shaman or Renin 6 to push it over the top, but Wastelanding and Dazing people is just always going to be good in Legacy.
Yes. And then we have Garuda, which surprisingly is doing quite well.
Mm-hmm.
I know Abe Stein was playing this deck as one of our featured players, and he dropped out of the tournament at 1 and 2, just like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like most of the other Garuda players are doing well.
Yeah.
Or at least better than average.
Fine. I mean, this is, now we've gotten under 50 total matches, so that is not a sample size that you want to be drawing true conclusions from. But the deck seems to be playable at the very least. It's not just like constantly mulliganing into the ground. It's casting its Garuda, and it's getting there. Eldrazi Stompy, not doing great.
No. Though we do have Dylan Hand at 5 and 1.
Yeah.
So and Caroline is playing at X and 2, I think.
Yep.
I'm not sure if she won her 6th round or not.
Okay. Yeah. Reanimator continues to be pretty good. Just, it's a strong deck.
Yeah.
When you were looking through lists, did you see if like a lot of these lists were on the sort of Tinfin's version of it with
Children of Corliss?
Yeah, or and Tendrils, or were they mostly more normal versions?
I didn't look.
Okay.
There were most of the decks I look at are ones that are named very, very poorly, such as 4-color birds.
Okay.
And all the Reanimator decks were just named Reanimator.
And by poorly, we mean it makes it difficult for us to consolidate our data because they don't match what we expect them to be named.
Yeah, the Garuda decks were named anywhere between Azorius, Bant, Sultai, and colorless Garuda.
Yeah, and when we don't really care about the colors of your like 56th through 58 through 60th spell in the deck. Like,
no,
it's a Garuda deck. All right, for our slightly less represented decks. Whoops, that's the wrong slide. For our slightly less represented decks, Show and Tell. 50% win rate, lands 50% win rate. Death and Taxes doing just fine, but not like we are getting
these
into
are
the
low
bottom
numbers.
of representation.
Like 4-color control would be 100%.
Yes.
Because one person's playing it, and he is 6-0.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the don't take anything you see.
No,
here
nothing here means anything. I would say especially once you get past like the lands.
Yeah.
Then I would say it's just way too small of a sample size. So
yeah, for sure.
Definitely why we're a little bit hesitant to like put them up, but it's data that we have. We'll share it. Just be smart about how you use it.
It's harder to do for Legacy because a lot of the deck spread's so large.
Right.
That a lot of we're showing the top 16-ish decks.
That was only the top 10, and
top
we got
10.
down to like decks with 20
Yeah, there's
matches.
a lot of decks that just have 1, 2, or 3 pilots, including the copy enchantment deck I was talking about.
Yeah.
With 3 pilots. I don't know how they're doing. I haven't looked.
Oh man, yeah, I never thought you'd be able to disinformation campaign someone in Legacy.
You probably still can't.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Listen, I don't want to disinformation campaign people that badly. I did it a lot in that limited format.
Constructed
Not
format.
in that constructed format. Although,
say,
there are people that
disinformation
sort of
campaign.
made it
Yeah,
work.
It
wasn't
a sideboard card a little bit.
It was
very odd.
Yeah, but in that limited format, especially because that was at like pretty early on in Arena bot drafting lifetime, and they did not.
It was right when the Arena came out.
Yeah.
Ravnica was the release of Arena.
Right, and so Dimir was head and shoulders above anything else that you could be drafting because the bots just massively undervalued things like disinformation campaign in particular. You could get a bunch.
I think I only ever drafted Grixis or Dimir or Izzet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, and also like Selesnya was bad in the actual draft format, and Golgari was like not great in the actual draft format. Like there were specific builds of them that you could draft if you got like exactly the commons that you needed for them, and if you didn't, it was really hard to do anything. And so
I don't know if he's still in here or not.
That got like doubled down in the
bot drafting, where you just don't have to draft those cards.
Right, you just never have to be Selesnya, and because the bots are taking like Dimir cards and Selesnya cards,
Baby Ferris.
Like there's as many bots drafting
Baby Ferris.
Dimir as Selesnya. They're not like they
Zach.
weren't adjusting to it, so it like really
Bye,
messed
Baby
up that format.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
But-
I'm so glad that Arena has player drafting now. It's night and day from bots.
Yeah, and that's
Alright.
most of the Magic that
I'm
I've been
gonna
playing
mute my
recently
mic
is
and hide my
just
face
been
while I eat.
playing choreo drafts, and I've been having a really good time.
Yeah, I look forward to not core sets. I don't love drafting core sets a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to Battle for whatever it's called. Something for Zendikar. Zendikar Resurgent. Zendikar Rising. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in seeing what they do with this one. Definitely, the Zendikar formats have not been the best limited formats.
Really? I really liked Zendikar Worldwake, and I really like Triple Rise.
I really like Triple Rise. I really just didn't. I played a couple of draft. Actually, no, I ended up playing a bunch of Zendikar Worldwake and just like kind of asking what I was doing. Like, oh no, there's a Vampire Nighthawk. I guess I'm dead.
So it's definitely one of those draft environments where you need to be in like a certain mindset and really enjoy it.
Okay.
Gate Crash was like that too, and I loved drafting Gate Crash. It's one of my favorite limited formats. For anyone who doesn't know, that format was the second set of the second Ravnica block. It had Gruul, Simic, and other guilds I don't care about. And that is all I drafted because Blood Rush was the mechanic in that set.
Yeah,
and it was very strong.
Just having combat tricks on all your creatures.
Yeah, you just couldn't block in that format. It was
No.
It was great.
Can you feature my good friend Russell? He is kind, nice, and very good looking, and additionally, he is also good at magic. Boy, it sounds a lot like you're describing Russell Lee.
Yeah.
Weird.
He is playing Izzet Delver in this event.
Izzet Delver?
Yeah, not Teamer, not Rug.
Got some chain lightnings in there?
I didn't look too closely.
Oh, no, you always have some chain lightnings in there. That's how that deck works.
I opened all the Izzet Delver decks briefly, just to make sure they weren't Rug. And they weren't. They were all Izzet. Why is it instead of Teamer? You don't get to play Veil of Summer. You don't get to play Oko.
Just be a little more aggressive. I don't know. Is it a Swift Spear version of it?
Didn't look closely enough.
Okay. Then I don't know exactly. It's kind of sweet. Here's Russell to tell us that Izzet slaps, and that's why he's playing it.
Oh, Izzet slaps.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right. Well, mystery solved.
Usually when I ask my friends what deck I should play, whichever one they tell me slaps is the one I go for.
Yes. I mean, generally, like, taking a color out of your legacy deck lets you play more basics. Like, that's the motivation.
How do you measure that with the 4-color decks we see?
Well, taking color out of your Delver deck where you can't play Astrolabe because every mana is worth just like a pound of gold, basically. I don't know. If we can get Russell on, I'm pretty down to see that. But we will see how these matches break up.
How is Russell doing? Russell, how are you doing in the tournament?
Yeah, Russell, let us know how you're doing. That will help us determine
if you're worth it.
If we can feature you or not. Well, you know, chat's going to riot if we put on a 3-3 match.
Yeah, they will. We got to be considerate to
X1.
X1, that's pretty good.
Well, then we should probably get Russell on. Russell, make sure you're in our Discord and streaming, or I don't know if you're streaming to Twitch or if you're streaming through Discord, but yeah, we'd love to get you on.
It'll be tough between you and the 4-color control deck we're in love with, but we'll take it into consideration.
Well, I have a feeling that we'll get more chances to get that DAC deck on camera.
Oh, what are you saying about Russell?
Well, the DAC deck is undefeated and also sick.
Yeah, it is. It's so good.
Looks like we have 2 matches remaining. Oh no, that was several minutes ago that we had 2 matches remaining, and we were waiting on a Yorion Snow mirror. So, you know, there are a couple of mirrors in this format: the Death and Taxes mirror, the Lands mirror, the Snow mirror, and those can really just sort of unravel.
Yeah, the Snowco mirror in particular, Uro just kind of stops everything.
You like lose all understanding of the meaning of time. Nothing happens.
Have 80 cards. You never run out of cards in your graveyard. You just don't. Play my Uro. Draw a card. Trade Uros.
All right.
Play it again. And you got other stuff like your countering spells all in between that.
Yeah,
it's a madhouse.
Okay, it's just Elkin stuff. Yeah, like nothing really does anything.
The Elkin Uro, you have to have another Uro, which is hard when you're getting rid of all your cards in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to really fight over these Okos.
Yeah.
All right, the next round's up.
New. In Blue Mirror,
get this
Oko
started.
is important. Like,
yeah.
All right,
it's a very strong.
Bring up the old Mitgo. Turn this down a little bit. Get the music playing. All right, so our opponent's playing an Esper. Oh, this is just Esper Vial. Okay. Esper Vial. We won the die roll, which is good. Log in. This one's really close. Deck, come on. Alright, we're just gonna keep this 4. Oh, having a mole so aggressively has really hurt us. This is probably going to get forced. Yep. Man. We're not in a good spot. Oh. Our draws were a lot more friendly to us in the beginning of this tournament than they have been now. Yeah, Strix. Alright, let's look at their sideboard hate. Or Remorseful Cleric. And they also have 3 Gilded Drakes they're probably going to bring in. I mean, our deck feels fine against them. I guess Ashen Rider will be alright. Oh, we just need to draw a better opening hand. Jesus. It feels bad, man. Why'd I mulligan the 6-card hand? The one that didn't have a single land in it? The one that only had the Chrome Mox? I'm gonna go nuts. We didn't have a threat in that hand, did we? No, I'm not keeping a no-lander, especially when we got wastelanded against a wasteland deck. Jesus Christ. Soul Herder. That was frustrating. So we're dead now. We're dead for top 8. I'm not playing for 3 points in the last week when the leaderboard doesn't matter. Oh. Having, like, that was 2 matches in a row where we mulled to 5, mulled to 4, mulled to 4, mulled to 4. Andy, I'll go back and watch a VOD and look at that 6 again, because I don't remember what it was specifically. But I mean, when I looked at that hand, I thought it was unplayable. So, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all for me today. I'm done with this tournament. So, if you hung out the whole time, I appreciate you. Appreciate the people that followed today. We had some new followers. So it was pretty cool. We're getting closer to that 100 mark. And once we get to 150, we're doing the giveaway, which is going to be sweet. But yeah. I plan on streaming again on Tuesday. We're going to be streaming some more Legacy. I've enjoyed Legacy, but we're going to be playing a 5-color Nymph Visit and seeing if it's playable. This is going to be more casual, more goofy stream. But yeah. So, again, thanks guys for hanging out for the majority of the day. I appreciate you all. And I'll see you next time, alright?